esports are going to be Indonesia's pride, taking it to the grand final.
Come on, Kian, that's going to give them another kill.
And it's back.
Oh,
50 seconds. Flip shot is there as well. Maybe this is the
Well,
is boom.
No one can take away how far they've come today.
from NC Slasher, look at him going everywhere.
There it is! ONIC have done it! And it's Indonesia that will have a team making it to champions.
Hello, everyone. We started with 10 teams hoping to join Paper Rex and Xerxia. But now we're down to 2 as it's Boom Esports and ONIC G, the pride of Indonesia, fighting for the final spot. Hi everyone, I'm Daniel Digon Gonzalez here on the final day of the VCT APAC LCQ, and I'm not breaking it down alone. For all of today's action, I've got me Tash Bunny and Quack. Y'all excited for today?
Yeah!
Oh my god. Hell yeah, yeah, of course.
Indonesian Civil War Part 2.
Part
Revenge
2.
arc.
Oh my god, I can't believe it's actually going to happen. I mean, who thought ONIC would have beat Bleed?
Honestly, yeah. I didn't think that ONIC would actually do it, especially after the long day they had. But they are tenacious, and they really want it.
So
Yeah, they definitely did. As we take a look at yesterday's matches, it was crazy. ONIC G playing, I think it was 145 rounds, something around that area of rounds. The most rounds possible. It was 13-11, 13-11, 13-11 here against Team Secret, and then went the distance, plus some extra free Valorant as some overtime in map number 3 against Bleed as well to take down these 2 squads in the lower bracket run.
Honestly, I think that the fact that they're able to not only take those 2 matches back-to-back, but still outperform and catch Bleed off guard, one of the best teams in APAC for so long, really shows how much they really want to make it up there and take down Boom Esports as #1 in Indonesia.
it really takes that mental fortitude to want to keep on going, and especially down to these final moments on Haven. When they went to overtime, they made Digon lose his voice. He went all squeaky and everything. It's so ridiculous. But the fact is, they still showed that they had a bit more to give, and they really surprised Bleed, especially after that round 24.
Well, the voice is fine now, just like these games. When we take a look at this bracket, again, all deserving teams from the great diverse region of the APAC area. And here we go. It is Boom. It is ONIC. You had 3 teams from Indonesia possibly making it. And now we're down to our final 2 teams in the whole tournament, and both of them from that country. And if you're watching here, then welcome to the global broadcast of the APAC LCQ. This is not the only broadcast, as this show is being produced in 6 languages throughout the Asia-Pacific region. And what better way to celebrate the finals than to bring in our Indonesian broadcast partners? We have Sun, Bella, and Sleepy. Welcome, and tell us, how do you feel about yesterday's result, solidifying the fact that an Indonesian team will qualify for its first ever Valorant International event?
I think happy is an understatement. I think we were actually a bit surprised that we're going to be having an all-Indonesian match, but I don't know. I can't think other words than happy for today, but I don't know. What about you, Sleepy?
I'm proud.
we are proud.
I'm proud, especially because I've worked with some of the players and seeing
flexing.
them grow
Flexing.
is amazing. And I just can't wait to see more of them later at Champions.
Yeah.
We were speechless yesterday. We couldn't believe it, but it's happening, and we are more than ready and also excited to see the grand finals of the Indonesian team today.
I mean, I would be excited too. This is, I mean, the first time we're seeing an all-Indonesian final. So congratulations to you guys. So I have a question for you about Indonesian representation here. I mean, it's not the first time we've seen Indonesian players make it to the big stages. We've seen Paper Rex Forsaken, we've seen Mindfreak. So what is it about these Indonesian players that make them so world-class?
Yeah, I think in terms of mechanics and raw aim, we are actually up there, or even better than other regions like Europe or America, because way before there's Valorant, we always believe that we are inferior in terms of aim, and then the mechanics, and then the movement, and then the decision making. But then Forsaken and Mindfreak show to the world that we're actually up there in terms of mechanics and movements and game decision. But something that we are actually lacking of is confidence and also experience. That's why on the first time Paper Rex actually qualified to the Masters, they got trashed, right?
That's right.
If they have enough time to actually fix their confidence and then experience, they can actually go to the final,
Yeah.
like yesterday in Copenhagen. And that also applies to us Indonesian team. Boom Esports and ONIC G needs more than 2 years to finally
Yeah.
get to this stage. So, yeah, I think we just need a lot of time to actually be the #1 team in the world, maybe? I don't know. We're going to see about that.
Come on, son. I gotta disagree. Indonesia's super talented. I mean, we got like already come a Forsaken, Monyet, Aneri even like in Game Changers. So at least for people who maybe haven't seen or watched Indonesian Valorant yet, what can you tell us about Boom and ONIC? How do they play? What are they good at?
Right. Well, Boom is explosive. They're not afraid to take fights. They love to go fast, much like Paper X, but maybe with a bit more structure because their coach comes from Korea. So that's great. That's going to help. And of course, something about them is we can expect those fast rounds, but also well thought out plans are going to be there in the mix. And something interesting about Boom Esports is they only started playing with their stand-in, Famous, within the past month, and they've already done so well. And I just can't wait to see even more of that later in Champions if they make it through. ONIC, on the other hand, is anti-APAC. They love taking their time and playing slow, and it's just insane to see them play like that. And this is all thanks to Severin, their legendary in-game leader, because he's got so much experience, and he's the one giving this structure to ONIC's gameplay. And I love to say this because ONIC G is very well known for this, guys. They are known for their thrifty rounds.
Thrifty.
Expect some thrifty rounds once they start pulling up their sheriffs, their shorties, their marshals. Just listen to that. Thrifty.
Yeah, so you guys can expect it's gonna be a budget FPX versus Pepper X matchup, but Asia Pacific style.
I can't wait, and we definitely got used to a lot of those hero plays, specifically on those thrifty rounds. So I won't have you pick which team's going to win so that you don't get all the hate from one fan base or the other, but if you had all of us to keep an eye on one player, who would it be?
For me, personally, from Boom Esports, like what Sleepy said, Famous, he is a very, very great player. He just plays with Boom Esports for 1 month, and the impact is so huge. I think everyone should keep an eye on this guy. And for ONIC, we know for their thrifties, and we know Almi Moore is very, very popular with the Sheriff. Like yesterday, he made a very, very great play. So I guess that's the both player for both teams, Famous and Almi Moore. It will be a very, very interesting duel.
Yeah, it definitely will. And again, thank you all so much for lending your expertise with us, and make sure you have a great broadcast. See you later.
We will, guys. Bye.
All right, so yesterday, Key and I had the pleasure of casting ONIC vs. Bleed, and so we're bringing him in to get his thoughts on ONIC vs. Boom.
Pinoy Pride!
All right, I shouldn't have been surprised that they're not playing, but it's fine. Okay, I think we have Kremer. Yeah, we have Kremer here to give his thoughts on this specific matchup. Kremer, what is your prediction?
I'm just predicting there to be a more exciting match than that last map in the grand finals, man, Paper X.
I don't know what's going on here. This has to be a setup. Kremer, you're looking pretty different today, right?
I know I look a little bit different out there. I just went for like a little haircut, you know, a bit of a suntan, but it's still definitely me, still Kremer.
All right, I give up. Quack, you can take this one away for Kremkai.
Okay, well, Kremer, we saw quite an aggressive style from ONIC yesterday. Do you think they took some notes from Benkai at Masters?
I mean, me as a master analyst, I definitely have to say that they definitely picked it up from Paper X, man. After that performance in Copenhagen, who wouldn't want to learn that style? You know, W Gaming, man.
No, look. This is clearly Benkai on a green screen. Look, I can see Kremer from here.
Hello? Oh, I don't think this works anymore. Guys, it's actually...
Thank you very much to Ben Kai for playing along with that one. Obviously, all you Kremer fans that love seeing Kremer eat food, there it is. You got your mukbang stream right there. A face full of noodles. But again, thank you, Ben Kai, for hopping on in and being a part of it. Again, a huge celebration of Valorant here for Indonesia. And that turns our focus, with all the jokes aside, now to the big deal. It's Boom Esports versus ONIC G. Let's get into that grand final as we take a look at the roster of who's up next. It's Boom Esports that is coming, the #1 seed, as they were the ones that took down ONIC G earlier 2-0.
Very much so. Like Sleepy said, really explosive APAC style action, but at the same time, because of their extremely experienced and structured coaching coming in from Korea, they really have the structure to show that it's not just pure chaos, it's also organized chaos. And I believe, Tash, you kind of had a very interesting analogy.
Yeah, I call it like this. If you go into someone's very messy room, you have no clue where everything is. It's a mess, but you know where exactly everything is, and that exactly describes the gameplay or game style of Boom Esports. And like the name, very explosive gameplay, we haven't seen them really take the slow approach coming through. They like to brute force their way through everything. On the flip side, coming like what Sleepy said, ONIC G, very anti-APAC. I have to agree and disagree at the same time, because I think they're both. They really know how to handle the APAC strat, and that's what makes them so interesting. They can play W gaming, they can go fast, but then they can take their time and really take it back and figure out what exactly should we be doing next to handle this W gaming sort of situation going on.
Yeah, definitely. And for some highlights on how ONIC G made it there, we've got our Broccoli a Day Keeps the Spike Away segment, in which Tash Bunny proves if she eats her veggies, ONIC G will win. This is what they did yesterday in their matches, both against Team Secret and Bleed. And it was not only intense for the players, but also for Tash as well. Because again, ONIC G, they played 100 and something rounds, and they had to have endurance, and they had to have a healthy lifestyle. So we get to watch the highlights while Tash is proving exactly that. Watching each match so intensely. Oh, God. Maybe a little bit of a whiff. Yeah, a little bit of a whiff there, but that's okay. ONIC G didn't win every round. They didn't win every map, but they won enough. And it's thanks to the broccoli.
I am so glad that happened.
Okay, my reaction while eating that was just that the match was so intense. And as I was doing that, I wasn't...
Oh my God, please eat here more, Tash.
It's just the one time I let my guard down, our producer Teo just starts recording, and I was just like, it's been a week since I always eat on desk, and now, the moment I eat my broccoli, you start recording.
Tash, I will be the first to tell you, it's not just one time. That was just the one time they recorded, Tash. That game was very intense, and again, you got to hear her reaction there. Oh my, blah, there goes the broccoli right out of her mouth. And I'm telling you, everyone that had the opportunity to watch that were delivered a treat here, as we got to see Monyet and the rest of ONIC G scrap for every single round, every single credit, every single kill, and they gets them here in the finals, and this is going to be our key matchup, Monyet versus Famous.
For Famous, I have been such a fan of him ever since I saw him for Sija Gaming back in Stage 2. And I think out of all the players, Famous really stood out, and see him come to Boom Esports made me question how exactly is he going to fit to the dynamic, especially when you have so many players who are already aggressive. And seeing that is kind of like reminiscent to what PaperX has with Jing and Jing as well as Forsaken, where you have Famous just go off doing whatever he has to do, and then you also have their duelists just trying to bring the team in. It's a very great dynamic what they do, and it suits their very explosive sort of gameplay. They love brute forcing every single round. Now if you look at Monyet is a very fluid, high ceiling sort of player. When he goes on Jet, how he dashes away and updrafts up is so good on how he gets those picks. He doesn't need any setups from his teammates.
I agree with that so much. I mean, you see a lot of these moments where ONIC starts to set up. They play a really slowish default at the start of the round, but then at some sudden moment, a flip switches and he just goes in, starts to updraft and finds knife kills everywhere. And it's something that really gives ONIC their edge.
Yeah, can't wait to see them in action because it'll be very tough to predict who's going to win with those two guys on the map. And speaking of predictions, our analyst desk have been predicting each map in each round. Obviously, you all at home, you get it right all the time. But here on the desk, there's something called accountability. So we got to face the music with our picks as we pull up to see exactly what we're going to have here. Yeah, there it is. Oh, who's that at the bottom?
That's embarrassing.
With the below a 50% pick rate.
No.
And then also below a 50% pick rate. These are my two analysts on the desk.
Okay, you have to understand one thing. I believe in copium. I
Okay.
will always go for the underdogs. So that's why.
I respect that. And as for me, come on. I came in late. I had some issues, you know, coming in here, and then I didn't have that many predictions.
All right.
I missed out on the first half.
I'm just throwing it out there. The Yosh boys, they might be biased when they cast because they love Orda, but they got their picks pretty right. They know what they're talking about. But to set us up for the rest of the day, let's get into our predictions for this final match here. Who will be the one joining Paper Rex and Xerxia over at Champions in Istanbul? Let's go you first, Eric Quack.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm trying to get, you know, my prediction rate higher, a little bit higher. I would love that. I really need to. But at the very least, here's what I'm going with for this prediction. I'm using Bleed as a yardstick. We've seen how these two teams perform against the best of MYSG, and that's Bleed. A little bit rough, but it is what it is. And at the end of it, you can see that Boom had a more decisive victory, and that's why my prediction for this one, I think it's going to be a four-map series, and I'm going to have to go with Boom.
Again, this is a best of fives. Thank you for that clarification. So, four-mapper, 3-1, Boom. Okay. Tash, what are you going with?
I'm going to go with ONIC.
Okay, well, you gave the pick without telling us what. Okay, go ahead and tell us why.
Okay, so number one, I love underdog picks. I love Copian picks. And number two, the tenacity, or rather their journey behind it, has been very, very interesting to follow. Losing to Boom, going through the lower brackets, having a very long day, now coming here, bringing us to an Indonesian Civil War, want to see them complete the revenge arc, makes it so exciting. So my pick is not really more on like skill or anything like that. It's just more for the storyline.
Yeah, we could see a lot of your picks have been more for the storyline. Yeah. You're making me nervous, Tash, because I also picked ONIC.
Oh, my God.
I do believe in the fact that this squad got a lot of character building in the last 24 hours to take down Team Secret every single round in regulation and then be pushed to the limit and beat the bullies of the APAC region in the form of Bleed. That was something that I think builds character into defeating the final boss. I guess we'll get to see what happens here as we finally get our map select underway. So the way it works is the upper bracket, our grand finalists through the upper bracket will ban the first two maps and select the first map. So they have control of where we start. Ascent, Breeze out, Bind in. Then we're on over to Haven next, Fracture, Icebox, and that leaves just one left on up. It's the one that no one's been practicing.
Oh, God.
Split if we go to all five. And if we've been trusting ONIC, it might go to all five here, y'all. What do you think?
Personally, I think that okay, this is against what I picked, but just seeing in terms of trends, for the first three maps, it might just go straight to Boom Esports. They have a really good track record on those maps. Those aggressions are just unaccounted for. But now in the grand finals, after seeing the character building, as you mentioned from yesterday, we can see there's a huge improvement in ONIC in just a few days. So maybe they have hidden strats. Maybe they want to go all out right now just to show that they're number one in Indonesia. Here's for the Copian picks. Let's go.
You know what? I'm going to disagree. I think the stats don't lie. Come on,
Ooh.
numbers really show. Like we were looking at the history of how these two teams played. There's a reason why Bind is the first pick. ONIC, they haven't had that much experience with it. They haven't played it, had much practice with it.
They
this
haven't played
entire
in this tournament.
Exactly.
The last time ONIC played Bind was actually during the Indonesian qualifiers.
So long ago.
It was a few months ago. So it's actually quite concerning thinking about that.
Yeah, well, the maps have been selected for all of our friends watching at all of the viewing parties across the world, in Singapore, in Thailand, in Malaysia, in Indonesia. Time will be right after this short break. The final spot from the APAC region to Champions will be here.
Jadi gue fokus ke Valorant itu udah dari tahun 2020 karena mimpi gue dari dulu ya jadi pro player lah. Nah dari situ gue mutusin buat lebih fokus ke Valorant. Tapi kalau untuk achievement buat diri gue sendiri kayaknya masih belum karena masih belum bisa berangkat ke Master.
Kayaknya orang-orang suka ngelihat gameplay gue yang eksplosif, sana sini, kanan kiri, mainnya loncat-loncat.
Kayaknya viewers ngeliat gameplay gue tuh kayak sering banget nge-clutch di match-match penting itu kayak misal round 11-11 terus roundnya udah tegang banget terus gue yang nge-clutch. Nah biasanya viewers taunya gara-gara itu. Buat fans Boom jangan lupa nonton kita dan dukung kita di Last Chance Qualifier. Stay hungry beast.
Hello and welcome back everybody to the VCT Champions, to VCT Champions Tour, might I add, of APAC LCQ. Welcome back, and it's the grand final, the matchup we've all been waiting for. My name is Pavlos, joined by Crema, and for today I think we're Crem Warrior, aren't we?
We are Crem Warrior for today, and also not Australian.
No, not Australian, definitely not Australian.
But yes, we have an incredible matchup. Boom versus ONIC, and it is a rivalry which Indonesia have learnt to fear and respect. 9 times these teams have played against each other over the course of the last couple of months. And with that, ONIC ever so slightly in the lead with 5 wins to Boom's 4. In the last best of 5 they played against each other, ONIC were able to take it 3 maps to 1.
Yeah, it is guaranteed that an Indonesian team will be representing APAC as a 3rd spot in Champions over in Istanbul after this is all done. So there's a lot of hype behind us. Indonesian pride, you know, we've gotten these stories of these two teams sort of battling out throughout this season, and now, yeah, maybe one of them has been on top of the other at some point in time throughout this season, but that doesn't matter anymore, right? It doesn't matter if ONIC had kind of a downfall towards stage 2. Now they're back up again, and now it's where everything will be decided. This is the most important face-up between these two teams.
It absolutely is, and on top of that as well, ONIC, despite continuously beating Boom in direct matchups, on the APAC stage, on the international stage, they've had a bit less success. So now that Boom end up going up against ONIC in the final, there's a world here where potentially it's their kryptonite. Of course, in predictions, I said Boom were probably going to be taking this one.
Yeah, I did as well. But to be fair, I was at the middle of the pack when it came to those predictions.
That's true. So if I get this right, I'll go 2nd place, which I'll be happy with. I'll beat Dion.
Okay. Well, there are some storylines that we can tap into before we head into this matchup, and I think they've already been kind of mentioned when there was a bit of an introduction to the Indonesian desk as well. That is, where do these two teams' strengths lie, right?
Absolutely.
I'm talking about Boom so far in the upper bracket sort of position. They've been very explosive with their play.
Pavlos, I see you in 6th or 5th place there.
Yeah.
That.
Tied with 4th with Key, right?
And me.
And you. Okay, so we're in the same spot then.
Yeah, in that queue.
Ah.
In that queue.
So we both would be stepping up if we get the victory.
Yeah,
now.
poor Conky. He could definitely be usurped at this point.
Komodo's been killing it though. Komodo really has been killing it. But yeah, let's tap back into the storylines, right? Where the strengths lie of Boom, right? Super explosiveness. How do you think that will fare up against ONIC?
Honestly, I think that ONIC have also shown that they have a really diverse playstyle, particularly on maps like Haven and Ascent. Of course, Ascent being removed instantly from Boom, realizing that actually, okay, we can't trust ONIC on that map, which I think is a really smart decision. And what ONIC were able to do yesterday, particularly on Haven, is they did such a good job at having these very, very fast-paced rounds, then immediately switching to a very slow default. And they didn't need timeouts for that. They could do this on the fly, which for me means Boom's IGLs, Boom's support staff, their coaches, they need to be on their A game for this match.
Yeah, and on the flip side, you have ONIC, which, in Sleepy's words on that Indonesian desk, he said they have an anti-APAC style, a little bit more reserved on that attack, right? A little bit slower, a little bit more feely out of those sort of positions. So yeah, this is the veto screen, everybody. The 5 maps that we'll be seeing competing out from today. Bind first up, Haven, Fracture, Icebox, Split, all of them coming together. And I think we can also start diving into Bind as well, because that is where things become very exciting.
For me, this is the biggest head-to-head I want to see here. It's between Ewok and Meow, the coaches. I think that both these teams are very good at utilizing their timeouts. They, once again, need to be on their A game for this match. It's the timeout usage, which I'm really looking forward to seeing. Because ONIC, they've, a bit more so than Boom, we've seen they're a bit of a momentum-based team, which means that they can be broken, their confidence can be shattered. And I think that's something with Boom being very experienced, that's something they're going to try and wield against them.
I mean, you've told me your prediction. You think Boom's going to take it. So do I.
In 5 maps.
But even in 5 maps.
We're
in
seeing
5 maps. Okay.
I think we're seeing Split, and I think overtime is going to soon become our best friend.
Split. Guys, you heard it. Stick around.
Yeah,
it might happen.
We'll
it might happen.
Wait and see.
Given the fact that after this tournament they won't have to play Split again for a little while,
That's
right?
very
Until
true.
It's being brought back, which we don't know when that is going to be. Considering that Split could potentially have the sort of chance to determine whether they will be qualifying to the international event they've been fighting for all year, it's quite a statement to make. It's quite a storyline. But yes, it is going to be Bind first. It is going to be Boom starting with things strong on the pick of their own. So I think we can also dive into their performances with that map as well so far. I mean, we haven't seen ONIC play this in LCQ, so maybe we'll expect something different from them.
I actually think from ONIC, this actually gives them a bit of an advantage because Boom have played it a fair bit. And in the maps that they have been playing Bind, they've been fairly long ones. We've not been seeing kind of very swift victories. And so because of that, ONIC have quite a bit to anti-strat. Of course, yes, they go into on a map that they haven't played all too much, but it's also a map Boom have no data on them for.
Yeah. And I think Boom have also felt a loss on this map, right? Against Bleed, 11-13. Although they did get a very important victory against Griffin, but you know, we're talking about 2 different calibers of play. But of course, we'll be diving into the matchup. Boom versus ONIC, the grand final everyone has been waiting for. One of these 2 teams will be representing by APAC alongside Exertia and Paper Rex.
Yep, there's a duel here to watch out for, Pavlos, between Munyet and Berserks. Both players can pop the hell off. Both players have had some consistency issues, and both players know how to utilize their teammates to a masterful degree. And I think, bear in mind, as Quack was saying on the desk, the yardstick for these teams is Bleed, and because of that, the yardstick is also Darion, who played better than both these duelists here, but he wasn't able to work with his team as well as these guys were. And it's teamwork makes the dream work, Pavlos, and right now the Indonesian dreams, they've been fulfilled, but the question is, which team will it be?
Yeah, we've also kind of seen Boom sort of change things up since the last time we saw them, right? New addition, kind of having the backup of coaches around on that back end. So, no, Boom is actually being very exciting with the comps, and I think we'll be able to see them straight out of the bat. Now, how does this fare with what we know so far? From the Boom side, I can already see that it's pretty much along the same lines.
Along the same lines, and the and R about a mirror matchup, except Severine going to that chamber. I quite like that, to be honest. Severine and Elnimore, they've had really nice combos in the past and working with one another. So putting Severine on the chamber gives you that bit of extra long-range capabilities.
So they have no flash. The initiator is Sova alone.
Yeah, which means we're probably going to be seeing something hyper-aggressive, because the longer the round stagnates for, the more shoulder peaks they're going to have to go for, and the more opportunities Boom have to punish that.
This is going to be a difficult one. I personally have some question marks around not having a flash on this map, but maybe they can prove me wrong. Maybe they can prove everybody else wrong and show why Boom shouldn't have picked up this first map against them in this best of 5. People of APAC, friends, everyone looking at this entire tournament and wondering who would represent us in Champions. Now is the time to put your eyes on the screen. Now is your time to go fetch your snacks, go fetch your drinks, because this is going to be a long one. We're here
to the marathon
for the best match of the tournament.
And as we get into the pistol round, we are seeing a few frenzies from the members of Boom, and as they stack up pretty heavily listing to A, it looks like that chamber pick we were umming and ahhing about from Severin is soon to be tested. Missed flash from Berserks means that he is going to be able to get a bit of a land grab here, but Severin, it's time to back away and await this attack.
Looking to initiate this matchup by Boom, taking a lot of space over to this A site. Is respected, Nebula's falling. Although a couple of players are fairly close to this. TP straight out of the bat, taken over towards B.
This is perfect. Elmimor's the only player who can stop him.
The mind games are already brought out from this team. One shot goes to Elmimor, somehow still alive. Still has the time to reload. Has to be careful. Elmimor with 2 before he even goes down. The reinforcements do arrive, but it seems that Blaze King is able to shut down the first.
Plant is going to go down as well. 3v3 retake. The low HP on Blaze King can be punished here.
Look at Blaze King. He's actually going to push up so far forward out of that poison cloud. Unexpected. That delays the push. Now we're looking at a 2 versus 2 with the 2 Boom players stranded on site, and ONIC behind the poison cloud that has just deteriorated. Famous does end up falling, meaning that Flipshitter could be the person to dictate the round. He is not. It's Monyet to put him to his grave, and it's ONIC with first blood of the grand final.
Monyet we rarely see on the Rays as well, so this is once again the unknown for Boom. They need to be able to play as reactionary as humanly possible, and it was a great start actually. Once they identified that ONIC had gone for a fast rotation to go straight through that teleporter to hit that B site, gets to the plant, Blaze King going through that smoke as well was an absolutely splendid play. But for Elmimor here, look at the time he buys, as all 4 players have to commit to trying to fight him there. And in doing so, what it means is that once that plant does go down, Boom don't have a chance to get off the site.
And it's a good start for ONIC, getting things off, started on a good point as well, considering this is not their own map pick, this is Boom's. And they'll be able to get better weapons into this one now. They're also known as the ones to get some really strong pistol wins and eco buys. It's not Boom to be the one to do that, although we've seen so many of these rounds in this tournament so far.
I like the fact of seeing a judge from Elmimor. It's kind of the confidence weapon to go for. And also Severin getting out a shorty. It makes me think that ONIC are trying to make a very swift bid to get to that operator online. For the members of Boom, it is just going to be a couple of Sheriff Cyril there. A kill where they can find it would be nice, but I don't think they're expecting a victory here, unless we see some absolute heroics from either Famous or Blaze King.
Elmimor isn't budging. Even though the paint shield's thrown at him, he knows they're not going to land by his feet. Therefore, he sticks around and holds full control over Hookah.
Boom make a bit of a coalesce over to this A site, all of them stacking up in shorts, which means, bearing in mind, there's quite a long-ranged duel to be held from ONIC, so there's a good chance Boom could just force out a plant.
It's a bit dangerous, though, as well.
Horn about to be used.
Because these Spectres can pack quite a bit of a punch. Severin draws out the Headhunter onto the site gravity well to deny the initial start of the plant. And now ONIC are wondering, will they be seeing a TP, or should they stick around with a second player towards the B site? No, commitment comes forth. That is going to be the plant commencing, permitted by ONIC. And now Boom can just fall back, taking space over Lamps. And again, ONIC have to take space off of them to make sure they can get on the defuse, and this is looking pretty good for Boom if they can find some picks. Shocked up to the side, Elmimor with the judge. Monyet just swings past them. It starts to look better for the ONIC side as no returns are coming in their opposition's favor. Flipshitter running away from the paint shell. Severin not allowing Blaze King to make a difference. This is looking clean by ONIC, as clean as it could be for the first 2 rounds of this match.
Elmimor just W-king with that judge as well. It's a really, really confident way to start your anti-eco. And that judge as well, it has effectiveness against rifles as well. So a really strong investment from him. Bearing in mind he is playing these point-blank angles. ONIC 2-0 in the lead. Remember, for a best of 5, a lot of the time it is a marathon, not a sprint. And on Boom's map pick, they are going to want to be able to get off with at least one map in our first sort of two, just so they're able to extend it. Bearing in mind they have, in my opinion at least, a slightly broader map pool. Of course, going from the lower bracket means that they couldn't control what the maps being banned were, just the order in which they were played.
Yeah, keep in mind, the only team ONIC has lost to in this tournament so far has been to Boom, right? Yeah. Boom have not faltered. Even though those maps, there have been some that have been close, they have dropped a few as well themselves. But you can expect this one to be a close one. ONIC, the momentum they've had from that lower bracket run, a dream lower bracket run, to be honest. So many teams that they've been able to knock out.
Right there.
And now entering a round we have not seen from them so far in this tournament. Bind, on a good note, it has started, but Boom now with a bye round. This is where all things can unfold in their favor.
Severin's trying to play a really close angle as well, which is surprising considering Elmimore's the one with the judge here. And it looks like ONIC want to take this control in short, but they're waiting to see Boom reveal themselves elsewhere on the map before they commit to this push.
Unless Severin actually aggresses even further. Right in the range of his rendezvous, does spot out one, but plays it back. Now Boom, look at this, not much time remaining already. Haven't used too much of the utility themselves. Which means that we may be seeing a very, very explosive take over to this A site.
No utility on Flip Shitter either means this is going to be really difficult.
Now already going to initialize this. Prowler to the side. NC Slasher out into the open, quickly picked up. Now on top of it, Blaze King finds himself to the backline. As soon as Elmimore thinks he can run away from it, he is denied that prospect. Boom. Such a strong take, but yet to get the spike down can mean that Monyet can do quite a bit. Though, misplacement of the paint shells mean the plant will be executed 3v5 as ONIC tried to retake. They need these trades and they need them quick. Monyet with the first one. Could be good if he has a follow-up. He doesn't have reinforcements. Has to do it alone. Now, Severin from the sideline, coming in with a judge. That's a beautiful kill into the smoke. Shiro as well, joining onto the fray. It's 1v2 for Severin, but he ends up dying to a swinging berserks, and it's Boom on the board.
Yes, they're on the board, Pavlos, but for ONIC, getting those 3 kills actually in the afterplant is really going to keep their confidence uplifted. There's that operator brought out by Severin. That explains the headhunters in round 2 and 3, and now they have that operator. Let's see how they change the tempo. Another judge comes out on NC Slasher this time. ONIC really favoring these shotguns as Boom go to Vandals around the board. The other thing to highlight now is the ult management. We're starting to hit the sunrise of our ultimate arsenal, and with that, I really want to see, particularly on the Astras, how these cosmic divides are going to be wielded.
Yeah, no, that got close. That got very close, and it already tells how much tension there is on this matchup.
With a really early showstopper from Monyet as well, I wouldn't mind seeing it just get used to get the man advantage against Boom, because if they can catch out someone like Flip Shitter or Blaze King, they lose the chance of using that Nightfall, and they also lose the chance of using an Afterplant Viper's Pit.
Oh, not many teams do this. Not many teams push so far out and short, and Severin has done it for a second time running. Clear ground-breaking positioning, and it gives all the information in the road for the rest of his team to reposition accordingly. Even runs away with a pick.
And running away with a pick means that Boom, there's only about a minute left on the clock. They don't have time to go re-clear 8 and then assault the site. They have to push into this B site as soon as possible.
Boom are playing in a very ONIC style right now. In a very non-APAC style. And it's, well, they've been able to find a pick to enter the B side, but they haven't cleared out the backside of it. Monyet now with a showstopper. Oh, misses the mark and can't reposition the crosshair in time. Blaze King elevated, does it all, but NC Slasher is so close to this. In and out of the smoke. Oh, he's so close to the action, but falls short of it. Severin with a headhunter with 2 players to pick up. This could be a very exciting start to this grand final. That's one with the operator drawn, but does he expect a left-hand side? The flick isn't there. It's Berserk to save the day, and it's Boom to double it up.
Pavlos to have players popping off just 4 rounds into our grand finals. Severin just a couple of degrees of flick away from being able to win our first clutch of our first map for Boom now. You know, something to highlight as well with Boom here is Blaze King. He's positioning himself in such a way where he is trapped in a corner, yes, but he's able to guarantee the plant. He already has players who are still back and long, so even if he dies, his team are probably going to win the after plant. Really selfless way to play that. The fact it works out for him on that fade is even better, because it means now at 7 kills, he's matching Monyet and mitigating the damage that incredible duelist is having so far.
Severin again with the opener. Such an influential player with a tour de force. None of his other teammates do have a weapon this round, which means the impact he will have here is that much more important.
The silver lining that Boom can take is that even though they lost a player, it's in a position where that Vandal can't be retrieved. At least until they head over to the safe site, which Flipshooter is making quite a loud foray of.
Yeah, they are showing their ground quite a bit, quite extensively. Guiding Light to enable the push. Oh, Severin. What a play would it been if he would have gotten a kill per site and run away with his life. The Viper Spit will drop, and so will the Spike. NC Slasher look outside of it. Looking in as if it's a fishbowl. Flipshooter. Entries. The flash is good. A bit uncomfortable. Ooh, spicy shot by Shiro, but that's all it is. It's Boom to gain the lead.
For Flipshooter, it's laboured alongside Berserk. Sure, but it works, Pavlos. It's the destination, not the journey in some cases. And for Boom, a 3-2 lead is just how you want to start. Oh, what a shot from Flipshooter there as well. To be able to shut down that player. And now you look at the economy of ONIC. Yes, they can buy, but there's nothing behind it. Losing this actually gives Boom a really, really good start to this half, something which may end up worrying them a little bit. I think the reason we're seeing Boom be a little bit more passive, Pavlos, is because we are in that grand final. We are just a few steps away from going to Istanbul, and for Boom, realizing this means that maybe they're a little bit shy of using that aggressive playstyle. Remember when Paper Rex played on the international stage, it took them kind of a tournament and a half before they started going back into that aggressive playstyle we know and love.
Severin is feeling it. He's finding
really is.
so much space. He's finding so many early picks. For the last 3 rounds, he's done it every single one of them.
Yeah.
But it hasn't really been translated into a win because Boom have actually won 3 rounds in a row. But it's good to see that he is on form for the grand final. Boom now rotating now towards its left side where Severin is there and waiting. He spotted out 3 of them, but he can't get away from this. Has to TP if he wants to save his life. But it also leaves Shiro stranded all by himself into B. Falls back to Elbow. It seems they're handing this site over. They're willing to take the retake.
With the Hunter's Fury available, they can delay or maybe even stop this plant as well.
But with the Spike going down, Shiro's trying to go for some scouting duties, but it may have been a little bit too early because it doesn't seem like his teammates may be able to capitalize on it just yet. Elmimore will take forever to get here. He's got a TP, he just uses it. Flipshooter though, with an all-important entry, keeps them at an even footing. Place King has been spotted himself, but ONIC are fearing to get pushing here. Painchels to get them out of the way, and now they start to regress. Looking to pincer them in. It's Elmimore showing his ground with the Sheriff, taking a lot of damage himself, but doesn't flick some, importantly enough. Gets the kill as well. This is really good stuff from ONIC. Therefore, all that he can do is look back in anger as the round is going over to ONIC.
What a clean retake from ONIC as well there. To be able to use all of their points of attack in Symphony. They waited for Elmimore to get into Hookah. Once he was in Hookah, Elmimore took cover once he distracted them, so the players coming through U-Haul are able to follow it up. Really, really effective way to be able to isolate the Boom players one at a time and to be able to sort of take 2v1s on different angles to make Boom's lives even harder. Remember, Boom, yes, they won 3 rounds in a row, but they were losing players in the process. You see that reflected in their economic standpoint now with an ult advantage, sure, and not a firepower advantage. 2 Spectres on Flipshooter and on Botol. I'm interested as to whether or not ONIC deploy the Hunter's Fury early on. Yes, they do.
Oh, look at Severin again. Look at Severin again, but he hasn't been spotted. NC Slasher's there to assist him, but he has to fall. Blaze King aggresses from the other end and catches them off guard. The showstop has been enabled from Famous. He wants to go in, and so does the rest of his team. And it seems that one has been left stranded, and that is Shiro. Severin is able to open things up to help him out just a little bit, finding safety into Lamps. This pace is amping up quickly. Berserks doesn't want to let go. Guiding Light, revealing there's someone nearby. Severin blinded and can't do a thing about it. Elmimore, the last one alive, but the last one also to die as it's Boom to get themselves on top.
Quick, clean, and ruthless Pavlos as Boom go onto that site. And they punish actually the fact that Shiro's using that Hunter's Fury. It means that there's no one else to be able to cover those players who are aggressing. So once they identify there's 2 of them, the fact they're able to get that first kill is perfect, and then they just snowball off the back of that. You look at ONIC's economy now, not in a pretty spot, and we see our first timeout.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this is Onic's timeout as well, right? Because this is actually paced up dramatically, very, very quickly. Yeah. And it was also the first round where Severin didn't end up with the first kill. Even though NC Slasher did, it was instantly traded, right? So, yeah, this is Onic's timeout. And it's getting a little bit dangerous for them because Boom start to have found their tempo, are starting to push aggressively. They're feeling comfortable.
Yep.
and they're getting the entries as well.
What I quite like as well is they're calling the timeout before any momentum's been properly established. It's been a to and fro for the time being. We've not seen any team go, okay, they're leading in momentum. And so I think ONIC trying to mitigate that happening from Boom are just calling it sooner rather than later. You look at Severin as well, 2 ult points away from a tour de force. Quick kill with a shorty and an ult orb, and we may be seeing a big scary French gun come out. This is alongside a Cosmic Divide on NC Slasher. I doubt we'll see that used. A Cosmic Divide, for me, has to be used with something. Whether it be a Showstopper, whether it be Seekers, whether it be to stop a retake. You can't use it just on its own, off the back, as almost a round-winning ability, much like you see people use with a Viper's Pit or a Tour de Force.
This should be a simple round for Boom.
Yeah.
ONIC, though, have been teams with the high success rates when it comes to those pistol wins.
Yeah.
But it also could have been the fact that they were playing against Secret, because they tend to lose
again.
a lot of those. And there we go. Mimor does trade out with a Sheriff. Not too bad. NC Slasher with the only weapon, but he's not really getting close to a relevant fight. Famous knows there's a defender nearby, but ends up losing his life either way. They're getting so many kills here.
Oh.
Are they pushing them? And they're getting all of them. Blaze King. Oh, he's dead as well. ONIC, where did that come from?
I love that. I absolutely love that. Elmimor, for me, was the player to watch out for. Once he gets that first kill, he sees he has the spike. Rather than actually leaving, what a lot of teams do is they use that dropped spike as information. They join the rest of the team and they stack based off that aforementioned info. In this case, he uses the snake bite to cut off one of the angles of attack. He then has Shiro push from B long to cover the entryway from cave. It means that he's able to actually stack up with his teammates in a bit of a kind of loose crossfire. Absolutely phenomenal. Boom's reaction as well, really not bad. They just push straight to the site, knowing that they're going to be able to get that spike, head back to that A.
That's why they're called the Thrifty Experts, because they do it again.
And Severin pushes short again, and it works again, Pavlos.
So many agains. But you know what also is happening again? It's a close call for both of them. No one seems to be separated from the rest. A shorty kill because he can, because he simply just can. Severin really coming alive. The IGL of this roster is doing so much this game.
He's leading from the front, isn't he? And right now these Legionnaires, they're ready to stand tall. Blaze King, good for two. Suddenly there's a chance.
There is a big chance because there's also a weapon in front of him. Severin says a big no to Blaze King, but if Tekbodal finds himself a gun to work with, but not at that position, won't be able to do a thing. Severin with an S. All buy down to your king, because he's got something to prove this match.
You know it's going to be a banger series with your first aces in the first 10 rounds. We haven't seen any incredible clutches yet, but it's only a matter of time, Pavlos. 14-6. Currently, Severin leads the server in kill counts. We spoke about how Boom have a few players. Blaze King is doing all right, sort of catching up on that fade. Right now, that round there, Severin just outclasses Boom. Reading them as well, knowing when to switch to that shorty, anticipating the push from Famous. You look at the ult management as well. The Tour de Force's back pocket means that big scary sniper is going to be prevalent for pretty much the rest of the half at this point.
No.
And he was umming and ahhing about aggression again there. I love it.
He always is.
I absolutely love it. For Boom, they do have that Cosmic Divide and Viper's Pits, but they've not really been in a position to use them.
Yeah, and the mistakes from the last time they played against Boom must be highlighted. Severin this time around is a little bit too far out into the open, ends up being killed. Moniet has a very unfortunate kill himself. NC Slasher isn't even seen, but he's still eliminated very quickly. Now, Snakebite might be delaying the spike plant, but it seems that Boom have such a big advantage at this point this round that it doesn't really matter.
What I love, and credit to our reservists for catching that snakebite from Flipshitter, which goes all the way over that ace site, lands on the back of L-Box, and what it means is that the players who were initially holding the showers control end up having to move to the side. They just get spammed through the box. NC Slasher doesn't actually have a chance to see anyone. He's just killed by bullets through walls and the vulnerability that comes from the snakebite. Incredible and very slight bit of tech there from Boom.
Yeah, well spotted there, Chromo. Well spotted. Didn't quite see that myself. So yeah, very big influential piece of utility to probably dictate this entire round.
Yeah, and it just set up that third kill. That third player was still alive. ONIC can go for a retake. But the fact he's just killed removes any chances of that. ONIC, it's a good call to save as well. Shiro and Elmimor, they can drop if necessary. And bearing in mind that with only 2 rounds left of this half, your economy, you need to at least be able to buy for the last 2. You don't want to end it on a kind of flaccid note as Boom move into a fairly strong position here. The economy's good, but it's not perfect.
No, it really isn't. But definitely getting the rifles out there, that's for sure. Both teams can definitely sustain the damage of a round. But I'm sure they want to gain an advantage early. This half has been nothing but close, nothing but back and forth. Boom with an early resurgence. ONIC to jump right back out of it with 2 rounds left in the half. They want the lead and they want it quick. Severine too far out of his depth, but he doesn't really care. He sticks around. Trailblazer will be shot and repositions once again.
The amount of utility Boom just drops there to make sure that we don't see the aggression of Severine cannot be understated, and it just hasn't stopped him. Boom set their gaze back away. Utility ready to be used.
Severine isn't the only player aggressing here for ONIC. You've got 2 very far posted up players in showers. Now, Knife will fall upon them, but Monier won't be able to care that as long as he's in position to shoot them as they start to push by. He's holding the angle, but Blaze King spots him. Flip Shitter with the entry. Everybody from Boom is finding success on the A site.
Right now, Blaze King is doing so much with that fade. To be able to get Nightfall hits every single player, the follow-up Haunt as well hits them. This is accompanied by the flashes of Berserks. The util usage from Boom is setting up these kills. It's not the aim that's carrying them to victory right now, it's the util. And remember, Pavlos, util is more consistent than aim.
This is the cleanest we've seen from attacking executes from any of the teams so far in this tournament, and we're seeing it now in the grand finals, knowing that set pieces is the way to go. Shiro will be able to survive, so will Severine. Guns will be saved. They found my trap. Which means ONIC will have a final buy, will have a final say in this half, but it's still Boom to guarantee they at least go equal in this half.
Right, for ONIC, that is going to leave a very bitter taste, considering Severine has been playing out of his mind. He is going to be able to invest into that operator next round, so we are still going to be seeing Severine go for these pushes to try and get these early picks. The only issue that Severine is going to be facing is I don't know how good the attacking operator can be on a chamber on bind.
We're just going to have to wait and see then. See if they can prove you wrong. 5 and 6 is the score. ONIC so far seem to have come in prepared, seeing there's some performances, just like Severine's, 14 and 7, by the way. Maybe can be the difference maker, but Boom seem to be switching up their tempo.
Look how ONIC have changed their tempo as well, playing so far back on 8. They want to play retake with the Showstopper and counter Cosmic Divide.
It's respected, but at the same time, Severine spots 2. Oh, but do they know that there's someone posted up quickly behind them? They've got no clue. They have no idea Flip Shitter is there. Oh, or do they? Oh, they do.
This is so smart.
Oh, NC Slasher. He's just checking it. He spotted out the gun, and that's a kill! ONIC are now ahead in numbers. The A site will be infiltrated, but it doesn't matter. It's still a 5v3, 5v versus 3 in favor of ONIC.
That Showstopper can really ruin someone's day as well, but it's not needed, Pavlos!
Doesn't even come down to the retake when Monier pops off like that. Famous will just simply be cleaned up. And that is Boom. Equalized after ONIC's success.
It's calculated aggression, Pavlos, from Severine. Once again, he pushes. Once again, he catches out one of the Boom members. And who better to catch out than the heavy hitter of Boom at the moment, being Blaze King. 6-6, it's all tied up as we end our first half of the grand finals. And honestly, Pavlos, these teams once again are looking indistinguishable.
I wonder if that's what we're going to be seeing the entire matchup, right? Are we going to see this in this entire best of 3?
Probably.
5? I just said 3 with F at the end, so it was at the start. So it sounded like best of 3. Yeah, no. It's a best of 5, everybody. It's the grand final. Either, well, any of these 2 teams from Indonesia can be representing APAC by the end of today. And the fact that we're starting up so close, carrying on the theme of the past 3 days of matches being insanely close. By the way, yesterday we had, I think, 4 13-11s, 1 13-10, and 1 14-12.
It shows you how close these teams are. It really, really does. And it feels like kind of games like these, like matches to make history, are going to continue to just exude confidence in the region as well, knowing, hey, we have teams in our country which can deliver on the international stage. And for Indonesia, they're going to be able to see that international stage. But who will it be? Boom or ONIC? Our Hungry Hounds or our Happy Hedgehogs? We'll have to see in just a moment.
Hungry Hounds or Happy Hedgehogs? Who is it going to be? Now, as we enter the other half, we just start to wonder, will Severine have the same amount of success now that he will be on the attacking side? And, you know, you can't guarantee that players will be heading into his crosshairs. But knowing Boom's aggression, we may be seeing some of that action carrying onwards, but it's time to also see if other players can step up in his place.
My concern on Boom is who picks up the operator. There isn't really an agent for it, so it's going to have to be on a bit of an off-roll.
And it's also where we start to see whether ONIC not having a flasher in this composition will affect their attacking performance.
Yeah, and ONIC, it's that slow, calculated play, which we weren't so much expecting from the going into this tournament, but we've learned to really respect. And because of that, Boom, you see, dropping a fair bit of early utility, they do garner a bit of info off the back of it. But remember, without flashes, it's the actual taking of these positions in which they're going to struggle.
Here.
Well, it seems they're entertaining an idea of that B-long position. And it's quite heavily infiltrated by defenses.
Here.
Stocked up. Oh, that nade, if it's well placed. It isn't quite. Nade in return, guiding light. They're both peak. I believe they have been spotted. Oh, Severine, his body goes back, but his spirit is left behind.
It's all onto Flipshitter once again, the anchor of Boom. He doesn't hear them from ONIC, but he knows they're coming.
And Flipshitter can do everything. Like you said, he knows they're coming. Swings out, that's the kill. And Boom are on a big advantage point here. Monia, drive-by, completely takes him down. Oh, he ends up falling himself, but Shiro is so low in health and he doesn't really have the reinforcements he would have liked. And that is Famous with a triple kill to put Boom on top in this pistol.
7-6, and I love that from Flipshitter. He identifies that they're coming, goes into a corner, realizes that he only has to kill one, and he only has to delay the plant. He does both, kills that first player, gets the snake bite down in time to mean that the rotation of that spike could be caught out. You see from Shiro there, he has to get it into L-box. He can't do it, and for Famous, it's just a chance to pluck one player after another out of this round. ONIC, they go for some sheriffs, and let's be honest, Pavlos, ONIC with sheriffs are just as scary as the rivals, and so they can.
Oh man,
Boom cannot get too confident.
I love how
here.
we mention it every single time, but either way, we say it in a sense of, oh, it's not going to happen again, but it always does. It always happens, though. It always happens again. So, well, maybe not this one, because Almimor just gets caught. But on the other end, we're seeing the troops being lined up and ready to start to execute. Although two of them have been spotted off because of the owl drone as well. Blaze King will have an influential position to keep them back from doing any damage towards Garden. Oh, it's close. Oh, it's close. Peekaboo! It's still a trade, but how more can you get? Monia stays alive. Paint Shields to the right-hand side corner. Berserks will have to peek, or will he? He's still alive, doesn't take too much damage, and that's a Spectre. He wants more out of this, I'm certain, but without too much health, he needs to be as accurate as ever. He will not be, though, as Boom guarantee an 8th.
The fact that even the eco rounds look like, for a moment, they could be scary, sort of gives this whole series this sort of Stygian, brooding atmosphere where you know there is going to be carnage. It's the quiet before the storm, and right now we have only just entered the early winds.
There's literally no round where you can chill and be like, yeah, this is probably ours. We can play this a little bit more slow.
Exactly.
Right? It's every round that you need to be scared of.
What I think is quite interesting is because ONIC did have every player go for Sheriff's last round, their buy isn't great going into round 15. The Guardian has to come out, there's 2 Bulldogs.
Ouch.
But against Boom's buy, Boom's bonus isn't very pretty either. Yeah. It's the Bulldog on Famous that really has to get the mileage done here. And for Boom, it's just a matter of go for some small control and short. But ONIC, that's a strat of their playbook. They know exactly how this works.
It also means that Boom actually have a chance in this one. In the Poison Cloud. Forwards trying to wallbang, but it's Monia to come out on top, somehow barely surviving. Famous as well, with only 1 HP, why not? Oh, that's a Stinger nearby, and that's a free Vandal. He'll take that, thank you very much. Come again. Onto the A side they go, Famous with an upper angle. They won't be expected, but they all take the TP. But is it for good reason? Because the 2 players from Boom are on the left-hand side, and they're all being mowed upon. No one survives from ONIC out of that fight. Boom get a 9th.
We thought it would be a battle. It was a slaughter going through that teleporter. In premise, it's a great idea. You've been hit by the Prowler. You know that there's a Vandal waiting for you on that A site, so you're going to try and out-rotate your opponents who have already aggressed from long there. From Berserks, and I believe it was also Tebozal, that defense there, that crossfire in short. Bear in mind, Berserks wasn't really in any cover because he didn't have to be. He was just there to draw fire, allowing his teammate to tag them up. Yes, the weapons were inferior, but at point blank, Pavlos, everything hurts the same. For ONIC, a couple of sheriffs to wield, but that feels like a pity price now as Boom extend their lead to 9-6.
Yeah, no, ONIC really pulled the Boom there. You know, we've seen that a couple of times so far with them taking the TP and attempting the fake, but not working out. But this time it was Boom actually waiting for it. Big time. Blaze King takes a lot of damage from Yuto there. Paint Shawl, Snake Bites, the lot. That's the opener though for Boom. Big opening capabilities. Shira finds himself a Phantom, and with Blaze King low, it's not impossible. Throwing the shock dart, barely missing the mark. But the rotations have come in for Boom. The assistance is there. It's all down to Shiro! It could have been, but isn't. Still Boom on double digits have really extended this lead.
It's like in these flashes of consecrated light, we see just players topple and fall, and heroes emerge from both teams. Boom, they're just about able to win yet another 1 versus 1 to extend their lead to 10-6. If you're on ONIC right now, you are running out of time. You only have about 1 or 2 buy rounds left in you before Boom are going to be able to say goodbye, set the sun on map 1, and set the sun on what is going to be their momentum in the series.
And the momentum has stacked up, right?
Yeah, it has. It seriously has. Luckily for ONIC, the silver lining is that you do have a showstopper to wield. Every other ultimate is only 2 points away, so we are going to see a bit of a power spike from them. But you got to do it with guns, and right now, this could be the last of the guns on ONIC.
Once again, Severine just presses that rendezvous. His body goes back, but his life is left behind. And ONIC have actually started to trade equally here, and Moniet dies to his own showstopper. That is unfortunate, trying to get a kill. It happens. Happens to the best of us. Happens to pro players that are about to represent their region in APAC.
Interestingly enough, Boom probably could justify going for this retake. In fact, they're saving. Makes me think that they know that ONIC are going to have a fair few ults to wield next round. They just want the best buy they can, so they can anticipate the buy afterwards. By the time the round count is 10-8. It's some really cool forward thinking. And actually, if I'm on Boom, I wouldn't mind seeing a timeout next round. Just to prevent ONIC from even getting the momentum from 1 round. Just win it down to a timeout.
But this is really big for ONIC, right? Because they were starved by victories for quite some time. It seemed that Boom had all the responses. It seemed like ONIC had a really tough time actually entering, but now they actually managed it.
What I quite like from ONIC is their defense had a lot of aggression to get the initial kill. Boom's aggression is to out-rotate for either the afterplan or to punish ONIC should they change their mind. What it means is that ONIC are forced into quite a one-dimensional take as to which site they actually thrust their players upon.
What scares me is that all these peaks are still dry. Imagine a player standing in the right position. He'd been able to shoot them all down. There's no flash.
We saw that with the Spectres in round 2. Once they went through that teleporter, it was just an absolute slaughter. Luckily, they have ults which have helped with that, but without the Viper's Pit now, I'm interested as to how much dependency ONIC are now going to find on that Cosmic Divide. Boom not opting to time out, instead opting to savor their momentum with a Nightfall and Seekers available, one away from that Viper's Pit on Flipshooter, and you see him aggressing into showers there with Famous to try and secure that.
Yeah, and with no flashes also, Boom don't feel any responsibility to fall back, right? Play it safe. There's no need. They can post up aggressively. I guess there are abilities that can clear out those corners, yes, but still tough to just hold those positions.
Interestingly, ONIC's small bit of noise on long there has triggered the rotation of 2 of the 3 players on that ace site, and it means that Flipshooter actually disconnects from showers. He's unable to get that ult orb, and now Boom have a very weak defense on this ace site off the back of what was just 2 abilities.
Well, we only just now see a rotation for Famous towards the right-hand side, but no, he lingers a little bit longer.
He's doing such a good job. He's got 4 players locked on this site. Flipshooter needs a hero play right now, otherwise they're going to be in huge trouble. And they bait out the Nightfall as well.
That is amazing. Boom really thought it would have been a B execute, but it isn't. Now they enter towards this A site, but again, no flashes, and Flipshitter can only just hide here and not want to budge at all. The Poison Cloud will fall. That is one thing that they have at their disposal, but 25 seconds to come, and they still haven't gotten the spike yet. NC Slasher needs to swing, but he hasn't gotten the time. They're all going to use the TP as soon as the Seekers are enabled from Boom.
Oh, the rotation. It may get there in time, Pavlos, but it's only 13 seconds.
Shiro now entering, but they haven't realized that Bodo might be already on site. They're not checking it. They haven't looked. That's going to be a trade, but all of the kills falling in favor of Boom. 6 seconds, and the spike will be going down, and it's Famous and Flipshitter that will try to cancel it all.
ONIC just out-rotating Boom there, beating them fundamentally. Boom, even if this retake works, need a timeout.
It was a double fake this round, but Famous might be making this round just a bit more doable if they give him the opportunity, but no. Famous has been taken out together with Flipshitter, and that is ONIC trying to close down that gap.
Severin as well, that 3K shows that he's woken up on the second half. He had a great first half, but on the second half, he's only had about 2 or 3 kills. It's been a very slow awakening to the party, but now he's here. ONIC, alongside the fact they're starting to get their ults, they're starting to build a bit of economy. We do see a really, really strong position for them. For the members of Boom, what do you change? Well, I think if they hadn't rotated, there's that timeout we wanted to see. I think if they rotate just a little bit slower, then they never actually would have left that B site. Or if they had an anchor in place, that double fake just wouldn't have worked.
We're seeing, again, troubling face. Well, we're not seeing the faces, but I'm sure they are troubled at this point in time, knowing that ONIC have found the code, realized how Boom are playing. Right, we saw them over to the B site, kind of trying to draw as many people as possible. They successfully did so, and as soon as they think they did, which they did achieve, of course, you don't always have the information. They don't have the information we do. We actually see all 10 players on the map, but they had the suspicion, of course, that the B site had so many players. They moved towards A, and then it happened all over again with a rotation through the TP.
That's a testament as to how good Severin is as well. For one player to draw the rotation of 4 members of Boom. Now look at their economy as well. It really suffered these last couple of rounds, and ONIC now swiftly putting themselves back into the driver's seat, looking to steer us back to what could potentially be Hedgehog Heaven for them if they can shut down Bind and then take us to Haven.
Well, it's still a small buy, even though it's not a full commitment, even though it's an effort to get a complete buy up the next one. It's still one that can pack a punch. A couple of Spectres, a Bulldog and a Vandal. Of course, Famous on the Sheriff. You have to fear it, you have to respect it. And there's a full wraparound coming in over Showers.
ONIC have read it. They know it's coming.
They're looking for it at least, but do they know it is actually coming? Moniet does. Retrieves the 1. Do you expect the second? Famous with a swing. That's just some damage, no kill. And that sets ONIC up for success towards this A site. It's only Blaze King to be dealt with, spraying across the smoke. Reveals his own position, swinging out again, catching them off guard. But he gets taken out by Snake Bites, Paint Shells, and Shock Darts. And it's only Tekbodo and Berserks to remain.
A corrosive concoction of what is essentially Tails for Boom leaves them with only 2 players left. And for ONIC, Munya is low on HP, but it doesn't matter. He doesn't need to fight unless Botal, as Astra mentions, too easy. He could be the one to spearhead this retake.
Might be best if the agent didn't say too easy when you're up against so many players, but unless she can see into the future.
Hawk.
Maybe he's entered Astra form and has seen the multiverse and knows the outcome of this one. But there's simply no time. Snakebite loses its mark, but up against the 3, you can only hope to save. Shiro is waiting out, and Tekbodo without a gun will have to die. ONIC with 9. And when we thought they were no longer relevant in this matchup, they have to rethink it, because Boom may lose their advantage the next round.
For ONIC, as long as there's teammates at their back and the business end of a Vandal to their front, it seems like they are going to be more than happy to continue this comeback. The fact that they have been able to start grouping together now, they're no longer being caught out one at a time. More importantly as well, their fakes are looking a lot more convincing because they have started stacking together. When they send Severin to go make a bit of noise, he doesn't make a noise, he makes a racket. And that same racket, ONIC are currently running on Boom with the Tour de Force available, with the Hunter's Fury available. They go up against Flipshitter's Viper's Pits, but what good can it do now with ONIC racing to an equalizer?
Well, they're not racing particularly this round.
No, well, it's, yeah, they've sort of slammed on the brakes.
But the stability and the rounds they've been gaining time and time again, yes, that does show quite a lot of pace.
We've hit a corner.
Yes.
Sonic It doesn't necessarily mean...
Did you just call them Sonic? You
maybe.
might as well have.
Maybe.
They've called themselves
Gotta
that.
go fast. And
they gotta go fast.
At least not for another good 40 seconds. as
it does tend to be. But
Boom
yeah,
being fairly passive to start their round as well, which I quite like.
the Trailblazer does spot out movement onto Severine, so they know there's some sort of a split going on, but do they know that the aggression is about to come upon them?
Berserks. 2 Hawks ready. There's that first one. There's that first affirmation of presence, but they don't know how many.
And Hookah's open. So ONIC can simply just move into that, although Elmimore is a little bit scared to do it by himself. Guiding Light Berserks is just walking past them. Spray down could be good, but it's not. Tekbodo on the back end, on the other hand, is the one to do a lot of the damage. Blaze King as well, here to assist, but he's got assistance from Flipshitter as well. Tekbodo all by himself gets 4, and Flipshitter only needs the 1 onto Elmimore.
No ace required, no ace needed, because he's got teammates. And for Boom, that'll be 11. 2 rounds separate these two teams, and for Boom, those same 2 rounds separate them from a victory in their opening map. Their map pick, might I add. We are on Boom's home territory. The first map of this series means they looked at every map in the pool and went blind. That's where our battle will be.
And after a 3-round drought, Boom seem back in charge. And Tekbodo to pick it up after not having such an influential game, it must be such a big confidence builder.
You're right. Blaze King also having a great performance so far. It's going to look to try and continue that for the latter stage of this map. Severin. Oh, both players spot one another out. Neither land their shots, but the psychological damage is definitely there.
Yeah, we all flinched there. We all flinched there. It was a close call. Famous is sticking around. I love how Boom know, like, the possibilities of them being punished in these close distances is minimal.
I think that now they've been faked once or twice, they're now being a lot more aggressive with their attacks, and they're a lot more aggressive with their defensive stances, purely so that it doesn't happen again. Once again, Berserk spots out the presence on B long, but he doesn't know how many players. And for ONIC, this could be something they look to use and abuse, setting every single player around to Hookah instead.
Adapting on the spot, but what also ONIC have heard is that a Hawk has been taken over to the B long side, but instead of moving in to Hookah, instead of moving into that left extremity, they instead just go down mid. Look to move into A short. There's a gap through the smoke that could make them visible. And I think they just may have, because the rotations have already started. It's a little bit awkward for Moniette, but thankfully Elmimore is there to collect the pieces. They've taken Lamp's control, but with the Viper Spit falling, they know that Flipshitter is close by. Severine there and waiting for it. ONIC are not done with Boom just yet.
Blaze King needs to be careful as well, running into that vulnerability. Elbow has been taken, and for Boom, do we see a save?
Are we really seeing a save?
I love this, Pavlos. Look at the money on Boom as well. They can't risk losing this because they're handing the equalizer over to ONIC. So in going for the save, you still have weapons to wield. Your teammates can drop if needs be, and for ONIC as well, you've also baited out a lot of their abilities. They've used their Cosmic Divide, and their Tour de Force is been used as well. They're not going to need their Hunter's Fury until next round, but that can be avoided.
That is mad, considering the fact that, I mean, we've seen these two teams play up against each other before just a few days ago in the upper bracket. They felt maybe there's not too much to lose and they would go for these. We would see so many crazy plays, and so many of them have worked out because ONIC or the team in a better position will just underestimate them and make mistakes.
Yep.
But Boom are not going for this one this time around. Yep. They hold back.
It's just perfect. Just perfect. And, you know, 11 to 10. Teams, once again, when it comes down to each minor mistake, they will and can be punished. Moniette does still have a showstopper, and he's had that for a round or two now, so I'm interested as to how he's planning on wielding that against Boom. Over on Boom, in terms of ult management, you have that Cosmic Divide and Sabo's ult. He's had that pretty much all half, and we've not really seen too effective of a use for it in the first half either. For Boom, it's going to be Famous's showstopper next on the horizon, and that for me is going to be a serious wake-up call for ONIC to be a little bit more passive. Boom, they attempt aggression. ONIC, other side of the map, means once again it's Flipshitter to be the sole defender of this A site.
Yeah, it's both teams on opposite sides, right? And we're already seeing a pivot from the defenders.
Is it in time, though?
Maybe.
Yeah,
but
ONIC slowed down.
Aren't really committing.
ONIC, it feels like ONIC right now are outsmarting Boom, but it's Boom's minor utility usage which has been able to keep them this lead.
There's a fine line between outsmarting and just losing time.
Boom look like they want to try and gamble and go for a retake and showers here.
Ooh. Messy slasher. gets caught. No reinforcements. That is Boom with a rotation, making an execute happen, gaining space to make sure they have the info, but they end up with a kill as well, and they're very happy about that.
45 seconds left. We need to see ONIC start gearing up for an execution, and very fast, otherwise they could just be timed out.
I think Boom are happy to keep their players polarized across both sites now. Having 2 is not too bad of a deed when they've already eliminated one of the attackers.
30 seconds left.
They have also triggered the rotation. They're hitting the weaker sites here.
Could be the best decision they made, but at the same time, they have to clear these corners. And again, without flashes, maybe near impossible. Showstopper to enable them forwards. It's a showstopper from the defensive side again, but it's BlazeKing the only person to get a kill on that defense. But they do level the playing field, and they will be able to get that spike down.
Absolutely perfect. Boom are going to be going for the retake this time, though, and they need this first kill, and they need it fast. 3 versus 3. This could spit deployed.
Yeah, this could be the one for the equalizer. It could be one to put Boom on map points on their own first map pick in this best of 5 grand final. Flipshidder, he could be playing with an elbow here. It's risky. Ends up with a shot through the wall to get the first kill out of this retake. Elmi Moore on the case though. Elmi Moore wanting to disallow it. Onto the other side. Severin can simply spray down and get a kill here. Does he know it's being defused? It has been defused halfway, but he eliminates Flipshidder. Berserk's on the case, but it's Severin alone. He has to clear them both. Berserks! What a shot to put Boom on map points.
Absolutely perfect. And that skill doesn't just come from the fact that he's able to just keep his opponents away. He's also able to buy time. He does so with his utility as well. Even that Hound on B long. It means that for the members of ONIC, they have no choice but to hit that A site because Berserk's info gather on B was just perfect. And with no follow-up Pavlos past that Cosmic Divide, ONIC really need to head back to the drawing board for what could potentially be the final round of this opening map. Timeout called. I love it. They've been holding on to it. Coach Ewok now going to be sharing his whimsical words of wisdom to the members of ONIC, and we'll see if that is all that is required to find these last 2 rounds.
But at the same time, Boom on the other camp. They're 1 round away, and ONIC need 2 consecutive ones. And they put so much into that fight. So much of it. Viper's Pit, Cosmic Divide. Showstopper? Was that also used?
Yes, it was.
Quite a bit.
Quite a bit. And for ONIC, BlazeKing may be able to get a Nightfall. Berserk's going to get the Seekers. But they need to find a way to make that last 2 rounds. Same for ONIC. Sho's had that Hunter's Fury for a good while now. They need to get some serious mileage from it to make that delay effective. 1 round is all Boom need. Their money, not great. So Bulldog has to come out on Flipshidder. But, and this is a big but, Pavlos, they've guaranteed overtime.
The question also is, can they close this out? So many of these series have been in a situation where they haven't been able to easily close them out. They've struggled. So many of these teams. Boom has been one of them.
Yeah.
Well, hell, ONIC has been one of them.
Severin on the aggression hookah here. This is a bit more aggressive than the Severin we're used to, and I quite like that change of pace.
It is a change of pace because at the same time they've left Severin alone over on hookah.
On topic of leaving players, BlazeKing hasn't left the spawn of Boom. I imagine this is so he can rotate to each site as quickly as possible.
That's how much in the dark they are, and that's how much they know that they love their rotates.
Yeah.
Tech Bodal. Ooh, as soon as the rendezvous does appear, the rotation back from BlazeKing will enter towards that B side, but it's Monyet to try and do his best to gain space for his team. He has found one, but it quickly traded by Famous, who is still a nonsense, waiting to go in with his teammates as soon as the opportunity arises. Blyspec to the far end, pushing down, pushing back his opponents. Tech Bottle on the swing. Tech Bottle with 2. The spike does go down, but to what cost? ONIC have lost so many players. Severin tries to do it, but now he's all by himself, and they know where he's going to come from. They know what to do. Diffuse it, throw their abilities at him, throw their bullets at him as well. 13-10. It's Boom to take home the first map of this grand final.
Oh, what a way to start our grand finals, Pavlos. An incredible performance from Boom to be able to use their teamwork, their minor utility usage. BlazeKing for me, even though he kills Pavlos, he is more than a one-dimensional instrument. He is the multi-tool of Boom to be able to also set up every single player so consistently as well.
Very, very nicely done by Boom to close out this map. On the defense, looking a lot more comfortable, whether that was perhaps by ONIC's weird composition.
Yeah. To me, it feels like Boom were able to do so well there purely because it was their composition being good rather than ONIC one being bad. I think ONIC composition does work in their playstyle a little bit, but it did require everyone to be aiming well, and they just weren't able to anticipate the small util setups.
Well, Boom definitely show us who is boss and why they picked this map. Ladies and gents, we'll be back after a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, welcome back to VCT APAC LCQ. We're at the finals now as Boom strikes first. The Hunter continues to do exactly that against the ONIC Hedgehogs. You know, like that? ONIC the Hedgehog?
ONIC the Hedgehog. I like that.
Digon here with Tash and with Quack. And round one, map one, goes to Boom, but it went pretty much expected. Both these squads, not a lot between them, Quack.
I mean, it really was kind of even towards the first half, but the second half is where we start to see Boom start to shine more. It's kind of like what Sleepy was talking about, that organized chaos. They really pushed down more on defense, which their goal was to really just constrict ONIC movements. And once that happened, they got intel. They managed to keep them trapped in. They won, like, what, 4 rounds in a row. And then ONIC, they started to change the pace, which was really, really interesting. And that's where Boom started to struggle a bit. But towards the end is where we start to see Boom shine because they really adjusted. They knew how to adapt to that change.
I like that you mentioned that because it's the anti-APAC strat that ONIC likes to do. Now, how did Boom deal with that anti-APAC strat? What they did was just go faster on defense, kind of catch them at their own spawn, or even before they could get near a site, before they could even fake it out, just going by just like one single information. And when you pushed, you no longer see those one-man pushes. You see 3 people pushing into showers, straight up getting a kill, push up some more, pick up another, and immediately they just say, okay, there's no more people outside of showers, go straight to B, and that was pretty much the end. And on top of that, there were a lot of misplays as well, and this is honestly a battle of misplays, because when you think about it, it was more of like Boom taking advantage of that. You saw there was one round that every single player of ONIC had their ultimates. We saw 2 ultimates popped out. That was the Viper's Pit, I believe, as well as the Showstopper. Now, the Showstopper was the biggest problem here, because Monyet accidentally blew himself up. He did pick one, but without that advantage, you can't really help your teammates. And another Showstopper mess up was on B side by Monyet. He was supposed to hit Famous, missed entirely, and he got shot out in the end as well. And Boom loves to capitalize on those plays.
Yeah, I am tired of seeing raises on bind, because the raises on bind, specifically in APAC in this LCQ, have been subpar. Some would say sub-rosa.
It's a great duelist to play on this map, but the one thing is sometimes with APAC you get a little bit too chaotic and then things happen. But of course, when it comes down to it, Famous comes out on top. He's the MVP of this entire match, landing a lot more utilities, a lot more ultimates, and although sometimes with the satchel it's a bit of a miss, but at the end of it, you know, I think Monyet struggled a little bit more.
I mean, if you look at the performance of Famous on Raze in this map in particular, he always shines. He's always top fragging, goes way ahead than everyone because he's not afraid to take up space. He doesn't really rely on those setups to get those picks as well. He's just a very comfortable player on that. And on top of that, I mean, in the beginning, we did see Severin really step up, but as soon as you go on to attack, you can't really do much as a chamber.
Yeah, it's really that defensive side. We start to see it towards the end of that graph, I think around round 20, is when the combination of Berserks and Tabletol, they really had this beautiful combo of deliberate star placements that really kind of scare ONIC into holding back a little bit more, and then you start to push out and really catch them by surprise. So I think this is something that Boom can bring into the next map, because this is something that we hear a lot from Masters. The greats always say this, that in order to be one of the best teams, you have to beat the best teams on their own map picks. And now that this is ONIC's map pick, it's going to be tougher for them to hold, because Boom had such a great performance against Bleed on this map, which is like, you know, the bullies of APAC. Boom beating them on it. It's going to be tough for ONIC to really perform back against this.
This is scary because when you mentioned that Boom did not do well, I mean, ONIC didn't do well against Bleed on that map in particular, and they still went for it. Yeah, it's just like, wow, you are actually facing your demons, you know,
like
head on.
My actual number is, because Boom had 13-7 against Bleed on Haven. Meanwhile, ONIC had 14-12, which is like so much tighter. It's a little bit scary.
That's your yardstick, right?
Yeah.
Bleed.
I keep going back.
It was tighter, but again, it showed the grit within this ONIC squad. They were trailing for most of the time, were able to battle back, as they almost did here against Boom in the first map on Bind. Remember, Boom were down on economy. It was ONIC that were sitting pretty, had enough credits to buy whatever they wanted, but they bucked the trend and were able to close out the map. And now we're heading to map number 2. Let's send it on over to our casters to get us into Haven.
Let's get into Haven, right? We saw the first map dominate. Well, I wouldn't say dominating, but towards the end, it was looking a lot stronger for the Boom side. But yes, the grand final has only just started, basically, and the second map is just a continuation of it.
You're absolutely right. And I mean, hey, if that first map is a taste as to what's to come, I cannot wait to get into Haven. Of course, Boom, yes, they were able to take map 1, but it came bloody close. And ONIC, they did make Boom sweat on many occasions on that map. Severin, for me, was the player to watch out for on that chamber. Now he moves to Haven, he has even more space to wield those operators, those tour de forces, and even just in general work with his teammates in that same sort of coalition of basic utility which we've known. And for me, that was what started the fire, my passion for ONIC.
Well, overall, it doesn't seem that much is changing on the Boom side. But when I look onto the other end of the spectrum, we start to see the same exact thing. Okay, nothing changes. No, right. Both teams playing what is familiar to them. They both played it in this tournament so far, and both have had very close results. And I love what Quack said about having Bleed as a placeholder to kind of see how they stacked up against them. Well, we don't know how much that stands, really, because we don't know how strong Bleed was on that particular day. But I do like the idea. I do like the idea that Boom may have been a little bit more dominant on it. But it's time to see what their resilience looks like as ONIC has the chance to try and equalize the playing field before it's too late.
You're absolutely right. And for ONIC, this is the map to do it, right? The map we know that they are damn good on. Yes, it was a bit closer against Bleed, but all of ONIC's victories are close. They just a team that likes to take their time. They like to play with their food a little bit. Going to Bist around, a bit of early aggression from Shiro, trying to get into that A control. It is forced away off the back of the Astra from Boom, and with that, it's going to be a moment to breathe, then straight back into this hit with Berserks getting the opening.
Yeah, he just finds an angle to shoot through and just presses mouse 1 multiple times until something connects, and it does. Elmimore is now dead, and now the A-site will pursue here from ONIC. Quick reactions, though, from Boom to enter this, and they have multiple players holding down these crossfires, and it will be a simple chokehold to take ONIC down.
I mean, over on ONIC, they rest recuperate, go for the second hit, but it's Boom to recover as they bring that first round in a very clean fashion. Berserks popping off on that jet. Of course, Berserks had a fairly quiet bind. It wasn't so much, you know, kind of 6 or 7 kills. He was doing all right, but we didn't see any of those flashy plays that we sort of know him for. Over on ONIC, it was definitely Severin who we were saying a lot more. Of course, he's now taken a step back from the chamber. It goes over to Shiro, who is a completely different beast. He is even better on that chamber, dare I say, Pavlos. And so for Boom, getting that early start is definitely a very, very good sign for their confidence.
Berserks, again, could become influential here. Only 1 shot connects. Opts to drop back as the dagger has been thrown at him. Famous, on the other hand, will go for the trade. Ends up being killed himself. Berserks wants to switch things up, and with a longer distance weapon, can do quite a bit. It's a fair cleanup here from Boom as they want to double up their score. But with Elmimore still alive, he can hope for a couple more kills. If they're running at him, he might as well convert it.
The low HP on Flip Shitter means this could happen, Pavlos.
This really could. Oh, but he doesn't have the peaking advantage, and it's Flip Shitter come out on top. Yeah, Boom need to be careful with those.
They really, really do. As we said in the last map, ONIC, they make those Sheriff rounds look like standard buy rounds. Fairly fast 2 rounds, though, which means they're able to get their weapons out fairly quickly. Over on Boom, the bonus is going to emerge, and with that bonus, Blaze King actually was umming and ahhing, sort of toying about the investment of bringing out some premium rifles. Only a single Bulldog means that your bonus doesn't have too much teeth to it, but what you can take solace in is Berserks with a good start means he's 1 away from being able to bring out a Blade Storm, and I think an early use of this Blade Storm would be timed to perfection. We'll see if they make that bid for control in A main.
Well, this time we see a bit of a switcheroo with players. Boom dedicating a lot of firepower on the safe site. Monye has been spotted.
There's that Blade Storm as well. Really, really nice controlled aggression from Boom. And actually, they're going to try and follow it up as well. I love this. And ONIC don't anticipate it at all. They're turning their attention back to C, but little do they know the Hounds are at their heels.
They're running right after them. And Boom, slowly but surely, will spot them out. Walking past a trademark. Will they get past it before it pops off? 1 is left behind, actually. And they'll leave him there. Oh, this is big. This is very big. Have they heard the footsteps? Oh, the dash comes away from Money. It is heard, and it's still ONIC with the advantage here. Running out on these trades, but it is a very fickle affair. One which could crumble against their favor any second now, especially when Famous is in the equation, taking full control over Ness. Severin has to give them respect, has to fall back from it. NC Slasher may be in trouble. Flip Shitter sees he falls back into the C site. Severin, though, left behind, does find 1. Knowing that Blaze King is close by, he will be wary, but the meat and potatoes of this fight is the fact that they want to fall back. Flip Shitter catches Severin off guard.
Look how separated these 2 players are from ONIC right now. NC Sasha needs to make a huge bid to get back to his teammates.
Oh no, it's all down to timing as well. Elmimore has got it, looked a bit shaky, but still finds a headshot.
Blaze King's been able to retrieve a Vandal, though. And once again, Pavlos, we have a 1v2 that looks doable. I like the fact that ONIC have then planted for spawn. It means that they can actually get into a position they already somewhat control. But for Blaze King here,
it's all up to him. Oh, what a swing! And it seems he expects it. Oh! Boom! Coming in in like boom shakalaka and ends up winning the pistol win.
Boom shakalaka, Blaze King goes off like a cracker as we see Boom make it 3, our first clutch of the finals. And what a way to introduce yourselves to ONIC on Haven. Boom 3-0, they force ONIC down to Sheriffs once again.
I love that ONIC are known for the players to come out with these upsets, with these pistol wins, but it's Boom to do it first.
Absolutely.
Well, not first. First in this map.
First in this map, and to further, actually, Berserks, the fact he brought out an early Blaze Storm means there was a very low investment. Out comes our first operator.
Oh
really nice
goodness.
economic pacing from Boom here. And for ONIC, the fact they're having to drop to these Sheriffs, these Spectres, yes, they're very good at making these work, but can they do it against the operator of Berserks?
Everybody, we're in for a treat. I don't know if you've noticed this already, but this grand final is shaping up to be quite a banger. Mind you, it is a best of 5, and the victor of this will be representing APAC in Champions over in Istanbul. Berserks. A little bit too tall on that crosshair. Ooh. Are we going to see another upset? If Elmimore would have doubled it up there, I would have said there's a massive chance. Good little juggle of the weapons to deny them.
I love it as well. It means Famous actually leaves the operator backside, so there's a chance for him to pick it up again and head back into the aggression.
Severin might have found a gap, though. No one is looking.
Look at the rotation this is caused from ONIC as well. They realize they have an opening to work with.
Oh, but Blaze King might be wary of it. And he is. He is. Oh, but Severin picks up the pieces. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. ONIC, well, Boom are starting to tremble.
Look at the flank as well. Look at the flank as well.
Oh, no!
From NC Slasher.
The timing!
He's going to hear all of this. There's a flag from Munya as well onto Flipshitter.
And Flipshitter can't get the kill, which makes things even more difficult. The 180 turn to keep him in the game. Moni is probably hitting himself after not connecting that shot. But there's a rifle onto Severini's hands that could do quite a bit on that distance, but he's forced out into the open. Hunter Fury is enabled, both of them fall. NC Slasher with the backstab, but it's only good for one as Boom are able to recover.
Yes, but they are forced into not only committing that Hunter's Fury, they also lose the operator. You see the pilgrimage of Flipshitter to be able to get back to that ace site, to get that big scary weapon, and to get it back onto Berserks. 4-0, but ONIC, they are making Boom sweat.
ONIC got us scared for a second,
They really did. They really, really did. And right now, Night Terrors, you think the Sweet Paralysis Demon is some big scary creature. The reality is no, it's a headshot. Everything's scary and complex.
I would never want you to be controlling my nightmares.
I think I'd have a lot of fun with them.
You would have so much fun with them, I would have PTSD.
They would be RGB terrors. Buckle up, bucko, we're going for a ride. And for Boom, a ride they are definitely going to take us on. ONIC, they have a fair few ults available. We're going to see the Tour de Force come out to try and counteract the operator on Berserks. Berserks won't aggress the same position twice, instead going for a peek on long. Once again, missing the initial shot, but he won't be punished with it just yet.
Not just yet. Why not? Give it a go. Get a shot in. But ONIC have left Severin behind, so no aggression over from Boom, so nothing to be cleared out. Mid hasn't been taken over by ONIC, and I think actually one of those weaknesses we saw against Secret on Haven was they had big difficulty on taking this mid position. Seemed to lack the creativity on the attack, and we may be seeing it again, which makes me question actually this pick, but maybe they think it's weaker for Boom than it is for them.
They also had a lot of time to anti-strat as well, which I think is really going to come in very prevalent when Boom move to their own attack here. Something to mention though, Flipshitter won't quite be tested. He's done a very good job at sort of lurking and anchoring for the time being, and he's going to do that same role on B. It's Berserks who's going to get a second chance, a shot at redemption with this operator to defend this long attack.
Well, the Aldrome will do its attempt to hold it off.
30 seconds left.
Shiro finds himself a mark, which makes it difficult for Berserk to reposition for it. A lot of fast peaks coming out. And it makes it tough for Berserk to push through it, but he does. And he's still alive. Draws out the shorty. Close by combat, though, for Severin as he punches his opponent. Walking forward. Severin once more. Severin wants them all. But there's one left behind that hasn't been dealt with, and that is Famous. And he's doing so much. 7 seconds. They can't get the spike down. And Elmimore, between the two defenders, has to fall like a sandwich. Squashed in the middle. And it is a 5-0 for Boom.
What a round from Famous as well to be able to not only run down the clock, but to then wield the cruel mistress of time against ONIC there. Really, really strong stuff to identify that once Tebotal backside has done enough in terms of delaying his opponents, all he needs to do is tuck in and delay the plant. Absolutely perfect from Boom. And right now we are seeing a textbook defense of Haven. And bear in mind, they're not playing perfectly. Berserks is missing these openings, which means that for Boom, there's space, there's a place to get even better.
I mean, yeah, we said Berserks is missing a couple of openings, but he's also finding a few. Right, so you can't expect him to get them all the time.
He's having redemption arcs within the space of rounds. He is going to be able to get away after being pinged by the drone as ONIC go into a bit of a default. It's a fairly aggressive default with the stance of both the Chamber and Omen, sort of really trying to press the defenses in their respective positions. Berserks is going to have to avoid that recon dart. His teammate not quite able to shoot it in time as Elmi Moore is going to push off the back of it.
Actually, quite a lot of utilities used on this defense.
Yeah, a lot. They've ONIC have done a really good job at draining it. Something else to mention, though, is that ONIC now, with about 50 seconds left, don't have any map control. They need to have taken at least a position when expending that much time and that much almost human resources in trying to fake positions. We are going to see the Lurker Shiro come into place over in Garage, while the rest of ONIC prepare their assault to this A site. Berserks, another chance to shine on his defense.
And Famous is walking backwards, forwards, only now realizes there's a push coming through, so now needs to head onto this A site, doing his job with defending, wanting more, but being a little bit too greedy, overwalking, overstepping, and ends up finding a bullet to the head, which means Blaze King now is left to himself. Can only entertain himself at this point, because entertaining the idea of winning this round is out of the table.
It's perfect for Shiro as well. He may be able to get a third on this flank. That he does. One bullet to the skull, and as that bullet goes, skull mush, skull wall. Blaze King has a chance to think about how come Boom were able to fall. It was mainly because of that flank from Shiro, cutting off the rotations. Boom, they had spanned into a fairly passive default on their defense, meant the rotations had to go through B. Shiro cuts it off. The null command as well to be able to catch out Berserks means that Famous's rotation isn't able to bear too many fruits despite getting a trade. Really strong stuff from ONIC. My only worry now, and my hope, is that ONIC can repeat this.
Get that slow-mo down to just show the BM at the end.
Yeah.
I mean, wasn't much BM there, but, you know, it's the fact that ONIC finally get a win in this round, and it's so dominating.
Now we see the change of weaponry from Berserks. Suddenly he's even more aggressive than before, trying to get up into the face of ONIC as they have another slow start. This time with Shiro, the one to slowly push their way up through mid.
Berserks, oh, godlike swing. And unpunished. Doesn't even care to deliver a final blow into the Owl drone. He did his job.
Oh, look at this Rolling Thunder planned in mid as well from Tebotal. It's not a ult usage that you're expecting. Remember, Boom have quite the arsenal of ults they've been able to ascertain over the course of the last couple of rounds, not needing them. So Elmi needs timing.
Yeah, well, he's about to use the ultimate right away, and it does put a couple of players into the air. Shiro, though, untouched by it, wanting more, ends up with a kill, running out of bullets, draws out the Headhunter, not good enough for the kill. Severin, though, wants the spike, and he's getting sprayed across from the smoke. And as soon as Boom drop around, they're able to get it right back in their favor.
I won't lie, Pavlos, I love this matchup. It is a APAC style versus kind of reminiscent of EMEA style. And for me, if you're on Boom, this is a really good practice as to how you make do at Istanbul, assuming that you're able to close out this series.
You know what? I love that you mentioned ONIC being EMEA style, but I think if you take one of the teams that may follow suit to that, it could be your Na'Vis. You kind of try to take a slow out approach, like your mechs, for example, but end up, you know, falling flat in some of these occasions because they leave some aspects of their takes behind. They leave it too late, and you know, it becomes a bit of an issue. So, in one way, I'd say yes, but it's not the highest of calibers of EMEA, if you know what I mean, right? They do take some elements of it, but I love that you mention it, and it's a nice perspective to see kind of these regions coming together in that way. But it is a timeout for ONIC, and they are under pressure.
It is like a kind of creative amalgamation of styles, and for ONIC, that means that anti-stratting them can be really difficult. Boom, a lot of these counter plays are done on the fly rather than with prep beforehand. ONIC, they call for the timeouts, and I want to highlight, Munyet is ready with that overdrive. Shiro one away from a tour de force, Severin one away from the shadows. Yes, they're about to hit a power spike, but Boom are already there. They've got their Hunter's Fury on Famous, who's already having a really, really solid map. 12-4, he currently sits a pedestal, which ONIC are yet to match. Shiro is usually the player we have our eyes on, but he's had a quiet start. I imagine it's the defense where we're really going to see ONIC come alive if they're unable to start turning the tables.
Moniet is very fast on this approach. Paranoia coming through,
Perfect.
and Shiro to open things up. That's what you need. Moniet is still alive, and he's just zapping his way out of this site. Finds himself a gun to work with, because why not? But realizes he won't be able to have the overdrive forever. The spike will be going down, but look at this. Lockdown already utilized. Hunter's Fury in retaliation. But nothing is found, not an inch. So 2 ultimates used, and it's ONIC to not lose a player. Flipshitter wants to push through this aftershock. Fourth out into the open. NC Slasher trades onto the spike, diffused halfway, but it's still ONIC on top. And Boom want to close this gap. Berserks is still pushing, leaving his teammate behind to try and fend on this. It's all down to timing. Moniet finds it, and there's a crossfire that he needs to consider. Eliminating Shiro. Now he has to focus only onto one. The timing isn't quite there for them, but he's glad that is diffused halfway. But it's Moniet to not take any chances, swinging, finding the head, and putting ONIC on a second round.
That's the famous ONIC change in pace. They literally just... all these slow rounds, all these slow defaults where they're trying to find it open, they're trying to catch out rotations. That goes out the window. It's a huge dive onto that C site. Not only do they bait out 2 ultimates from the members of Boom in that up club, more importantly, when that 2 versus 3 was happening, there was a player in Garage, there was a player in Spawn. They were attacking every single angle possible onto that site to make Boom's life that bit harder. Yes, Famous makes it look closer to 1v1, but that's because Famous is playing incredibly. Any other team would have just collapsed there.
Moniet was in so much trouble there, completely stunned off in that gravity wall. Thankfully, he did have his wall available. Just keep him behind vision.
With Shiro getting the opening on C, suddenly Boom are finding themselves caught out. Twice in a row now has happened. ONIC, they're going to be able to get to the C site uncontested. If they win this round in a one-sided fashion, for Boom, back to the timeouts.
Back to the timeout, back to the drawing board. And back to in a situation where ONIC have a good chance of regaining their composure, but Berserks, he's got his blades and he has to be feared. Shiro says, no, I don't fear you. Try me. Test me. And now the rest of them have to fall under that test, where Berserks and Blaze King failed in. Shiro, the grader, will be slamming them down one by one together with his team. It's simple endeavor of holding down that line. It's just a simple mathematics play of a 5 versus 2, never going to turn into Boom's favor. And it's a 6-3 scoreline, closing up on Boom.
I want to see the Boom timeout. I really, really do. And for Shiro, now that he's woken up, it was that last round, gets the Sword of Force. Now he's awake. Now he's alive. Now Boom need to find a way to start really punishing the aggression that we're seeing from him. ONIC, with this change of pace, have absolutely exploded back into the map. For a while, I was potentially a bit worried for them. We'll admit, Pavlos, I almost lost faith. Almost. But now ONIC back into the driver's seat, Wither from the shadows ready, 2 away from null command, and once again a fairly swift control of A long here, but they're falling back to their old ways. That KO still has the spike, he's still sitting back. They want Boom to be left guessing, they want Boom to be left worried, in fear of where the ONIC attack will come.
Considering all the games have been so explosive up until this point, and ONIC just trying to flip the script completely. And it's not working out for them, right? They've been caught off themselves. Boom find chances to peek out, gain those early kills, and ONIC have got nothing left to work with. No entries, no high hitters. The rest of them are gonna have to do it alone. And considering Boom have gotten the right read of placing 3 players in this A site direction, and with the crossfire setup, with Famous not being properly checked, they will be in big trouble. Sent to the Shadow Realm as Boom survive with all 5.
7-3 the scoreline, and for ONIC now, this is where it gets a little bit worrisome. Timeout already used, and it feels like even on these attacks, yes, the thought process is there, it's correct, but Famous has definitely put his foot down. 17-6, Pavlos.
Yeah.
He had a pretty good bind. now on Haven, he's just exploded. And yeah, look at this, beautiful crossfire as well. Famous actually getting both kills. It feels like Berserk's almost was the bait there when it should have been vice versa. One away from a Hunter's Fury, over on ONIC there, one away from that null command, but actually controlling these ult orbs is something that ONIC have had serious trouble doing, particularly on this A site.
Berserk's, this time around, is the one to get caught.
Yeah.
No longer being the one to do the catching. But of course there are 2 rounds left in this half, and ONIC would love to close up this gap. Otherwise, Boom, entering on the attack later on, will be in a much more comfortable position themselves, and ONIC do not want to allow that. And there seems to be a little bit of a walk going on in mid. Flipshidder going on a stroll, and Shiro, ooh, he's making some noise. Making Flipshidder know that he's nearby.
Look how aggressive Blaze King is as well. Boom have such an effective early warning system set up now. Once they clear to make sure there's no one from ONIC in the back lines, they know it's going to be a hit away.
And Flipshidder runs away with a kill, and he's able to reposition in time. One of his opposing players is low, but Severine, the man with the 38 points of health, is still the one to do the shooting. And ONIC still on top in numbers. And Boom have to polarize their players, the defenders, 1 per site, but they lose their A-site defender, which means, trivially, that the A-site will be taking.
Tebosal needs to go huge here, Pavlos.
Ooh, he pushes through the smoke. Oh! Could have been an opportunity, but it isn't. Mistimed just by a second. And it's Blaze King to just have to fall back here.
You're right, and Boom, once again, their money isn't as good as you would expect from a team who are 7-3 up. ONIC closing the distance a little bit, and let's be honest, a 7-5 Haven is pretty respectable regardless of what side you're on. ONIC are by all means not out of this map, which means that if you are on Boom, you cannot, under any circumstances, get complacent. In ult management as well, Elmi Moore, 1 away from this Hunter's Fury. Severin, he's had this from the shadows for a good while now. This is in unison with that null command. ONIC go into the final round of this half really, really well equipped. Over on Boom, it's still lacking a little bit, and I feel like Boom, their momentum has definitely shifted. It was pretty good with these initial fights, but and these initial rounds, but now we're hitting the latter stages of this first half. It feels like they're stumbling a little bit.
They found a couple of rounds where they found successes because of ONIC placing, you know, individuals without backup setups.
It was ONIC mistakes.
Yeah, exactly, and it was ONIC's mistakes, but now they're the ones that are going for those, committing for them, and end up being picked off themselves. So it's a bit of a back and forth, and now have to ponder the question, how far do we hold, how much do we expend, and to what extent will we allow ONIC to play their own game?
Flipshidder and Tebotol both on the precipice of getting their ultimates as well. We could be seeing just a cataclysm of abilities, a cataclysm of colors, you could say, Pavlos, in just a moment, with ONIC setting up pretty heavily for garage control to follow up a hit to C.
Well, they've half spotted the Nano Swarm. And an alarm bot. But Severin is just short off the mark there. Not quite there.
Look how much space Berserk's has been able to get with this operator as well. And it's freed Boom up to go for these big rotations because they have such an effective early warning system set up with this operator. No dash though on Berserk's.
Yeah, no dash, but still cover and definitely potential to find an early kill. Aldrone could be perfect for the tag. Will it come out with Moniette swinging? Oh, Moniette is falling back from that one. It does indicate that ONIC want to hit that left side of the map. They're all heading towards the C site, and the fact that Boom is posted up so far on the A site, just give them all the info in the world. It's not going to be A, guys. It's not going to be mid. It's got to be C, and Boom have all the defenders there.
A Hunter's Fury here could be perfect.
Now, where the fault line can be enabled as they start to push through, come Cars, Blaze King to the sideline, yet to be challenged, and now he's able to find the kill. Hunter's Fury to try and get him out into the open. Hasn't been punished just yet. How is Blaze King still alive? Famous finally putting a kill onto his scoreboard with the Hunter's Fury, as clean as it could be from Boom. Clean reads, clean executions, and what a play on the defense.
You look at the team cams as well. Both teams as calm as ever. We're not seeing overhype. We're not seeing tilt, and that's the effectiveness of being able to play on Boom. camp. Something else to mention as well, Blaze King Pavlos had no business surviving for as long as he did. An immaculate play to be able to move in and out of your own smokes to buy both time for the Hunter's Fury and space to prevent ONIC from getting to that site.
And it seems Boom is carrying the momentum from the previous map, right, where they were able to win at a very close point, yes, 30-10, but that shows some confidence from them. This defense looked clean. And again, we're seeing some signs of ONIC struggling to find good attacking ideas on this attack.
You're absolutely right. And as we hit this half-time mark, momentum has shifted to a point of neutrality here. No team, for me, feels like they're in the lead in terms of momentum. Both teams have been scraping rounds in very close fashions, apart from that final round, in which Boom were able to definitely end the half with one very large full stop.
And of course, reminder everybody, this is the grand final. Reminder that both of these teams are from Indonesia as well. So Indonesia is happy right now. Everyone from there is like, yeah, we're getting a representative either way. It doesn't really matter that much to us. But, you know, there are some local fans for each team. Everybody has their favorites, has their favorite player. You know, is it going to be Omi more? Is it going to be Berserk? Who is it going to be, you know? And no, it's getting a little bit out of hand for ONIC. With 4, you can't be too happy with the case scenario for you right now, but defense is where they've shown how it's done before. Where they can do it again, that is a different question, and it's got to be now, since this is the most important matchup of the year for them.
Absolutely right. Shiro aggressing with this Headhunter, and of course with it being the most important matchup of the year, the pressure has got to be amounting for both of these teams. Boom, going for some control in mid. Remember that mid control is something that's haunted both teams for a good while now. Something Bleed was able to punch against both of them. Now Boom attempt to make it work.
Yeah, on the B side they go. It's fairly clean. Oh, they can see a lot of presence towards the B-Link side. The C-Link side, mind me. And see Slasher in. Concussed, doesn't care, has reinforcements. The rest of Boom, though, haven't yet traded. It's Blaze King with first blood. In they go, touching the spike, putting pressure on the attackers. Monye, again, trading back, but they don't have too much space. No more Smoker to help them conceal their position. Limited utility all across the board, really. Only a recon bot available, but Monye and Shiro starting win on these trades. That's what they need. Flip Shitter answering back in kind, but they're still uncomfortable. Still haven't diffused the whole way around, and Flip Shitter falls. It's all down to Famous. He's struggling. Diffuse halfway, and Shiro gets that Headhunter down and locked in place to get these kills for ONIC to get themselves a 5th.
It's Boom's breach that blasts the boys onto B, but it's ONIC's retake, it's ONIC's gunplay, which is what wins them that pistol round. Yes, no one is having a standout performance like Famous. Shiro's kind of getting himself up there, but it's the teamwork which is immaculate. It's the retake in which ONIC are able to show their prowess, and now with the 5th round, they make that 8-4 half lead look very, very small indeed.
It's starting to close up very quickly. That's what they needed. Very much so, isn't it?
It absolutely is. And now as the anti-eco comes out, frenzies on almost every member of Boom here. Potentially a really fast hit to overwhelm Shiro. This could be perfect.
It is indeed quick. Spicy quick. Although it's slowed down a bit with the concussions thrown at them, Monye shows that he's got an ability that makes him run even faster. They take cover towards long as the approach has come forth from Boom, but it's just overwhelming with all the weaponry that's being thrown at them. Bullets galore as ONIC gain a 6th.
And see, Slasher is going to be able to bring us a 6th. However, I love that paranoia there from the Omen was just perfect. Bearing in mind that the fragment's already in place, so what you find a lot of teams do is they just sit behind the fragment, then explode into, then they push with the last one going off. That paranoia from the Omen delays that, buys the extra time, and gives Boom a really, really hard point of attack.
And thank you, Observing and Production team, for getting that through us through an overview perspective as well.
Nailing it today. Nailing it today. Absolutely right. For ONIC now, we are going to be seeing a couple of Spectres to be wielded. Of course, that Bulldog is going to give a little bit of teeth to the bonus, but for Boom, they definitely have the firepower here, but it's the ult points you've got to keep an eye on. Munya and NC Slasher, both halfway towards their big, scary abilities. A Rolling Thunder is due on Tebotal.
In 3 orbs.
In 3 orbs or so. So we'll have to wait to see.
Closer than anybody else, to be fair.
The seismic sensors are going off. We've got the early warning system, but we don't know it's there yet.
No reason to panic yet. Don't press the panic button. You can only see some red LEDs in the background flashing a bit, but the small ones. Not the full alarm system. Either way, Boom. They've got the weapons, and now they can start punching back. That's what we love to see, but whether they find the pace, that is a different question. Blaze King showing his ground. We'll keep a couple of ONIC players busy, But there seems to be a little bit of a push going on here. A sneaky one followed up with a flash drive. Just peek, and they fall back. And it's Boom that hit out very well to bait them into the open. Berserks with a double, and Boom with a clear chance.
Feels like a bit of an overextension there from the second player of ONIC, and that is really punished by Boom. They do have to head back round to C, which means that for Severin, Spectre in hand, he is going to be the difference maker. Swarm grenades already deployed here as ONIC get ready to assault this C site.
Yeah, they have to check it, and they will not falter. Shiro shot behind the boxes there. Will be a simple kill as ever for the Boom side. They'll be finding themselves the victory after this round expires. The spike goes down. Pot shots from Monya. Attempting to do something, attempting to find some kills, but nothing will be going his way. Boom do not falter and gain a 9th.
They gained a 9th in a very, very positive fashion as well. In keeping most of their weapons alive, if not all of their weapons alive, they're able to build that bank. Shiro brings out the first offensive operator of ONIC this half. Remember, Shiro didn't get too much done on bind with the operators on the attack, purely because he didn't have enough space to, but it was his defense where he really, really popped off. It was actually Severin who did that. So now Shiro may be taking a bit of advice from him, maybe looking to follow in his footsteps. Will the student become the master, or will it be vice versa?
And as we enter a new realm, ONIC have got their first buy, full buy in the board. Something that we've been waiting for, seeing how these two teams can stack up against each other. But it seems one has scathed away without being spotted, but there's a sort of reaction to it. They knew it.
Reads.
Very nice. NC Slasher spotted it and gave the call to Shiro to do the job without pulling his trigger. Good faith in his teammate.
Look at that shutdown now. It's all on Elmimore.
All by himself. Up against the two. Oh, he's done so much. Boom are denied any space they want. Big no to that one. And ONIC, I've got 3 players strong, rotating around Tekbodal as well. The good thing for him is he does have a spike, and he is in a site that is clear. But it's got to hurt, knowing that the moment he does get the spike down, he'll be crunched upon. Oh, there may be a chance if he ends up with a kill.
Oh, man, yes.
Oh, will he read it? Will he read it? No, he won't.
He won't.
Absolutely not. Draws out the knife at a very wrong time as he brings a knife to a gunfight. And it's ONIC on 7.
Munyat's incredible positioning from him there. And what I absolutely love, actually, from ONIC is those first 2 kills on the Boom players. They were trying to outflank C with the remaining 3 getting ready to go up from long. They outpositioned those 2 players so quickly that Boom didn't have any chance to even appear on C long.
Such a nice round.
Yeah, such a nice round from ONIC. Such a good read from ONIC. And it was ONIC's ability to read Boom on bind, which gave them such an advantage. We kept it so close.
To be honest, I think they knew that Garage was kind of a fake for them. And now, you know, they had NC Slash in a really good spot and helped his teammate to kind of get that kill.
With calling the timeouts after a victory as well. I love that, Pavlos.
You really love ONIC's timeouts, don't you? Their timings have been really hitting
like
the spot for you.
I think Boom have been kind of 1 or 2 rounds off in places, but ONIC have been perfect.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm really,
why
really
is
happy
it Why is it that this time this is perfect?
Because you know that Boom are about to change strategy once the next buy comes out, because they were caught off not via aim, but via positioning and via grand strategy in the round beforehand, which means Boom are going to call for a change, and you calling your timeout, you beat them to the gun.
Boom can still talk it through, though.
Boom can still talk it through, and I tell you what, I bet Boom are going to try something pretty quick.
Oh, okay.
I would like to see something pretty quick.
But there's also kind of a mental game, I guess, there.
Exactly.
Because then it's like,
psychological
oh, will
warfare.
ONIC try something on us now? Will they switch things up? What do we do?
We are currently playing 4D chess with intergalactic time rifts. Like that's the level of... That's the...
I think I've got one word to describe what we're playing. Yeah. We're playing VALORANT.
Yes, and right now we have 2 of the smartest coaches in the region on either side. Elmimore, nice opening with Hunter's Fury. In shutting down Flip Shitter as well, you lose the lockdown.
And you lose the alarm bot, which means Monyet can freely push without being spotted.
Absolutely. What a pick from ONIC. And I don't think... Bear in mind, Hunter's Fury that early is actually after info rather than a kill.
I'm actually happy that Monyet doesn't go for the push here because... they don't need to. They've got the numbers, but the push will come through. Rolling Thunder is enabled. Won't be catching anyone, but guarantees the site is clear.
This is perfect. Absolutely perfect. And what I like from Shiro as well, in holding, once the Aldron's pinged him, he baits out the fault line as well, which means that Boom have even less utility for the afterplant.
But now the players are grouping up, and this is where the push may commence. Flash drives from over the wall to help the team push through. Aftershock delaying it. Good timing of it. Shiro looking to push by from the upper side of heaven. but they're still equal, and they still haven't found the entries. Fame's not looking at the right direction, but they've got a crossfire set up. Blazeking and Berserks are going insane, and they're trampling over ONIC on a beautiful post-plant defense.
Boom's crossfires continue to absolutely cascade onto ONIC there, and I love the fact that we saw the positioning from 3 players in that crossfire, not 2. Once they identified there was going to be no flanker, because of how quick they were to go from spawn to that A site. And so with that, they just stack up. You see, not many of them actually leave the site. All of them stay in place because they know that the attack is coming so quickly. In leaving the site, you actually open yourself up to be shot from heaven. So everyone just gets ready in this crossfire. It's such a nice trifecta of a setup.
Yeah. I love that we get to see it all again because it all was perfect. You know, the timings, the aftershock, once the flash drive was thrown from the defenders, the delay, the discrepancy in pace. Now Berserks goes even further forward. Shock Dart to help out with the damage. 1 spray, 2 kills. And Berserks takes over the site with his team.
Really, really strong there. And for ONIC, that momentum has now just been lost. ONIC could have used their timeout now. I actually, if I'm on Boom and I'm feeling a bit BM, I would use the timeout after this round to make ONIC stew.
I'd be like, yeah, use it. Thank you very much.
Against them, exactly. Shiro, Vandal in
this hand. Get a couple of these, Severine. And you might be putting this within the realm of reality.
This flank needs to come a lot quicker, I think. Shiro, he has to avoid the Al drone. You see the rotations from Boom. Yeah, it's time for exits if you're on ONIC. Boom are going to hit 11 now, setting themselves up to take ONIC's map pick. And look at ONIC's money as well.
Yeah, not looking great at all. Which means they want to give it a go, or at least to hurt Boom's economy. But no, Severine falls, and Shiro's behind them all, and he tries to get the kill, but there's just too many. Only rips the head off of Flipshitter's body, but that is all it is, because Boom are on 11, and they look even more dominant than they did on Bind.
On topic of domination, we've got Famous and Berserks, both players about to, and have already hit that 20 kill mark. That threshold to show that you are in your elements, and right now the elements are definitely working against ONIC. Once again, they get caught out on another retake. Yes, their timing on their timeout. I think it was good if you're trying to get into the heads of Boom, but you can only really do that when you're categorically ahead. When you're neck and neck, you do need to hold it for when it's actually required. And in this case, unfortunately for ONIC, Boom sort of taking some magnanimity in the effectiveness of that.
ONIC needs something, and they need it quickly, and what they're doing to kind of get it is pushing aggressively in mid.
Yeah.
Boom respond with placing all of their attackers to the left-hand side, and it may be for good because C is fairly weak on the defensive. But how soon will the rotation come in from Monyet? There's a bot there and waiting for it. The flash comes through. Gravity well to the mid side of things, trying to find these headshots. And they find Shiro through the box. Severine with everything to do. First kill goes his way, but he's completely blinded, therefore has to replace himself and wait for his team to arrive. Monyet has joined from the sideline, but Severine is still shooting him down. Repositions, replaces his crosshair, and gets the rest. That is ONIC back on the board.
Boom, they fall to their knees, they cry to their heavens, give us a sign, I want to believe, but they didn't need to. They already had Severin. He was already in place, and that man is blessed, I tell you, with some incredible positioning there to actually be able to get to backside without getting bombarded with utility. Yes, NC Slasher does end up drawing a lot of the fire, but that's all to set up that Omen for even more kills.
This round really puts ONIC back into the matchup, right? Really puts them back into the game, considering they're already a map down, and Boom start to get ever so close to closing out this match, right? 2 rounds away from getting a 2-0 start to this grand final. And that would put ONIC in a position where they'd had to win 3 maps in a row if they want to do the turnaround.
Now, gonna have to try and defend against the lockdown used by Boom here. This is a big number of volts. They need to be very careful. If ONIC win this, this could really turn the tides.
It's Elmi more with the first one though, and they're actually pulling up the pressure. Techmodel tries to trade it out, but they do not only take down the lockdown, but they take down all the attackers with them. It's Famous now that will try and do the impossible, but it seems that everybody has every single angle covered, and that is ONIC surely closing up this gap.
Boom, just as they hit their capacity to try and close out this map, there's that timeout. I really like that. It's just as they try and to push themselves over the finish line, do we see Elmimore and Severine show up. That wombo combo that was silent for a lot of Bind, that has been silent for the first half. Now on their defense, it's the same positions of yesterday, but it's the same skill of yesterday. 3 players top fragging on ONIC shows you that no matter, it feels like you're up against Cerberus. You cut off one head, it's the Hydra actually, you cut off one head and 3 more sprout back. You're second to get an entry on one of these sites. ONIC, they have 2 more players just as good to take their place. And for Boom, we really need to see some more from Flipshitter and Tebotal. Let's see Sasha having a quiet game, but that's sort of mitigated by everyone else.
I mean, we kind of see Flipshitter's role kind of being on the back line, sort of in charge of the rotations, never really happening because ONIC don't overextend too much on those pushes, so he's not having too many of these fights. Tebotal on the assist, but he's not even getting too many assists, right? He's not hitting too many people with his fault lines, not too many on the flashes, but at the same time, doesn't need to, because Boom is actually doing a splendid job at being in top, even though ONIC has some sort of a rejuvenation here.
On the topic of assists, let's talk about Severin. His paranoias have been just world class throughout this series, frankly, and throughout this tournament for the members of Boom. Now, what's the buy? It ain't good, but off the back of a timeout, we could potentially be seeing Berserks do something wild with this Blade Storm. Remember, Famous is about to bring out another Hunter's Fury, and Famous right now hasn't used the Hunter's Fury without getting a kill.
Looking to amp up the pace here, Boom, without the best economy to do so. Dagger does spot out a couple of them, denying the capability of using their abilities to ultra aggress, but it seems they will follow through right after it expires. 2 players as well on the sidelines, one from A-Link, one from C, and they're both looking upon this, and one left behind onto the side. This is a good crunch for them. Berserks goes insane! Gets both kills, and this opens up the perspectives for them. Severin wants to deny the part, but cannot do so. Still getting the kills, keeping things close, but Blaze King is the only survivor. ONIC with a good opportunity to defuse here, but the gravity well will delay. In a difficult spot, the TP comes forth. Do they know? Does Blaze King know? Where did the TP go? Spraying and Frenzy has to reload. Perfect opportunity for ONIC to swing out. And that is ONIC closing up the gap even further, getting themselves also on double digits.
Once again, we see someone from Boom do something spectacular for Blaze King. Getting those 2 kills over in B-Link is just incredible. The fact that it was then mitigated by ONIC being able to get onto the site as quick as humanly possible. And here's the fun thing about retakes, Pavlos. The sooner you start your retake, the higher the chances of you actually winning gets. Boom were on the ONIC are on the site before the plant's even finished.
Yeah, no, that was immaculate stuff. Good read from ONIC, but yeah, this shouldn't have been that close though either, right? Yeah. Boom did a solid job of getting on the site, and Berserks did a solid job of being Berserks.
Here. That he did, and I mean, hey, yes, it feels like a bit of an overextension at times, though, when you see Boom going kind of pushing really hard for these kills.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ornament's pretty, but it's pulling down the tree.
But I guess this is all built it up for this round. The previous didn't really matter. This one's the one with influence. One that could put Boom on map point number 2.
Jump spots to worry about. Boom. All stacked together. They get ready for this congregation over to this A site. And for ONIC, they don't want anything to do with it. Shiro's on a very passive angle with this operator. It means that if Boom are going for a contact play here, this could be perfect. If it fails, though, the lack of utility could really come to harm them come the afterplant.
And Boom have to deal with it.
They've read it perfectly. The contact play is perfect.
They're surely going to smoke this, aren't they? Yeah. Stars start to set. Hunter's Fury as well, looking for these pre-placed positions. Nothing to be found. Shiro, though, with the entry, keeping things close. Elmimore looking to wrap around them. Surprise, he says, as he shoots upon them. Shiro getting more damage done, but it's Moniat there to close it all out. Famous just wonders where his teammates went, because it's a lonely world for him. Spike in the middle of no man's land, and there's literally nothing he can do. He can't go backwards, he can't go forwards. Although he gives him space to move into that backwards position. Presses the reverse. Pedal to the metal, wants to get out of here. But make sure he can take some people down with him. Moniet. He's online, and this is the perfect time for him to do so.
ONIC, just when we think that they are losing this map, just when we think that they are going to have their backs against the wall, from the grave a hand bursts. It's the hand of Neon. It's the hand of Moniet. The righteous hand of our deity pulls him out. And for Boom now, they have a game on their hands with no money to work with. They're pulling out Spectres, Bulldogs, whatever they can find with the short change around the back of their sofa. They're just about able to muster a buy, but with a frenzy on Blaze King, there are certainly gaps in it.
Hunter's Fury, without any information, used by Elmimore. Doesn't collect any information, doesn't retrieve any tags. Bit of an interesting one. Did he throw a recon to the back end?
I think he attempted to. There was a dagger from the KO as well to try and combo that. So unfortunately for ONIC as well, that's it for ultimates. There's nothing to follow up the Hunter's Fury that will come from Boom here when they prepare this hit to be.
Oh, wow. This is smart from Boom. They've put themselves in a position. Oh, he's taking damage from all of that fragment for Zerx. Oh, no. Somehow still alive, but doesn't take the full front damage off of that. Nadef will still allow to tell the tale. Now, ONIC with all 5 on the site. Rolling Thunder available. Oh, not diffuse halfway. What happened there? Gravity well, perhaps?
Are they waiting for the Rolling Thunder? I think they are. There they are.
There it is. Here it comes. Moniet so far forwards, ends up falling. And they're going all the way around here. They're trying to take space over the Garage, but NC Slasher wants to deny. He won't be able to do so on the defuse once again. Spraydowns come through from Flipshitter. They're getting it done. Shiro, all that remains, will try and stick it. Recon to the back end, can't do a thing. And yeah, Shiro, he's a dead man walking, a dead man running. He will try and get someone down.
No, the VM!
Oh my goodness!
He laughs in the face of death.
That is crazy. Boom on 12 and with a statement to make.
Boom, what do we say to death? Not today. ONIC, yes they can rebuy, but that has definitely got to hurt the ego. That's got to hurt the momentum. Boom hit map point off the back of a fragmented buy of Bulldog Spectres. The abilities, not half the players didn't even have full abilities. They had to rely on the little they had, and in that guerrilla warfare, they're able to grasp around.
And all of that started with Boom getting a perfect read onto the open site of the defenses of ONIC. And now it's time for ONIC to flip things up themselves, right? With a victory here, they can take it at overtime, and it's not all over. But with Boom's win in this particular round, we'll be looking at a 2-0 lead in the best of 5 grand final to take everyone by storm and surprise. Here comes a push, but the rotation is quick from ONIC. It's good. Severin in a close corner, but it's Shiro to be tested first, and this allows Severin to walk in as he pleases. Shiro just styles on them and puts ONIC and Boom in an overtime game.
Oh, Pavlos, 2 games in, and we're already hitting our overtime. This is a grand final to make ages. Remember, both these Indonesian teams, they have played against each other 9 times in the last year. They have been blow for blow. ONIC lead. The series counts 5-4. Boom, they are here looking for vengeance. They are here looking to take that place in Champions. And for ONIC, now with their back against the wall, they had to grasp that half. They had to recover it. But for Boom, the recovery was there. Yeah. And now with both teams out of momentum, with timeouts to use, and with money, let's see if we're seeing operators, where do they go? And if we're seeing Vandals, where will the team go? Elmimore brings out an Odin.
Yeah, Berserks stand up, but not to the knowledge of the attackers. Look how many players are pushing on this A site for Boom. 4 of them. We've seen this play before, but last time it was a close call with ONIC rotating over to C, and it may be something similar yet again. Elmimore waiting with an Odin, but that's not really the best weapon on close proximity action.
Right now, ONIC, they just want the firepower. Boom, 4 players ready to fight that Odin, that god of gods, that ruler of Valhalla. And will the Hall be meeting any more warriors?
It's crazy to me how Killjoy is responsible for the defense of 3 openings to the defense. Garage, that's where Killjoy plays. Alarm bot over to B. Turret on C.
And right now, Timmy Turret, he needs to have a tremendous, tremendous couple of bursts if he wants to be the sole thing to shut down the ONIC attack.
Well, it looks like ONIC will be making a good read to move into the C site, but they are taking their time with this one. Flipshitter not really pulling the trigger just yet, although bullets are flying in this direction. But look at the back line. This is where the fight will come through, and Severin is the first to open up. Paranoia is huge! Paranoia is massive, but the TP isn't. But it doesn't matter, because it's Paranoia accounted for it. TP yet again, and gets the hell out of dodge. 4 versus 4, but Flipshooter takes down 2. Flipshooter once more. Shiro shutting him down, but it's Boom that are ahead with numbers. Severine left on site. He's got reinforcements on the side angle. Aftershock to the corner to ensure that Shiro can't move out of it. But here comes Severine. Sneaks out yet again. But it's Famous to come out on top, and Boom to get themselves on map points.
Another 1 versus 1 as Boom come out on top, going 13-12 in the lead. What a round from Famous, and this is heroics from both teams. We are seeing monumental reactionary plays, but they're both to one-up one another, as if this map couldn't get any better.
Holy moly! Whack-a-mole! And now Boom, I've got an advantage. It's yet again their time to shine. But ONIC have denied this before. They may try to do it again. But you know something that reminds me of the situation? Shiro had an operator the round he denied it, and he ran away with a 4K. Well, the 4th shot will miss up against the Owl drone. But it seems that Boom are heading towards them, and Shiro's position is telegraphed. They're heading into Garage as well, and no one is there to stop them. Severine may have to be wary, has to turn his attention elsewhere. NC Slasher with a first pick. The rotation is good, it's quick, but Techboda finds 2. And now on the 1 minute and 15-second mark, they're starting to rotate over. Look at Flipshooter, he's behind them, and nobody knows. Severine tries to hold it down, messes up his shot. Boom, this is their chance. This is where they could close this map over and send us to a 3rd map. I mean, it's already going to 3rd map, but they'll be on top with 2 themselves. They'll be on match point, won't they? And if they do close this out, ONIC are in a world of hurt, in a world of trouble, where a reverse sweep may be required. Elmimore can do it up against 2. No, he cannot. Boom, putting them to the dirt, 14-12, 2 maps in front.
Lace King left on 1 HP in that map, Pavlos. That should show you just how damn close this game is. You see the members of Boom embracing one another. They know full well just how important being able to take ONIC, not just their map pick, Pavlos, but what is considered their best map in one laboured but fell sweep.
We knew the series was going to be close, and that it was. And now, with the first overtime of it, we get a taster of who does best when it matters most, when the pressure is most on.
You're absolutely right. What a map from Boom. And for ONIC, you need to keep an eye on the assists of Severine and NC Slasher. Their teamwork was just extravagant, but the fact that Boom, they were just able to make it work when it mattered. That overtime was perfect for them, and a hell of a performance.
Extraordinary performance, right? Wow. Highlight players out there for sure. Oh, this is a treat, everybody. Up next, it's going to be Fracture. Boom's pick, by the way. So you better know ONIC have to bring their A game. They have to bring their A+ game, their S game, if you will, to try and have a chance to fight off this grand final. Ladies and gents, we'll be back soon after this break.
Boom up 2-0 after ONIC forced them to go the distance here, but it is a best of 5, so we're not done yet. Whether you're watching over at Scape in Singapore, Quill City Mall in Malaysia, or with Xerxia over in Thailand, you're getting your money's worth right now in this finals for the LCQ. Degon here with Tash Bunny and with Quack, and another one in the books. Another one goes way longer than what we thought because ONIC do not give up, but Boom, tighten the screws and close this one off, Tash.
So Boom Esports, what I think that really worked out for them is their utility usage. As Kremer said on his cast just now, what is consistent is your utility usage, and what is not as consistent would be your shots, and that's exactly what Boom really used to really take advantage of it. It's been really great seeing their Breach, KJ, and Astra, how they use it. Breach has been great for taking up space, denying team to get onto site for site retakes, also getting onto site. Killjoy, they flips, took care of 3 different areas of the map. Garage, C site as well as B, and Astra for info denial as well as map control has been phenomenal.
It's so good because those specific star placements really kind of prevent ONIC from getting the space that they want, especially once the spike's been planted. However, the thing is, towards the second half, I think Boom started to kind of overthink themselves a little bit. That was our one round with the lockdown placement towards A long, and I think they were trying to bait some kind of movement out from ONIC. However, they weren't quite able to hold down that position, and ONIC started to mount a comeback. That's why we went in overtime, 12-12, but then, again, that's where that reset comes in, because it's a fresh mental hit set, and you start to see Boom come back in with those original strategies of trying to constrict movement, push out a little bit, hold those grounds, and then ONIC just weren't quite able to play around that. And of course, it comes in due to fact with the utility, like you mentioned, right, Tash? Blaze King, Flip Jitter, Tibotol, and of course, Famous.
I mean, when you look at Shiro, one of his main interesting part has been his incredible picks, even through smoke. And I think this was one of the game-changing rounds for them because Tebotol was taken out and suddenly Boom Esports lost because they weren't able to get onto site. On the flip side, if you look at Famous being up there, we're not surprised because you can give him any agent and he still manages to make it work. But the way that Famous plays Sova is very different than other people. And it's a very interesting concept because he's not playing for the info for his team, but for himself.
It's a little bit weird because he was that duelist. He was the Raze player on Bind. Then they kind of switched roles around, but you had a point about this too because they can kind of become more familiar with each other's roles.
And also, it's hard to really predict how each round will go. You can't analyze one duelist and only one duelist. When you're constantly switching around, it's hard for you to figure it out.
Yeah, I think one thing to note here is the absence of the man that's been the clutch factor for multiple times throughout ONIC's comebacks in Elmi Moore. This is the second map where he's third in terms of ranking, in terms of impact. Again, yes, the kills were pretty compressed for everyone except NC Slasher, who's not having a good day so far, but we're lacking those moments of shout out. How did Elmi Moore do that Elmi Moore things? He's doing his job, but hasn't gone above and beyond, and it's just small meters between these two squads. See, I'm using metric units now.
Wow, the American. Yeah, it's really gonna be tough though because some of these clutch moments are just so impossible to win. This, like, especially that last round. How are you gonna clutch out 1v2 against a double stack like that? You can't really split your crosshair in half like that. And that's why I got to call back to what I said before this map was that. It's what Jess Goat says. You really have to beat the best teams on their best maps. Now we're going to Fracture. This was Boom's map pick. It's 2-0. This is a best of 5. If you cannot beat Boom on their map pick on Fracture, that's it. You're done.
We've seen Boom's performance on Fracture has been absolutely phenomenal. They're very aggressive, great at taking up space, especially that's been left behind by other teams. And if you look at stats, Boom has played this map 14 times compared to ONIC, who's only played 8. I mean, it's still a substantial amount of rounds, but if you see in terms of wins, for Boom on Fracture, it's a lot more decisive wins compared to ONIC that goes into overtime.
Yeah, I think another thing to note, and we can't understate it, how many rounds ONIC have had to put together over the last several days. Again, had so many, 140-something rounds after yesterday's matches, now going the distance to at least double digits on their losses. The fatigue factor must be coming in, but they must dig deep as they only have no more losses to give and 3 more wins that they got to get if they want to make their way to Istanbul and be the number 3 seed. Will they be able to do it? Let's Let's find out as we send it back on over to Kremer and Pavlos.
Will they? Will they? I'm not quite sure. It's a close one. They've had a tough time. It seems like they're always really close to them. They've got a leash on them. They're following them. It's always neck and neck, but they never seem to be the team on top.
There's some great names for us as well.
Pavlova and Cream.
Absolutely perfect.
Extra whipped, and Strawberry's on top.
Right now, ONIC being whipped by Boom as well. After, let's be honest, for me, ONIC definitely were in the driver's seat for a good while on Haven.
Yeah.
I think Boom, they just have a habit of winning the crucial rounds. And I think that's why the kill disparity wasn't too much on either team. It's just Boom were winning the crucial ones. They were winning the 1v1s, they were winning the 1v2s. We now move to Fracture, and it feels like Boom are definitely on their playground. ONIC have been playing it to the same skill, though. And I think Elmimore on the chamber, back on the chamber, is a pretty nice thing to see.
It is a very nice thing to see. Fracture is where we see a mirror comp from these two teams. No surprises on either end of the spectrum. This is a familiar territory. The rematch of these two teams. 19-17 was the last score these two teams had, and it was Boom to come out on top. Oh, it's good to see fans everybody all across the world, you know, in all of all the locations that there is a viewership around. But man, the pressure is on. This is where Boom can close things out, which puts so much pressure onto ONIC.
That's right, and remember, both of these coaches, both these teams, are so damn smart. The network of strategies lead us into the labyrinth of their minds, Pavlos, and Fracture is where that comes to its crescendo. Will ONIC be going home, or will we be seeing ONIC mount their comeback on Boom?
It's great that this round starts with a 4 versus 5 straight out from the bat. Oh my goodness, it is a 3 versus 4, but it seems at the end of the day, it's Boom to come out on top, and they are looking to continue their onslaught onto this A site. Only one defender falling back. It's Elmimore realizing that he has to wait for his team. It has standard chance in this, especially when he has no vision of his opposition. It's still Boom to be very, very strong in command when it comes to these numbers, and Syndra misses the mark. That's unfortunate. Cannot cancel the spike defusal, meaning that there's a guaranteed corner taken over. Famous doesn't miss his shots, and neither does Flip Shitter. All the pieces coming together for Boom, and just like they did the previous map, carrying on the momentum from the last one, they will do so again, shutting down every one of the ONIC players and getting round number 1.
One on the board, and for Boom, it's a continuation as business as usual. ONIC definitely struggling in the opening of most of these maps, actually, but it's sort of the latter stage of the first half we see them wake up, second half where they start dominating. It's the slower starts, which is what has been coming back to get them because of how close these maps have been. On Fracture as well, you do have you can go 6-6 and be favored on either side. It's all down to momentum, which means our timeouts are going to be absolutely crucial as well. We move into the anti-eco for Boom. Vandal out on Flip Shitter. I like this. It means when we see the buy next round, they're still going to have that weapon to try and level the playing field. Once again, Boom, they stack up, go for another push as a team. All hit by the KO dagger, I believe. So
yeah.
There is a lot of info for ONIC. Bear in mind they've pushed this A site anyway. It's going to be down to Severine to try and stop this, though.
Yeah, of course, with the trade back behind them, they know that the push isn't that imminent. They can still continue with their venture towards this B site, even though they leave one player behind as Flipja that will use his rifle to the test. Get 1 kill out of that. Although it does take a lot of damage, wouldn't be surprised if he handed that rifle elsewhere, but he's a bit stranded here. But he still survives to tell the tale to Poro. And Famous help out in that way. But it's a cleanup, fairly simple, straightforward, Boom with a second.
Yeah, absolutely right. Asserted and converted from Boom as they now go 2-0 up in some very swift rounds. But now the full buy comes into place. Let's see what ONIC can do with these big bad guns. And with these Vandals, Boom, they are going to be on a fairly weaker buy with the Spectres, with the Frenzy on Debotal. But it's that Vandal on flip side you need to keep an eye on.
I mean, ONIC might have big bad guns, but it's Boom that are the big bad wolves. And they're the ones that have done quite a lot of third-round conversions, haven't they?
It's once again the big bad wolves end up moving in a pack, once again trying to control this initial area outside of B main.
Now moving towards this B site, as you do say, Dagger straight out of the bat, making sure that and Slasher won't be able to use any of his utility early on. Fragment will make sure their push is delayed, but Berserk doesn't care. He's got an ability to dash on forward. NC Slasher spotting him, able to find one. Instantly traded, but Monia is also here, and they need to be wary of him. Two of them end up falling back. The spike is on the retreat, but the rest of them has stuck around for just a little bit. They're making sure the retreat is calculated. Even though they've traded equally, they don't want none of this fight.
Remember, Munya is wounded, so he would have been caught out should the assault actually have continued on that B site. The fact we're seeing Flipshooter actually rotate through tunnel here means that as the rest of the team hit the A site, there's the threat of that Vandal either catching out the lurkers or being able to go the long way around, the scenic route, round to Dish, and to then try and catch out the remaining defenders.
And you can see the defenders are polarized, right? 2 per site, and Flipshooter might be able to catch one of them at least. Oh, it's down to timing, certainly. And it's Flipshooter to actually get one. That will keep Monya busy, especially considering they haven't shown their ground towards this A site, but that also makes ONIC rotate over to B, which maybe put Boom in a difficult position.
30 seconds left.
Oh, timing is everything.
Oh, no.
And now he knows Munya's back site. The rest of the team can just descend on to B.
Yeah, no, Monya is left on site and is actually low with the previous trade. Aftershock putting him out into the open together with Incendiary. So much is thrown at him. So coordinated by Boom. But ONIC, this is your chance. This is the one with when you've got weapons. You can't let this one go. And it looks like they will not. Both Shiro and Elmimore have done their job. Shiro triples his skill core line. And that means that ONIC find their way on the board.
Yes, Boom may be the big bad wolves, but the Little Red Riding Hoods of ONIC definitely clap back. A first round on the board. And for the members of Boom, let's see if they can recover here. A round they actually really should have looked like they'd have won there. Getting caught out by taking Jules one at a time. You see they're both a little bit slow on the rotation. Means that Flipshooter has to get caught out in the open. What around from Shiro there, really delivering on that breach. And with the reinvestment coming in now, a judge comes out on NC Slasher.
And they were really on the back foot there, right? I mean, Boom did a splendid job to find his openings. Rotations looked to be clear, but ONIC seemed to be ahead of the curve when it came to those final fights.
It's another push as a team from Boom here, and with a Rolling Thunder available, this could very well lead to a fast hit onto this A site.
Yeah, no, they're definitely pushing into this, and Monya has a Spectre, therefore close distance fight is what he's looking for. The flash is perfect, but there's another one coming through that Monya wasn't able to look away from. ONIC, good coordination from them so far. There's a Rolling Thunder available on the Boom side, which could be used if they want to take over the site quicker, but it's Blaze King shooting prowess to do the work! Monya holds down his ground! You shall not pass, he shouts, as Boom is taken down one by one. Only 2 remaining now. It's Blaze King and Flipshooter to do it all on the side. Opportunity not given. Monya wants the ace. He might as well be given it. He's done such a splendid job on this defense, but the rest of them have to pick up the pieces. It's NC Slasher and Shiro both pushing. Flipshooter only good for one as ONIC get themselves a second round.
Munya, the hero of ONIC there, holding his ground, keeping the rest of Boom back, making sure their attack can only come from one direction. And with NC Slasher getting that defuse, out comes the orbital strike. Boom surprisingly holding onto that Rolling Thunder. They're potentially trying to use it for some grand strategy we're yet to see, but it feels like that may have been the catalyst that could have broke ONIC's defense there.
It really could. It really could. But it stabilized and Boom back into economical recession.
And not only are Boom back in the economic recession, they're also in the alt economy recession as well. Blaze King one away from his orbital strike means that ONIC have the alt advantage, at least temporarily. Famous and Elmimore both 2 away from theirs means that we are about to see the summit of this alt economy. They've got to start getting used quick, otherwise we're going to see them end up stacking up on top of each other and really having very little effectiveness. Early operated out from Elmimore as well, Glass Cannon.
I really love that we're actually seeing a mirror matchup here, because the previous ones you could argue maybe the first one was a bit of a comp diff. Now there is no more that excuse, is there? It's who plays this composition better.
Blaze King ready to use to kickstart this attack.
Well, Sky Smoke is enabled, allows them to cross forwards, and it's famous with the first shot with the Sheriff, although Severine likes to swing there. Fragment could end up the deed, but famous is actually so close to this smoke. Although it is spotted, and the spike is all there. ONIC look in place to hold this out. Yes, tower has been handed over, but why should you mind? When the dagger spots out all 3 of them, they're in big trouble. On the site they go, and Elmimore, as soon as one crosses in front of him, he knows what to do. Getting them out into the open is what they're looking to do themselves, but they want these picks, and ONIC really are not giving them. And 30 seconds in. All they have to do is just hold their ground. Elmimore, there you go. Both simultaneously was a good idea, but Monya, well, Berserks wasn't quite in place. Berserks? Sorry? He could do so much if he kills NC Slasher. That's a lot of guns down the drain. But still, the round is looked to be won here by ONIC without too many difficulties. That is Elmimore finding the final blow, and it's ONIC on top in the lead.
The revelation of the operator, as well as the instant shutdown on the boom attack, means that they are now going to have a really hard time trying to focus Elmimore, who has a tour de force in the back pocket. The sniper presence on the defense from ONIC is going to be so damn strong here. 4 ults available for ONIC, 3 ults available for Boom. We are ready for this clash of strategies, and this is really where the skill, the prowess of both coaches, both support staff is going to come into play in the execution to this A site from Boom.
And you mentioned the ultimates a round ago, haven't you? About them having impact now that they've been online. Moniet, they're a bit whip flick there from Flipshooter, not quite connecting. Famous as well, locked into a corner, shut down. ONIC taking their defense to the aggressive, exactly how we like to see. Defense played out in Fracture, but Tekbono takes them all down single-handedly. How did he even do that? And now this is fathomable. This is doable. Not all impossible. Especially Berserks is so close to the fight, fast as a bat, but nothing they can do if Blaze King is there to stop them. Boom, back in the game.
That was all Tebosal, the breach from Boom, blasting his way back into this game. And for ONIC now, yes, the ultimates are there, but the money's suddenly not. Manyet's had a great start to the round in setting up those kills, but Tebosal, what
He was on 1 HP for every single one of those kills.
Oh my God!
Are you kidding me, Tekbono?
And then Berserks, yeah, there's a greater luck to be able to shut down Munyet there, who was already on low HP. But for Boom, 3-3 the scoreline. And now, yes, they don't have an ult advantage, but they've got the gunfire. With that, they're going to try and hit this A site as quick as possible.
If with this win, Boom go to Champions, there'll be a mantle, there'll be a statue of Tekbono there. They'll figure it out. The fans will. Something will be made up for him, because that was crazy, and I think it'll be a highlight of the tournament.
God, the aggression of Famous
so
here.
much aggression. I mean, it's pistols for ONIC, but we've seen them do so much with these sheriffs, and they're actually on the fight right now. They're on the site. Rolling Thunder enabled preemptively here for Boom to stop them from even getting close to the site.
I like how Famous they're getting so aggressive by so much time. They know a tour de force is used. They know that ONIC are impartial to using ults to try and secure this.
Yeah, and Sindri gets dropped as well. Oh, Berserks with the opener. This should be clean by Boom. This should be very, very clean. Good timing on everything, although damaging. Influential to the credit scoreline, but other than that, is Boom to regain the lead and put ONIC back down.
Let's see the damage in ults here. We saw a huge commitment from Boom. They now have nothing to use against the Rolling Thunder, Null Command, Orbital Strike combo available for ONIC. Yes, it's around. Yes, they're able to secure themselves a lead, but how long can they hold on to that lead when having to reinvest even when they're winning? You see that for neither team, the economy is in a pretty place. Yes, it's a little bit better for Boom, but it's by no means out of the woods. Flipshooter having a great performance thus far, as is NC Slasher, as is Munyet. Players we all need to keep an eye on, alongside, of course, the hero of round 4, Tebosal.
It's so crazy to me that the pace seemed to be going in favor of ONIC, and you know, with a push of Monier onto the lower side of the map, you know, with Tekbono's victory, that 3K, everything just unfolded against them, and now it's Boom that seemed to have the advantage.
NC Slasher, lovely kill with the utility onto Blaze King, and that's the spike Pavlos. Look at the amount of time that's bought for ONIC to get their rotations into place.
Quite a bit, all of them nearby. Although they are smoked off, they can't do a thing just yet.
Tebosal's still low on HP.
Rolling Thunder will be utilized, so will the Orbital Strike. Oh, it's perfect! Rolling Thunder onto the site, Orbital Strike into tower, and both players retreating from it all have to die. And ONIC, without having to place a single player on that B side for this retake, seem to be poised to end this round in their favor. Severine brought back to life, Slasher with a final kill, and it's ONIC squaring things up yet again.
The symphony of these maps is building to a crescendo, and we're only 3 maps in. The chorus of abilities echo throughout Fracture there, and for NC Slasher, it's songs of praise that'll be sung for him for the rest of this map. Beautiful usage of the ultimate abilities, but that was the ult dump of ONIC. Neither team with the ults to aid them in what is going to be Boom's weak buy. Their setup for round 10 and their nod, their bow to give the lead over to ONIC.
Almimore is so aggressive, man. So freaking aggressive. Shiro concussed. Although somehow Monya and NC Slasher end up with kills there themselves. And Almimore, instead of falling back to safety after the pick, goes in even further. Doesn't catch them off guard though. Famous is being chased. Throws down the spike to his teammate in his last-ditch effort to put Boom in contention here. But Flipshit is right below. Oh, finds a Vandal, which also shows his own angle. But oh my god! Finds the kill on Severin, but he's not wary of where the rest are. Here's the dash of Monya and reconsiders his options. 1 minute, he can rotate, he can stay, but he can go for the kill onto NC Slasher, but he won't be able to find it. It's ONIC now in the driver's seat, Boom in the backseat.
In the last 2 maps, in the last series we saw from ONIC, NC Slasher was the quiet player. He was the one whose kills definitely didn't show how much he was supporting his team, but on top of kills, he wasn't getting any. This is now the polar opposite side of the spectrum. Yes, Flip should have for a moment there made that look very winnable, but look at that flick, Pavlos. Just nasty from NC Slasher. And for Boom, now 1 round down, but with a bye. Timeouts here would be perfect. Maybe not this round, but it's next round. Boom lose this, they go to a timeout. ONIC win this, they continue their presence.
Can see a bit of a B split from Boom. We've so far we've kind of seen it a one-sided effort, haven't we?
Yeah.
All 5 players from one side, but this time putting Flipshit onto Arcade to be an extra caveat.
They both are 1 away from the Rolling Thunder as well. I want to see him try and make a concerted effort to get the kill on Plants.
Split-second decision there from Flip to move into the right-hand side, but it seems NC Slasher and his Incendiary and his bullets are doing everything that is required. Shiro joining in on the fray. It seems all is good for ONIC. All is fine. All is safe, apart from NC Slasher's face. But other than that, everything is under control. And with 4 players alive up against the 1 of Boom, it's Blazer King. Spotted. They still know he's nearby, still lingering in the area. They don't need to do a thing. Maybe place someone behind him, which is exactly what they do with the likes of Elmimore. They know he's stranded. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Remember Pavlos, ONIC, on average, after order, have placed 25 rounds on average per map. 24, sorry.
That's 25-24.
That's a lot of rounds. That is a lot of rounds. Boom need a timeout here. I would love to see them call it because they are in trouble. Little money in the bank, and ONIC looking to, there it is, ONIC looking to lead that half.
Remember what we said about pace and ONIC needing to be the one to lead the charge at some point?
Yeah.
Is this what we're seeing from ONIC right now?
Yeah, it is exactly that, because you need to see a lot. What is great about, yes, the aim is great. NC Slasher, he's flicking like nothing. It's the utility usage, which is setting up everything here. It's the utility usage. I mean, NC Slasher, he opened that round with a util kill. It's the fact that we're seeing such a magnificent control of the chokeholds from ONIC, which is making their aim that bit easier because they don't require anything else. You see Ewok just in the far left side of the frame from ONIC here, trying to brief his team on some strategies, and I love this. I really, really do.
Yeah, it kind of seems like Boom are also taking the time to just step back a bit, right? There were a few head scratches there, and I think probably the first time we've seen them on the Boom side. And you know, ONIC, they've done a couple of reverse sweeps of this tournament so far, but all of them were best of 3s. Now it's a different beast because it's a best of 5. This would mean 3 consecutive ones. So far, they have momentum. Can they carry it on to close out this map as well as the next?
I believe we're also going into a tech pause.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, going into a tech pause, so we're going to see a restart there. And for me, now that that delay has broken a bit of momentum, unfortunately you can't avoid tech pauses, but it's going to harm ONIC a little bit in terms of momentum. Luckily, and this is something that we're going to mention and allude back to probably for the rest of this map, is their minor util usage, because it's so good, their aim doesn't need to be on point. They could win this with body shots, it's just they're making it look a little bit more crisp because, well, they're just good like that.
Yeah. Well, just a reminder for everyone that has just joined in, this is the grand final of VCT APAC LCQ, where the victor will be heading over as a representative to Istanbul Champions. It's a 3rd one, together with Paper X and Xerxia. So right now, this is an important matchup. And remember, this is a rematch on Fracture. This is not the first time these two teams met each other for the past few days on this map. Last time around, it was 1917 in favor of Boom.
Technical pause ends, and the next player I want to talk about is Severin. Currently 11 assists. While his kills aren't there, the setup he's been doing has been perfect.
Yeah, and remember, he's IGLing for the team as well.
Absolutely.
And he's doing such a splendid job. And if you look over on one of the previous, I believe it was Haven, right?
Yeah.
The map where he had quite a lot of impact.
It was.
Still close. Still very, very close. But he was influential with kills as well.
Huge push now from ONIC trying to get into the back line of Boom. Having cleared that initial area, Boom have followed up with a huge and fast hit to this A site. Look at the aggression of Flipshitter.
Wow, Flipshitter's just jumped up. Shiro, is he checking it? Is he?
He has no reason to.
Is he wary of it? I mean, he is a bit reserved of taking the step. And Flipshitter isn't looking in the right direction. Oh, has that been heard? Has that been heard? Oh, they're not going to check it, are they? They're not going to check it. Oh, they're not going to check it! It's a really bad check from Monyet and Shiro to allow Flipshitter to give him a chance, together with Boom, to end up with a victory on a very low buy. Empty Slasher trying to bring his team back, but it may not be a thrifty round from Boom off of the back of Flipshitter's position.
I was waiting for the APAC 50 round, Pavlos. Here it is, Boom. They do such a good job with Flipshitter there to get him into such an aggressive position, and it's the sort of like half check by ONIC.
They don't even check the end of that corner.
The reason they don't check it is because there's no reason for Flipshitter to be there.
Yeah,
how would he get there? And instead, bear in mind, the Rolling Thunder was used as well, so once Flipshitter got his kill, there was no follow-up available for ONIC because they were all concussed.
Wow.
Wonderful stuff from them now. And as you look at the ultimate management, there's that Tour de Force available for Flipshitter that will come out. Blaze King with an orbital strike, as is NC Slasher. And right now, the strikes from the skies are going to be the real difference maker.
Wow. Well, Almimore finds a first pick. Berserks is now down and out. On the hunt they go. Boom. On the aggression towards the A site, not catching anyone off guard with that ultimate orbital strike in return as well. But as it falls, Elmimore finds a gap to find a kill as well. Sky Smoke placed, but he pushes through it. Monya, he dies through an aftershock. Where was that? Now, Elmimore repositions on top. Rendezvous away, back into safety. He's done his job. ONIC on top in numbers, and more of them. And now in this fight, both of the attackers fall simultaneously. Elmimore with 4, and it's ONIC having the lead at half-time.
That could have been Elmimore's second ace of the series. What a performance from him so far. 7-5, ONIC are going to lead at the end of the half. But remember, Pavlos, we are on Fracture. 7-5 is easily able to be turned around, and because of that, you cannot rule Boom out just yet. Remember, with the experience of this team, 7-5 being down on a map, it means nothing to them. Rather than where most teams would curl up into a ball and cry, Boom, they roll their sleeves up, they rub their hands together, and they get ready for a bloodbath.
I'm starting to see reflection of the playstyles of these two teams in regards to their playstyle, the way they play around it, the timings they take, how long it takes for them to execute on sites. I don't feel like ONIC is an anti-APAC strat. I think it's the APAC strat. It's just that they wait a few seconds before they go for those pushes.
Exactly.
Right? Doesn't really feel like it. But I mean, it's working this particular one.
Yeah, exactly. And what's quite nice is it does catch out teams when you do delay it and when you do stutter your approaches. Fracture's a really good map to sort of emphasize that, and sort of the echoes of these late rotations, these delayed pushes, definitely got to Boom. Definitely got to them. Remember, in our last fight story overtime, and our time before that, we saw, I think it's like 23 rounds. ONIC, they like the long games, Pavlos. They play long range. And as we saw from yesterday, these guys thrive when it comes to the longer matches.
But let's see if their attack is as good as their defense. Boom, on the other hand, have to step things up. Flipshitter is probably thinking, this is my time to shine. This is where I will feel most comfortable. And I think what everybody needs to look out for here is Tekopodo and Berserks. Whenever those two players are together, you're nearly guaranteed that they will be playing aggressive, maybe with Famous as well. As long as Berserks is double stacked with one of their initiators, if you will, you may be seeing Boom going in fast. But apart from that, it is ONIC on the attacking, now heading towards this A site, which is fairly clear. There is one player defending it and one further back towards Dish, but they're looking to move in a very fast manner. And you already see Monya making his way onto the site. Sky Smokes before, Flipshitter with 1, looking to get a little bit close here. Flipshitter has to be careful of Monya perhaps, but no, it's Blaze King that is wary of him and takes him down. ONIC haven't even gotten the spike down yet, and the rotations have come forward. Severin finally getting kill for ONIC, and this is one way to get them started off strong on this series, but up with the aftershock to the corner, and Elmimore on the backswing. That's Elmimore with 3! No, it's 2 kills and damage on the 3rd as Boom clear the rest up.
It just turns into this huge gunfight all around the site. Players take their duels, players fall, and with that, it's going to be Boom to take the pistol round. 7-6, that differential reduced to just 1 round. With that, Boom are going to be able to move to their anti-eco and kiss their dreams of losing Fracture, at least in a one-sided fashion, goodbye.
Yeah. No, it's going to be a close one. We knew this one was going to be close. I mean, we saw so many overtimes last time. 19-17. Like, that is not one round, one score to kind of ignore. 36 rounds, quite a lot. Can I count? 1917? Yeah, that's 36.
Yeah, that's right. Always fun double checking, Pavlos. I'm probably the worst person here to ask, though. Yeah. Our producer didn't come on and tell us off, so we're all right.
Yeah, we're all right. Okay, I can do my maths. I've got a science degree now. Ooh, okay, yeah. That's the first time I could say that. Up until now, it was like, ooh, I'm studying to be a scientist, but now I am one.
And now you are one. Maybe ONIC could take some lessons from you in how to defend against Spectres with just a mere couple of pistols. Early flash from Famous, going to swing out. It's going to kill, though. Fracture.
Misplaced. Unfortunate. Unlucky. But Zax actually takes a lot of damage early on, right? He's low. That can hinder his comfort. That's comfortable. So many of these fights are uncomfortable, Kremer. It's getting a little bit tough. It's getting a little bit tough. And they know, I mean, ONIC are the sheriffs. Don't disrespect them, guys. Do not disrespect the sheriffs of ONIC. But yeah, Boom, hold back, realize they've overstepped their welcome for a little bit, and are glad, thanking their lucky stars, they're still alive. Notices there's one beneath him. That's a very nice dagger.
Sheriff's going to try and get away, though. He's got Severin to cover him. And with that, actually, ONIC, they go back, they set their gaze back to Dish. The fact they've been able to disconnect from that fight on B is just perfect. Now you look over to Boom, it's all on Flipshitter to hold what is going to be a huge attack coming his way. Tobotel's there as well, but the rest of the defense are low.
You kind of want Flipshitter to be the guy there and waiting. Tobotel will be smoked off. Flipshitter with a spec. Ah! Okay, all right, there's a jumping Manny at his feet. Tobotel moves out of the smoke and surprises everybody, and so does Blaze King. And Boom win the round without any problems.
Sure, they win the round without any problems, but my God, for a moment do we sweat. ONIC, they tagged those final 3 players down below 50 HP. They would have had serious problems if that turned into a 3 versus 3, or if Tobotel and Blaze King weren't able to get that second after that first kill. Really, really strong stuff from both players, and what it means for Boom, though, is it means it'll be a couple of Spectres, the odd Frenzy, up against the full buy of ONIC. Unable to bring out any premium weapons, which means that for ONIC, the odds are definitely in their favor here. Boom's response may very well be some aggression here, planned to assault this backline of A.
Ooh, Flipshitter's just walked past Monia. Monia's right behind him. Oh no, instead, he falls back and is actually stabilized.
That's a spike.
The standings. That is a spike. Boom is actually on the back foot here. They're the ones on the flank. Monia turns around and gets a few, but Famous is still alive. How is Famous still alive? Omimore takes the ropes to find himself at the back of his opposition. And yeah, no, that was a crazy one, Kremer. Break it down for me, because that was quick.
Crazy one. So Boom's idea was to be able to collapse onto ONIC's attack, because they knew they were going to be heading over to A with the early information from the dagger. Fortunately, ONIC, they also wanted to go aggressive. So by the time ONIC landed their attack, Boom, they were only able to catch out the spike. ONIC, playing very damn well, used the initial flank of Elmimore to come back around to catch out the flanking players, which they then used in synchronization with their push to try and get that spike. They do so, the final players of Boom are cleaned up. It's a quick mop up, and now as we head into round 16, there are a few Spectres on either side, which means that this is going to be interesting, and it could very well be clutch territory. A lot of players went away from their ults, which means that we could be seeing some spontaneous use of abilities, Pavlos.
I love that throughout that.
Right here.
What we took as a conclusion is that, so this will be interesting. Yeah. This will be interesting. But it will be. It damn well will be.
It will be.
There is no better way to describe it. There really isn't. Accurately put. And now heading towards this B side, or it seems it looks like it for now. Bit of a split. But on the safer side, on both ends, it seems like both teams don't really want to make 2 mistakes, and characteristically, from what we've seen so far in this series.
Dagger used, or planned to be used, as ONIC go for a fairly late control of A here. Over on Boom, Blaze King and Flipshitter are the players to watch out for. One away from a Tour de Force and an Orbital Strike. Blaze King Orbital Strike here will be the make or break.
Yeah, no, ONIC are definitely doing a lot of noise crossing forwards here. As soon as the aftershock comes forth, Monia actually pushes before the last aftershock blast ends, which will surprise them in regards to spraying them down and giving an opportunity to get in sight. The spike will be going down. ONIC survive with all, even though they've got more Spectres than Boom. It seems they may have a chance. Severin will still be alive to make sure they cannot use their abilities, which is important because Moniet can now flow in without fearing for his life. NC Slasher and Moniet keep it going, looking to bring Severin back to life as Blaze King is wondering, do I step into this fire and try to interrupt? well, his life is interrupted, and it's ONIC to extend their lead.
Out of those doors, it's out of the frying pan into the fires of ONIC. The blazes of glory echo as they get their 9th round. And for Boom, yes, there are ultimates to aid them in their way, but the weapons certainly won't. The Tour de Force is going to have to be their sole survivor of this round. It has to be the sole savior of this round, because ONIC now with a weaponry advantage are going to get that much more scary. Beautiful use of the null command. Once it came online, it's now allowed ONIC to get 3 ultimate abilities readily available to try and wield against Boom's defense.
And ONIC switching up the pace once again. Monier is feeling himself. He's just dashing through this map, making it difficult for everyone to pick up kills. And as soon as Tekboda wants to drop, it seems that Shiro is there to help his teammate out. Flipshiller is locked in a really tough spot. Yes, he has to rendezvous, otherwise he would have been in trouble. He would have been pincered in, and now is with his teammates. But what is important with this round is that Boom are with pistols. Therefore, ONIC can play things safely. Oh no, did I just speak too fast? Did I really just do that? Flipshiller?
That is no pistol in the hands of Flipshiller.
It really isn't. Orbital strikes, Rolling Thunder. It seems that Boom really want to go for this, but Monian isn't giving them a chance. What's a spray down? Flipshiller, though, keeping them in the contention. That's a triple for him. And Blaze King isn't one to shy away from with a Sheriff. And Shiro is low. He's 1 bullet away, no man on the gun. Oh, Blaze King gets it, and now it's down to Moniet. The turnaround, the overdrive. Flipshiller with 4 puts Boom in the victory seat.
The tour de force from Flipshiller, followed up by the Vandal, brings Boom their 8th. No weapons, no worries. It's the Thrifty to bring Boom their 8th. ONIC, they do like their longer games, but hey, you got to admit, this may be getting a little bit close for comfort. 1 round hangs in the balance between these 2 teams, and the economy is certainly going to be tested here as we see ults committed as well. Now the stress is going to start getting to these teams.
The impact Flipshiller has had this series has been impeccable. And it might have just thrown ONIC in a really, really difficult spot. It's like they've built a well and dropped them in there.
Yep, instant timeout from ONIC as well. Really, really well timed. Yes, they have money for a reinvestment, but they've got to figure out, do they commit the Tour de Force? Do they use that orbital strike? Severin right now is having an incredible map. Even though he's only on 5 kills, it's the 15 assists, which is really catching my eye. Setting up, he's the reason NC Slasher and Elmimore are doing so good. The issue is, though, Boom, right now they're doing that a bit better with Flipshiller hitting the impact frags.
Well placed, because they really are impact frags.
Yeah, they really, really
It's not like he's getting 1 or 2 and they lose a round. No, he influences the entirety of the round.
More importantly, Tobotal, he's got the Rolling Thunder as well. So the counter utilities in place for Boom. This could be the start, the war drums of their comeback. They have, of course, Elmimore on the flank. The rest of ONIC get ready to assault this B site. Surely, Pavlos, the grand final, the rivalry, the symphony of what has been carnage throughout this tournament. Surely it doesn't end in only 3 maps.
Surely not. Surely not. We want to see all 5 given to us. But Boom definitely don't want to see that. They want to close it as soon as possible. They want to show that they're dominant in this region and they deserve to be in the international stages. They deserve to be in Istanbul. No! And Tekboda is shouting, "Give me Turkey, baby! I'm coming to you!" 0 is all that remains, but not for too long. The score has just been equalized.
9-2-9. ONIC now on the back foot. They've lost their momentum, and this is off the back of a timeout as well. They now don't have any way to call for help. They're not trapped. Boom isn't trapped in here with them. They're trapped in here with Boom. And right now, it's going to be damn difficult for Boom to try and lose this momentum. They have that operator. They've got the rifles to back it up. They have the null command and the Rolling Thunder. The null command's not going to be needed. ONIC don't have ults. They don't have cash either, Pavlos. They somehow scramble this sort of weak half not by with a few classics in the mix. We'll see what they can get done with it, but Boom, fast to rotate.
And if you're ONIC right now, where's your morale? What are you thinking? How do you come back from this? How do you put your head down and just think round by round? How do you even do that? It's so tough. Shiro with 1, Berserks with a trade, but still with lesser weapons, ONIC need much more than this.
They are able to retrieve the Vandal, so they do have something to wield here. But for the rest of ONIC, they look like they want to stack together and get ready to hit this A site. But that means running into flip shitter. And let's be honest, that's not something anyone wants to do.
Yeah, no. It probably would be the best decision if they went towards the A site, because it is that one player. And if you do miss your first shot, flip shitter. I mean, oh, he can't rendezvous away now. He's going to have to run away, and he might be going into the arms of Severine. That's exactly what happens. And getting the denial with the dagger mean that the trademark didn't spot him either. That is perfect.
The point blank
but the Rolling Thunder's definitely going to deny it.
It delays it, but to what avail?
Moore, that's the shot. Flash coming through. NC Slasher, what a shot! Berserk's in the fight, but NC Slasher and Monya are having none of it. They don't want to give away this chance. They are the first to get to the double digits.
Just as we feel like we're ruling ONIC out on momentum, they come straight back. And Severin, we said, yeah, he's not being able to kill very much, but oh my God, Pavlos, these assists have been perfect. That's Dagger shutting down the operator of flip shitter. We said no one wants to run into him because he's that damn good. But when you're outflanking him, that is perfect. And you see from Berserks, even at the end there, that little flash of brilliance shutting down 2 players, but it's just not enough. ONIC back into the lead, 10 to 9. And now they're desperately going to try and hold onto this lead. A few of their players down to 0 in credit score. So much is invested in this. If Boom lose it, they're down to Unico. ONIC tried to close out the map. If they lose it, Boom, they are straight back into this. A must-win round in what is turning out to be the pinnacle of APAC Valorant.
And PaperX and Exertion aren't in this tournament at all, even, right? They're like... Yeah. They've already qualified. They don't need to go through this double bracket process.
Either of these teams, they have earned to have their name next to PaperX and Xerxia.
Oh, after going through this gruesome tournament? Yeah, hell they do, of course. What a performance by both of them. Boom haven't dropped a match to a single one. ONIC have only dropped to Boom, but if their redemption comes in a best of 5, then they've learnt lessons here, but God, isn't it a mountain to climb?
Truly is. ONIC, they get ready for this rotation back around to hit B, but it's the lurking play of Elmibor you need to keep an eye on. Almost getting caught out. Does he anticipate it?
Flame is actually on his own onto the site here. What can he do? Oh no! That's 1 kill at least, but it's quickly traded, and ONIC have got site control.
Flank goes down as well. The flank's actually been avoided perfectly.
But it seems like Elmibor is wary of it, still gets 1, but these trades are so back and forth. It means that we're teeter-tattering across equal footing. 3 versus 3. Berserks wants to go in, even though the fragment is there. Oh! He knows he stunned up Severin. He knows this is a perfect chance for it. And Blaze King and Tech Bottle will do the rest. ONIC aren't going anywhere. Boom want to be right up there with them.
The confidence, the bravery from the members of Boom, from Berserks to go through a fragment and then take a gunfight afterwards with an opponent who knows you're coming, to then win that and have your team all push into that site. Every single one lands their shots. It's 1 kill each, and with that, Boom equalize. Look at the economy of ONIC. It's just about salvageable, but this Rolling Thunder on Shiro, this needs to be one of the best Rolling Thunders he's ever hit in his career. ONIC, they prepare another hit away. This time, the flank of Elmibor is no longer on the opposite side of the map. They realize the aggression of Boom is to be anticipated. They're going to try and punish that with this hit away.
But they're not going for it straight away. They're allowing themselves to breathe, as well as us, as well as the viewers. But it only took a second. You only need 2 seconds to take a deep breath. Then they'll just amp up the pressure again. They find it clear. Flip shitter has been smoked off, and so have the rest. Monyet gives the call that the coast is clear for them to push. But that is a greedy position to get the spike down. And even though they do get it down, it's costly.
That's Rolling Thunder gone as well. What a huge kill for Boom.
Ooh. Berserk's used an overdrive, and he just wasted it because Monyet is able to shut him down. Though that means that he has to move out into the open because of the fragment. Elmibor. Oh, Elmibor! But that's only 1. That is only 1. And NC Slash's position is fully telegraphed. Boom, with a better buy, end up on top. but that was stressful.
Only a handful of rounds hang in the balance, Pavlos. Yes, we were 2 maps up, but they're only about 4 or 5 rounds up, is to give you a scope as to how closely matched these teams are. ONIC just about suffering there. If they had that Rolling Thunder, this could have been a very, very different story. They hold on to it once again for another round. Pavlos, they are running out of time. 1 buy potentially left in ONIC, and look at the ults of both teams, particularly ONIC. Severin, Elmure, NC Slasher, all 1 away from bringing them online. And for ONIC, it's the same strategy. This huge pushed away, spearheaded by Munyet.
After ONIC gaining quite a lead now on the attacking, it's Boom to turn the tide around and be the ones in the driver's seat. It's Munyet to enter the A site. It seems we're in an A site simulator for the past few, but it has been working out sometimes. But Boom, their retakes have been impeccable. Might not even come down to the retakes. Elmure is already dead. The spike hasn't even gone down, but they're still putting on the pressure. Munyet sprayed through the smoke. He ends up dying. Still a 3 versus 4, so Boom have a good chance in this if they put their chips at the right basket, but they need to be careful of the flank, because there is a KO of Famous on the back foot. NC Slasher, the timing! He hears the bullets flying at him. Famous draws out the flash, and that is his downfall, because NC Slasher is looking away. Down to 3v3. This is as close as it could be. Severin close by. It's Shiro with a kill. Severin again with a fragment. Look at the sideline! Flipshitter, can he do it? And now it's a duel. Oh my god! All but a strike. That's a delay. Out into safety, but 10 points of health. And he realizes he has no time. He's going to fall back and save the Vandal. Holy moly! Was that a close one?
ONIC, by the skin of their teeth, are able to equalize. An incredible setup once again by NC Slasher. That dagger prevented the follow-up utility from being able to shut down Shiro, meaning Shiro could take Angels, meaning Shiro could isolate players, and he does so beautifully. What a round from ONIC, and sure, Boom make it close, but that flank from Famous, the fact NC Slasher was able to read it was just incredible. Severin once again looking to lead in the assists. 16 to his name here. And only a couple of rounds hang in the balance. The buy is shaky. Tour de Force comes out from both teams. What can these big, scary Frenchmen with their big, scary guns do? Pavlos.
What can they do?
This game is on a knife's edge.
It really is. But ONIC is the heaviest one here, so they could fall, given that they are down 2 maps. No margins for error. They need 2 in a row. They need 2 consecutive ones. Shiro, will he find his way back to safety? Yes, he's got tower control together with the rest of his teammates, but there's a Rolling Thunder waiting. Right there. Dekbodal is looking to line it up. Oh, that could catch 3 players. And I believe it catches 2. Berserks now looking to push forward. Can they protect each other? It looks like they can. They're not affected by it. Stun to the back end. Elmure challenge. Oh! Still connects it, and Shiro is there. The rest of them looking to follow through. Famous with a double. That opens things up, but Elmire's still alive. It's diffused halfway. Incendiary out his feet. He's being burnt alive, and he walks out of the flames to try and salvage this round. They all have to fall as Elmire and NC Slasher pick them up 1 by 1. It's ONIC now on map points.
Map points, Pavlos. They want to take us to Icebox. ONIC's map pick of Icebox, and with that we could have a genuine 5-map series. Remember, we end it on Split. What could potentially be the final time we see Split in APAC competitive play?
We may be getting ahead of ourselves because Boom have another chance. Right, this is 1 round, yes, from victory for ONIC.
That's
but
true.
Yes, a victory for overtime.
The reverse
1 round
sweep.
away from it, at least.
The reverse sweep would make history. Boom's buy, it is not good. They need to be able to hold this with judges, specters, and everything in between.
Oh, look at
as
this.
ONIC descend on them.
Oh, look at this. Stun onto Blaze King, accurately placed. Overdrive coming forth. The dash is in as well. ONIC are feeling it. They want to end it here. Rolling Thunder coming forth. They want to guarantee it. But Berserks has found himself a weapon, I believe. He's found himself a Vandal. And this is doable because we know how fragging works with this guy. He can come online, but this round is not it for him. It's Famous and Flipshitter to do it. Oh, Munyet! What a swing. What a flick. And there's nothing the rest can do. Flipshooter will have to fall. He'll try his best to stay alive as long as possible, but ONIC will do it. Take down Fracture and give them another chance to get this series locked in for them.
Pavlos, put on your winter coat, get on your mittens, because we're going to Icebox. ONIC finally find their stride, they find their confidence, and they do so in taking Fracture in a hell of a map, and just a taster as to what's to come in this series.
Goodness gracious me, Bind Haven, both for Boom, but Fracture goes to ONIC. 3 maps in out of a best of 5 where anything could happen. And when Icebox is next, ONIC's home ground, there is hope and potential we'll be seeing split.
So long as there's hope, there's a chance, Pavlos, and right now there is a very, very big amount of hope being pumped into the veins of ONIC after they deliver on Fracture.
What a performance by ONIC. Barely scrambling the victory there, barely getting the momentum in their favor. But guys, we'll be throwing to a break. The analysts will break it down. See you guys in a bit.
There are the views of Jakarta, where all the fans have gathered to a fantastic performance so far by both the squads representing the country. But the little hedgehog that could fights back. ONIC get one here in map number 3. We're going to our map number 4. It almost looked like we were going to use our best of 5 to anything more than what we've seen so far, but it looks like we will. Digon here with Tash Bunny and with Quack, and y'all, it was scrappy yet again.
Well, yeah, I guess you could say that. But of course, you know, that's what hedgehogs do. When you're threatened, when you're scared, you curl up in a little ball. You let your spikes do the talking.
The spikes really pierce Boom Esports hard. We are seeing a very different ONIC this time around, where I think that this is one of their most different and most diverse playstyles I've seen so far. Their utility usage is just insane.
Yeah, definitely. I think part of the change here, we called him out. I called him out. NC Slasher, where are you? And he goes, Severine, I need you to hold this KO so I can go frag out. Gets onto the Brimstone and tops the lobby. First time he's gotten past 10 kills. I think finished with like 24, 25. Topped the whole lobby in terms of average combat score and was a difference maker time and time again.
There was another player to that as well. I mean, Elmi Moore, you were asking, like, where was he? Where were the clutches? And he really showed up on the chamber. And I think, you know, all the frags are beautiful. We love him. But it's also partly due to the fact that Severine, as the KO, as the IGL, sets up for a lot of these amazing moments. I mean, there was that one round with the Rolling Thunder from Tabletop into NC Slasher's Orbital Strike combo. And, like, there were 4 kills in that round, and it comes up huge. Elmior, of course, chamber clutch is just amazing.
Elmi Moore is more than just his clutches. Elmi Moore also is good on those lurks. He's not just a lurk, he's also an anti-lurk, especially on that round where we saw a very aggressive ONIC catching out Boom Esports from the information of the knife, finally pushing up forward and catching Boom Esports' own lurks with Elmi Moore. So I have to say, Elmi Moore is an all-in-one anti-lurk, clutch master, it's all him in one. But I also want to talk about another player here. Let's talk about Monyet. We didn't really see him super shine on the first half, and that's because we are seeing him shut down early. But on the second half, it's a very different Monyet. It's a Monyet that is set up by his teammates, just run up to people's faces, get so up close and personal, and just, bye, you're back in the lobby.
Yeah, but that's not all. Again, Boom have amassed that 2-map lead, and they were inches away. There we go, back to Freedom Units. Inches away from closing this one out, as it was Flip's Jitter that was just constantly being the one forcing the tempo against ONIC, who didn't have the answer a lot of the time, almost more than half the time, but fell just a couple rounds short.
Yeah, I mean, nobody was really, like, streets ahead. But the thing is, Boom, this was such a crazy series because there were so many back-and-forth rounds when we see, you know, the converse IGL, Flip Jitter, on the chamber, finding some insane positional plays with the Tour de Force, and not to mention Berserks, that one round, he absolutely popped off, timed the slide so perfectly onto the top of tower. You can tell that Boom still has so much fire in them that even going to the next map, there's going to be a lot of chaos.
Yeah, that's right. Again, round 23 when both teams pushed tower, and that was a hell of a fight. I think it was 2 for Elmi Moore, 2 for Famous. Both squads are getting to the point where it's making it difficult for us to analyze because it's just that clutch gene. Who's going to step up in those moments? We've seen people miss some open shots as we move on over to Icebox, but we've also seen them land shots that we didn't think they could land, they should land, and turn these rounds right around.
If you look at Icebox, Kami, this is ONIC's pick, and I think this is like a Hopium pick because this was the map they won against Bleed. And it was honestly so recent. Meanwhile, on the other side, for Boom Esports, the last time they played this on tournament was back during playoffs over in stage number 2. It's been a long time for Boom, and I have to say, we might be going to map 5 just because...
Whoa! No. I will not allow us to look towards map 5 because we have to put respect on Boom's name. They're the higher seed. They're the ones up 2-1. I love that story, don't get me me wrong, Tash, but let's go ahead and let's analyze this map first before we start looking past things. Because then if we don't get to bind, people are going to get upset and be like, look, the analyst desk, they cursed us here, rather than look at this one. So when we look at how ONIC and Boom line up on here, Quack, what jumps out at you at this? What are you looking for between these two squads as we move to Icebox?
We've seen ONIC. They've got those post-plant lineups. We've seen Shiro's utility usage as the Sova. It's insane. Boom, on the other hand, like Tash mentioned, we haven't seen them for the longest time on this map. That's why ONIC are probably primed for this. But if anything, if Boom are to win this, we need to see some of these players step up. I mean, Blaze King, Famous, back at it again. I don't know if he's going to stick on the initiator. Maybe change up to a duelist role or something like that.
Again, ONIC have been able to play this map before, but Boom have had their strats covered. What will work out? Well, let's find out as we send it back on over to the casters. 2-1. Will Boom close it out?
Thank you, Degon, and our analysts. This is turning out to be quite a banger, right? I think we would have been a bit upset if it ended up in a 3-0. Not because Boom doesn't deserve it. They've done a splendid job, but because a grand final deserves the best of action. We're both Australian? Question mark? Question mark?
Yeah,
anyway,
question mark.
we're back to normal in regards to our names. No more Pavlova and Cream. But I think we need to start breaking down the next map.
Certainly not back to normal for this game.
Yeah, no, I think it's time to break down Icebox, right? Because this is where action may come down. And we haven't seen too much of Boom on Icebox yet, have we?
Yeah, I think for ONIC, they had the choice between ending on Icebox or Split. I think it's quite smart to choose Icebox because Boom haven't played it, as you mentioned, since Stage 2. And it means that they're going into the unknown. ONIC, they've played it a few more times. They're a bit more warm to the map. And let's be honest, when we saw them on Icebox, they certainly weren't bad.
No, certainly not. And of course, as we do start to look at the compositions, we're seeing a Boom who has gone for something that they've been very familiar with back in Stage 2. A very familiar point as well.
You're absolutely right, and with that, I'm going to be interested to see how the Killjoy sort of works going into this map. I personally am not a big fan of Killjoy on Icebox, so I would like to be proven wrong, but for now, I am slightly favouring ONIC's composition.
Yeah, 100%. Heading into this one, everybody, hope you guys are ready. Hope you refilled on your snacks and your drinks, because I know you probably run out of them after 3 maps. It's quite a long one. But it's time to enter the icy realm of Icebox, filled with snow, epic plays, and epic executes.
For now, it's going to be an early push from ONIC. Set their gaze to A. They were umming and ahhing about going fairly aggressive. Using that Viper's Wall over on B was a bit of a fake. And because of that, Boom seemed to be fairly well equipped for the retake here. But ONIC aren't going to oblige them just yet. They're still being fairly fastidious with their initial attack. And I quite like that. For me, it means that they are really making sure they don't get caught out.
And Boom as well are playing fairly passive on this, right?
Yeah, they are. That's excluding Berserks, who is looking to push a little bit over on B.
Yeah. On the A side, though, fairly reserved. And that's where ONIC are looking to take their first approach. Severine to entry. It seems that Boom have kind of got an idea, right? No presence shown anywhere. Staff from info, really, right?
They are. Now the acceleration comes in. This will be a plant and potentially a 5v5 retake here for Boom.
Yeah, very much could be. Oh, Tekbodal actually pushing up. Snake Bite's throwing at him. Plant at the top, which means pretty much visible from anywhere on this site. It's good for ONIC for sure, having the space to do that. And already with the numbers, it's going to get tough. Berserks, Entry King, doing it again. Looking for more. Berserks doubling up. NC Slasher unable to do so. ONIC now on the back foot, actually. And Severine may be in trouble. Does damage. Falls back. Do they know how far back, though? Tekbodal aggresses. And now Elmi Moore is all by himself. He can't find the head. Or can he? He can! And already on the pistol, we're seeing action. But he's not in a position to deny the third diffuser Tekbodal. And it's Boom to gain the first round of this map.
Absolutely perfect. I'll tell you what, Boom, for a moment there, they looked like they were in serious trouble. Purely because we ended up seeing them use all of their utility to try and cancel the plant. It doesn't do so. The plant still goes down, and what it means is that they have to rely on their gunplay and gunplay only. Luckily, Berserks exists, and with that, they're able to punish the plant position there, and Tekbodal finds quite a nice angle, actually. A cheeky one. A cheeky one, but it does work. Over for ONIC, though, it's down to Sheriffs, but let's be honest, the ONIC Sheriff buy is pretty much Vandals for most other teams.
Yeah. Fear the Sheriffs from ONIC. Berserks has no fear, though, right? ice cold. Probably should be fearing them though. Okay. Oh no! Oh, have we alluded it too early?
Deja vu.
Have I seen this place before?
Oh, Blaze King has to aggress.
No, Blaze King is going too far forward. He's shown his ground by spraying across, but ONIC are repositioning to what is probably the emptiest of the sites, although Boom themselves are going for a pivot.
So Botel is in position. He just has to buy time right now as best as he can while his teammates join him.
Oh no, couldn't eliminate the recon in time either. Tefodo, he's in trouble, gets one, traded, still flip shitter close by. They've got better weaponry, remember. The snake bite kill. Snake bite kill, excuse me. Now Shiro and Monya still on equal footing, but without the spike. And not much time.
No utility either.
Oh no, have to do it dry.
Either team.
Oh no. For Boom, this is better, right? It calms them down a bit after a potential of losing the follow-up. But here they go, move together. Move in together to at least get the trade, but it won't even be a trade. A Shiro rips Flipshitter's head to pieces, and they end up with the dub. ONIC instantly on the board.
What a round from ONIC. There's no strategy behind that, Fabulous. That was just aim out of this world. 1-1 the score line. ONIC want to send us the split. Boom want us to stay the hell away. They are going to have to drop down to pistols of their own and try and mimic the success ONIC were just able to find in what was some ruthlessly aggressive rounds. So Botel, one away from a Viper's Pit. Over on ONIC, they are still a couple of ult points away from being able to get a few of their abilities online. But what they have now, Pavlos, is they have Vandals, they have Bulldogs, and they have a serious urge to assault this A site.
An urge that will be put to the side for a little bit, you know? You gotta be reserved. Gotta put the cookie jar a little bit higher to use more effort to end up eating them all. And for good reason, because it's actually Boom that are aggressing and they're the ones that are being punished for it. So ONIC can subside for a little bit as they have just been freely given the advantage. Not that they didn't have it already. Well, there's another.
There goes Flip Shitter, and with that, I think there goes Boom's kind of holding, potentially upsetting the round. Unless we see something truly disgusting from the Frenzy and Botel, I doubt we'll be seeing a victory here.
No.
Shoulder peek, teasing, Severin, you could say.
It's like a game of whack-a-mole, right? It's like Severina's holding a hammer at the arcade, and Botel's like peeking up. No. And yeah, always too slow. Always too slow. Bless you, Kramer.
Thank you very much. I hope that mic didn't pick it up.
Maybe mine did. But either way, you know. Boom. Yeah, no, it's simple. It's straightforward. I don't think they know that Famous is this close, but I don't think it will matter too much. Now he's been spotted, only runs away with one. The Vandals are safely within their hands. And the rest of them, I don't think they'll care about too much. And Blaze King will slowly be approaching. There is a wall there, so that's definitely going to interrupt them a little bit. Dinkaroo found, but all ONIC can do is just wait. They don't need to do anything else. But this ends around really, Kremer, doesn't it? So this kind of puts us in a new point in time where ONIC start this map off strong while they're on the attacking.
This is the first time we've seen ONIC start maps with such effectiveness. Yeah. And I think, remember, their map pick, they're the ones who are sort of amping it up, setting themselves up for a reverse sweep. If we see a reverse sweep Pavlos, I feel like we're going to lose our voices.
No, that's certain at this point. Yeah, no.
Sacrifice worthy of the cause. And
of course.
With that, Blaze King is going to fall to the spike. Another sacrifice to the cause as ONIC go 2-1 into the lead for Boom. Now it's time to bring out the guns. It's time to bring out the investments. And let's see if they can channel that skill into matching ONIC. Botel, Viper's Pit ready on ONIC. Look how close these ultimate abilities are to coming online.
Yeah, very close. We may be seeing some fights for Orps here, perhaps.
But exactly. And I think that for ONIC, they've gone so heavy towards A. I think by the time they head B, they're not going to be able to go B straight away. They're probably going to need a rotation through mid. You see Botel committed there. No one else from Boom is going to be in sight, so it probably will be an early Viper's Pit from Boom just to hold this position in B long.
Falling Cloud enabled, also Moni at dashing forwards has been spotted with the recon. Berserk's actually very aggressive, right? Very aggressive.
And ONIC are going to push straight into him.
Yeah.
Berserk's needs to skill quickly.
No way you anticipate this angle, right? No way. Oh, he shows his ground too early. He shows it too early. and gets punished for it. Shiro replenished, pretty much close to full HP. And ONIC are just showing the ground towards this ace side.
That works. ONIC continuing to be fairly controlled for the time being. They did try and sort of extend for an opening. Unable to do so, though, they head back to B. Now, over on B, Tebotal and Flipshitter are being very, very passive. They're trying to invite ONIC into taking a duel with them. Shiro going to be the player to do so, trying to just get as much reconnaissance up as he can before the rest of the team join him. Severin, either the lurker or the spearhead, the tip of the attack. We'll have to see in just a moment.
I love that ONIC do destroy the trademark towards the B extremity, because it also puts question marks to Boom whether they actually push through that. Viper Spit has to be expended to account for it, which means that at the same time ONIC now have a choice to make. Rendezvous away, that's an audio cue to make Boom second guessing themselves where the execute will be handled from, but it is going to be the A-site hit that they're going for. Berserk though is in this corner, and Monia yet to challenge him. He is going to pre-fire it, that's the headshot, that is ONIC with the entry. Famous has to fall as well.
Oh,
no
perfect.
one will survive on this A-site unless Flipshitter does something out of this world. Monia will not give them the benefit of doing that. Dekpodo is just wondering where the hell his teammates just went.
Backs off and saves. Pavlos, there are many things there which ONIC did beautifully. The first one I want to highlight, of course, is from NC Slasher, who was able to hold on to, he held onto his Viper's wall all round. He then only uses it once the attack happens with the last 30 seconds left. It cuts off not only Blaze King, who's sitting on the high grounds, and that was spotted by Severin at the very start of the round in the first 3 seconds. They anticipate Blaze King has stayed up there. They read his position. Use that Viper's wall. Blaze King can't push behind it. He has to sit back. He gets caught out, at which point his teammate's already dead. Beautiful round from ONIC, and now the only casualties they're going to sustain are the ones which are trying to hunt down Tebotal, holding on to the only Vandal Boom are going to possess going into the next round.
Yeah, and I don't think ONIC really mind going for him. I mean, considering that the
money isn't
one's
bad.
Most to lose something is Boom, isn't it?
Exactly, exactly. I think what we're probably going to see from Boom here is, as you mentioned last round, a concerted push for these ult orbs so they can get that tour de force up. I think the timeout is probably to try and extrapolate which ults they bring online and which ones they're going to try and zone ONIC with.
Very calm and composed. Scratches to the heads. We've seen that before from Boom, and that was on Fracture.
Yeah.
And that is where they lost. ONIC look calm. They all look calm. Nothing over the moon. Nothing over the top. Which is fairly interesting given the sheer nature of this series. I think in this map in particular, we haven't seen too many crazy fights so far, have we? We haven't seen too many back and forth.
It's been methodical,
It's been
hasn't it?
very methodical,
Yeah.
and the team that actually gains the advantage early tends to be the one to come out on top.
Yeah.
Unlike the rest of the tournament we've seen so far.
Yeah, I quite like how structured we're seeing both teams, actually, because anyone can have 5 players together who can just pop off, right? But to be structured takes some serious skill.
And it's structure that they will have to come up against when they go to Champions.
Exactly. This is like an early warning system, right? And the fact both teams are doing so well against it is genuinely, I think, out of all the LCQs, I think APAC's probably the one that people are going to underestimate. That does surprisingly well.
I mean, it always tends to be the case, right?
Yeah, well, it's funny for us because we know they're good, but...
But I think everybody knows a Paper X now, right? I think
Yeah.
everybody knows that they can pack a punch, and if there's a team to not do well from any of these regions, it's Paper X to pick up the slack because they're always so darn consistent.
Yeah, and I reckon that these teams would definitely join those ranks. Aggression from Berserks, spotted out, no kill though. Instead, Tebotal with the Vandal is going for a bit of an extremity.
He is going for a stroll. And he might be able to gain something out of it, but there are 2 players looking this direction. No one. No one is looking in this direction.
No.
Oh, he's going all the way around, and the Saldron is not going to spot him. Oh, that's a kill, and that's a spike. Given he's the only one with a Vandal, he wants more. Give him the more. It's only 2, but still equally sided. Unfortunately, those Vandals too far out of reach.
Yeah, they're too far out of reach, which means that right now the Killjoy is definitely going to be fairly lethal. But remember, Severin is so low on HP, he could be caught out so quickly. The utility is to be feared here, and for good reason. Suddenly, Boomer a man up.
Oh, this is starting to get exciting. This is starting to be flipped up on its head. Oh, Famous with another. It's Tell Me More left. to himself. Only more dies! What a flick by Flipshooter to put Beam on top to get a thrifty round win.
5 rounds and 2 thrifties, Pavlos. This is Icebox and APAC, and it is the most entertaining map in the pool at the moment for me for this exact reason. Look at the ults for both teams. 3 available for Boom, 4 available for ONIC. I reckon for ONIC, they're probably holding on to their Blaze Storm and their Tour de Force for when they have to drop down to an eco, sort of anticipating Boom to make a bit of a comeback in the mid-stage of this half. But let's be honest, they both all here. He got some serious mileage from a, what's just a single Vandal. That shot from famous Pavlos, just disgusting.
Absolutely disgusting.
Operator out on Berserks as well. And I believe this is the first Operator invested, at least so far. And you see how ONIC are now being really, really passive Berserks. He wants to push into them, but ONIC just aren't even giving him an inch.
No, they're not. They're not. ONIC, again, falling back into their old ways of holding out, feeling out, and testing Boom's defense lineups. And Berserks is patiently waiting. Patiently waiting. Yeah, we're all looking at this. Oh, the Aldrone, okay. You got to break the fun here. You've got to break the fun, but naturally so. Either way, the entry does happen towards the B site. Severin goes on a stroll himself and actually gets shut down in the middle of the open. No opportunity for a trade, and that puts ONIC in a really tough spot. They're already at a disadvantage, and Boom, if they put their players at the right spot at the right time, they more than are the favorites to close out this round.
ONIC still have a Viper's Wall to use as well, which may make life very, very easy here.
But the Resurrection has brought it back to square footing. Moniet opens things up, and now ONIC is the team on top. Flipshooter, what was that spray?
What?
3 versus 4 now, and it's ONIC still on top. Spike will be going down. Blaze King trying to spray, but unable to find too much damage. Crash that, he finds the kill.
Oh, that's perfect. They're back into this. 2 versus 3 Pavlos, and ONIC, while they are in up positions, 2 shock darts, 2 snake bites, 3 players to find, and a big scary Operator on Berserks.
The first snake bite falls. Can they balance this utility enough? Slowly, they move. Slowly, they go. Shock darts, both of them used already, by the way, and they went on Spike. This could be difficult for them. Snake bite, when will it be used? It won't be used. They'll use their bullets and guns instead. ONIC come out on top.
Sure, they come out on top in what is quite a laboured round, but it does not matter, Pavlos. They are able to deliver in such a terrific performance there. I was worried that they were using their snake bites and their shock darts a little bit earlier. Instead, the reason they used them so early is because they were trying to bait Boom into pushing, because they wanted them to think they were far back playing the lineups. Works incredibly, and we do see some serious ult commitments from both sides, which means as we go into our 7th round, you got to look at the ults, the ult management from either side. ONIC with their eco ult. Severin's going to bring out the Tour de Force this round to try and counteract Berserks.
With all of Boom's oopsies and whoopsies, they now find themselves in a tough spot. Never mind. Why do I speak so fast? If they're running away with another kill here, this actually puts them in an ultimate spot, in pole position really, to close out this map. Or at least to close out that gap. Berserks, he gets another one. The moment you underestimate them, they just come up alive.
Right, this Tour de Force doing so damn well. And with that, let's see what can be done from ONIC. 2 players down. Yes, they still have a firepower advantage, but what good can it do if that Tour de Force just plucks you off one at a time? And boom, they've read it beautifully.
Yeah. I'd argue they don't even have the firepower advantage, right? Because Berserks, even though it looks like he's got a classic, he's got the ultimate, right? He's got the Tour de Force.
A quick shutdown would mean everything, though.
Yeah. I need 2 more, though. And everybody's stacked up here. Everybody's just waiting for it. Only the Viper is towards that B site, and Berserks just keeps on shooting, keeps on delivering. Never underestimate a smaller buy. Never. This is APAC, and it doesn't matter which team it is that is doing the upset. And see Slasher, that's the first, but everybody turns their attention towards him, and his life is short-lived. 3 for Boom, the gap is closed.
7 rounds and 3 thrifty rounds, Pavlos.
How is that even possible?
That is a stat. ONIC, they're going to be able to move into a timeout here, actually, which is pretty cool because I think they're sort of trying to and ah about what buy they go for. Yeah. They can buy, but they're buying down to 0, which means they need to make this work. Luckily for them, Boom don't have any ults left. They do still have the Blade Storm to sort of fall back on. But for ONIC, what they really really need is a round that's successful, fast, and keeps everyone alive. I think a fast hit to B to potentially catch out Tebotal early on could be a really good call here, but the reality is it doesn't matter where they go so long as they catch Boom off guard.
It seems like Boom is the one doing the catching off guard right now.
Yes.
And Berserk's has been such a big part of it. And I think he's only just come alive, to be honest, right? The moment he gets those scoped weapons, the moment he feels starting to feel more comfortable, he's back in it.
He sort of hits the starting gun, doesn't he? And the starting gun for him is either an operator or a tour de force, and then he uses lights out from them at that point onwards.
Maybe we can see an aggressive round from ONIC again. Maybe
I
this
would really
will
like
be
to.
a fast one.
We have seen something that was sort of toyed with by teams in the regional qualifiers was this fast hit to B with a rotation through mid. Not so much to sort of play like Fnatic did through Kitchen, but instead to actually just outflank the B-side defenders. I would really like to see that at some point this game. But for ONIC, it looks like it's going to be a fake to A to start things off, while the Chamber is going to get ready to try and find an opening. But the Aldrone usage from Boom is just perfect.
Yeah, they gain all the information they need to make the adequate rotations. And ONIC are left stranded, wondering how they want to approach this. This slow tempo has caused them to unfamiliarize themselves with a fast push. Make it that much more harder. Never mind, Monic begs to differ. Monic says, I'm just going to go in, guys. I've got blades. I might as well just do it. He runs out of them, therefore brings out his weapon. But look at Blaze King. He's all important. Look at Blaze King. He can do it all. Or can he? Get shut down. NC Slasher and Monic are having a field day. And they just take down the B site. Flipshooter wants to deny it, but the wall will guarantee the spike plant at least. But NC Slasher will be so stuck up against the wall. Oh, but he himself gets killed through the wall. Resurrection comes out, and this just guarantees the victory for ONIC.
Berserk gets out of there and he saves, remember, because he had to use the tour de force last round on the Thrifty. Investing into the operator this round has left him with no cash whatsoever. What it means for ONIC is that they have reset Boom. They have sent Boom's economy once again down to ground zero. But for ONIC, the issue is, Pavlos, when you go blow for blow, when both of your teams are just arguing in rounds, you never get an economy established, which means that your hunting isn't really an option.
No.
Going for exit suddenly becomes a lot more effective.
Is this what you kind of expected when we took the time out here with ONIC? Do you think, you know, the play they made going aggressively to that B side was what was being discussed during that timeout, or was it more kind of a mental thing for them?
I think it was probably being discussed. I think what they were trying to do is, rather than winning that next round, they're trying to win they were trying to win the half. And so they were trying to extrapolate sort of how Boom's defenses have been poised, and I think they've probably noticed that a lot of Boom's utility is being held for retakes.
And looking at the utility this time around, we see Viper's Pit enabled for ONIC G. ONIC G? ONIC Gaming, right?
ONIC Gaming.
Oh, okay. Boom. They're not trailing too far behind, but they need a buy round win, right? They can't only rely to those pistols. It's crazy to think about that every single win they've gotten so far has been a thrifty one.
Yeah,
this
exactly.
round, right? They've had more success. They've had 100% success on thrifties.
I think now what we see from ONIC as well here, where they no longer want to split out, they're just going for these fast pushes. Perfect. Catches out Blaze King. That's exactly what they needed.
Yeah, Blaze King just heard the dash and was like,
okay.
Through the smoke as well. Moniet is feeling it. And for ONIC, they're thanking their lucky stars because they needed this tempo, they needed this pace. And with the Viper Spit falling, it just guarantees some extra leverage on this defense of the Spike.
It's exactly what we wanted to see. ONIC, they go for the timeout, change your pace, win a few rounds. Now Boom, it's their turn to adapt. Remember, Boom used their timeout really early on, which means that they have to go the rest of this half adapting on the fly with a lot of pressure now being placed on their IGL. So I would love to see maybe a bit of a concerted push, potentially send Berserks over to B and hold it at range with the operator. But regardless of what the adaptation is, so long as there is an adaptation, I think is what Boom desperately need. For ONIC, though, it'll be a 6-3 lead and a very nice way to at least guarantee a draw in your half. And on the attack of Icebox, 6 rounds is quite a comfortable position.
I don't think we've seen too many situations where a team is leading by 3 rounds. Have we?
We haven't. We haven't. This is one of the unknown. Remember, ONIC, they like their longer games. So the fact that they've started winning feels a little bit strange.
Yeah.
But
no, it definitely does.
Here's the thing: it's not like they're bad at the start of these games. Usually, it's Boom just play out their minds. It's ONIC now. Boom aren't playing any worse. ONIC is just playing way better.
And it's definitely reminding you of the testament that ONIC are slow starters.
Yeah.
Right. But at the same time, you kind of see it with a lot of other teams, right? We've seen it with Secret. We've seen it with Myth. Not so much with Bleed. I think their issues lie elsewhere. But Boom, also, right? If you look at their matches against both Bleed and ONIC, it seemed like a lot of them had to be thrown right back up. So they're the ones that had the strongest start this time around. 2 maps, the cross comes in from mid, ONIC to get the turnaround.
Here's that flank I was talking about, and Berserk's now is pressured in the corner.
Yeah, he's all by himself, isolated, taken down. Blaze King tries to make it happen from the long distance, and they're actually doing the good work here for Boom. They've gotten 2 kills. Severin is trying to deal with Blaze King before he's doing any more damage. He's been spotted, but he's being played with. That's the difficult part. It buys enough time for Famous to find an off angle, but the wall is used to find an alternative angle. That is beautiful. Blaze King now has a resurrection. Does he try and deny the plant, or does he go for a risky res?
Oh, he can't because of the gap in the wall. That's so smart from ONIC.
Oh, goodness me. Blaze King is in a really tough spot. And as he Slash and Elmimore can set up a crossfire. No, they're not even doing that. They're just setting up together. Looking to break the wall. They're literally playing together. Blaze King is thinking about it. They push him. They take matters to their own hands and guarantee the victory.
That is perfect by ONIC, 7-3, and I'm really happy we saw the strat we saw in the regional leagues. It was just to go through mid there. It absolutely catches Boom off guard. And something to highlight there is, even though it was sort of opened by the missed shot from the chamber, even if he landed that first shot, there were 2 or 3 players behind it. So the strategy would have worked even if they wouldn't have won as comfortably. Of course, in the 2 versus 1, they forced the 2v1 rather than allowing Blazer King to isolate the 1 versus 1s. It's a really, really well thought out and executed round from ONIC. We go into the 11th. Yes, there are no ults available for ONIC. Over on Boom, they have that resurrection of Blazer King. They're 1 away from a lockdown as well, which may definitely aid them in these retakes. You see Flipshitter trying to get that orb.
Quick reminder, Boom are 3 out of 3 on these 50s.
Yeah.
Unless they're 3 out of 4.
Yeah, 3 out of 4.
3 out of 4. Still, that's 75%.
Poison's off.
That's a worrying statistic, isn't it?
Yeah.
to be able to do that
But
well
at the same time,
Sheriffs.
what is even more worrying is that it's all their rounds have been thrifties.
Look at this aggression from Flipshitter.
Ooh, could be a caveat.
Severin could be caught out.
He could very much be caught out, and that's exactly what happens. A could turns into a did. And he gets more! With a bulldog! When you've got 2 swinging at you, that just can't happen.
Not another thrifty Pavlos.
Not another one, surely not. Oh, Boom get caught though. They think there's going to be a rotation, but indeed, it is not a rotation. They're going for the commitment towards this A site, but look at this backstab. They may be pushing Blaze King to enter the back lines of the attacker. Shiro opens things up for his round. Berserk ends up falling. It's ONIC on the front foot. Tech Bottle struggling, only having a Sheriff to work with. Hasn't got space, tries to run away, but NC Slasher catches him off. Flipshitter and Blaze King try to do it. That's a Vandal for Blaze King, and Flipshitter has already done quite a bit. Lockdown. Where do ONIC move? Where do they go? There's only one corner they can work away with. And it seems that Boom know exactly where they're going to be, and they can pre-fire it. Shiro with the double kill guarantees the win for ONIC.
Perfect round from Shiro there. And ONIC, that lockdown usage, they realize, okay, there's only 1 corner we can go into, but it does have 2 different altitudes. They end up going 1 on either altitude, and the assumption is that the second player's gone back to play lineups. The second player's gone back to play the spike. And with that, we see a beautiful catch-off from ONIC. Once again, something ONIC, their after plants XVX teamwork is incredible. And we're seeing that round after round after round. 8-3 they currently lead on Icebox, the furthest these teams have been apart all series. And this is including the series where they played against each other in the upper brackets.
Oh my goodness. The fact that it got so close again on the eco. I think it may be because Boom feel like they've got less to lose, perhaps.
I think the issue is for Boom at the moment is they're trading kind of badly. ONIC, they're changing pace from going to the, as we see here, this slow default into explodingly fast plays means that they're constantly getting an opening without Boom having a player in position to trade it because they're either mid-rotation or they're being a little bit more passive because they're expecting the slower play style.
Well, ONIC are definitely showing their presence. Hunter's Fury will be enabled in an attempt to gain information or a tag, and the tag has been found. Famous taking down to 70 points of health and no shields. But is that adequate to start executing this take?
45 seconds left now. Famous is going to get healed. He's going to try and recon as best he can. ONIC don't have much time, so if they need to turn ahead to B, they need to do it now. Otherwise, it's going to have to be a full brute force attack to this A site with 3 players to shut down.
I think it may have to be the latter, Kremer. It has to be a fast push. It has to be a fast take. Famous has got a good angle with the wall there. Severin starting to push. It's an off angle. They won't expect it. Blaze King as well chimes in. They're doing everything. The spray down is perfect, and the readjustment is even better. Shira and Elmimore, 13 seconds, and up against the 5 of Boom.
10 seconds left.
The first time a solid hold come through from Boom on a buy round is this round. They finally make it happen. They close out the half with a win.
You have to consider how frustrating this half has been for Blazer King. Blazer King has been in a 1 versus X about 3 or 4 times, and he's lost all of them. He finally gets into a position where he can defend and attack, and he absolutely shuts down ONIC. We very happy to see that change of pace, and for Boom, that single round means they're still in this map.
It definitely shows they're back in this map. I think we were worried seeing where the hell is Boom, right? We wanted this to be a close endeavor, especially considering they are 2 maps ahead, Kremer. They're the ones that literally, if they close this map out, they are the victors of LCQ in APAC. But they're quite far behind.
It's easier said than done, isn't it? And
wait, didn't they win the round? Wasn't it 8-4? I'm pretty sure it was 8-4.
It was 8-4.
Huh. Oh well.
Oh, our producers came on and went, oops.
It's okay. I mean, it happens.
Definitely 8-4. Don't worry, the graphics are lying to you. It is an 8-4. And for ONIC, as they now move to their second half, I want to see, what I really want to see is aggression. Yeah. I don't want to see them be too passive to the point where they let Boom walk all over them, because that's the mistake Boom made.
Is 8-4 good enough, though? Is that big of a buffer between ONIC and Boom for ONIC to feel comfortable on defense to close this map out?
I think it is.
You think so?
I think it is. Especially because Elmimore's doing pretty well on the chamber.
Oh yeah.
I think once you get the operator up on him, once you sort of, once you get the operator up on Severin, sorry, you start trying to boost his confidence a little bit more. Those 5 kills are going to soar up so quickly.
It's up to them to prove us wrong, though. Boom. Now on the 4th. Definitely will feel a little bit more comfortable heading into this one. Maybe they feel a little bit more comfortable now that they're on the attack.
It's been the same story on Fracture and Bind. Look at ONIC. Their top 3 players are all within 2 kills of each other.
Yeah.
It's ONIC just do so well to win as a team.
There have been so many games where we kind of see the top fraggers overwhelming the rest of the team, right? We kind of see teams ending with a top fragger at 25 to 30 kills and the bottom fragger with 5 or 6, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe even less than that, you know? But this game is a little bit more balanced out, right? A lot of players are bouncing in.
And with that, Boom are going to get ready for their assault to the A site. They're going to look to christen their attack with a huge push now. ONIC on the retake.
It's looking a lot like how ONIC started their own half on the attacking side, but now this is Boom's turn to show ONIC how it's done if they want to guarantee and close out this series and take themselves to Istanbul.
Viper's Wall, same one used by ONIC. This time, though, it's used as a fake, and I think ONIC are probably going to figure it out pretty quickly. They've already got Shiro in mid on the shoulder peak to try and extrapolate where this Boom rotation is going to come through as they all look to push to Kitchen.
Sneaking through the kitchen. There's a trademark there. They will be telegraphed. And Elmimore is quite close by as well. It's down to timing as well. Oh, trademark. You do hear the audio cue. Elmimore does turn around in time. He gets a couple of dinks, but no kills. And now Boom have switched positions with the defenders now. They've got full access of that site. And Flipshooter gets left behind to defend with the rotations. He gets 1 damage onto the second. And he wants to go in for another swing. On the other end, Berserk does his job onto the site. Monyet, though, is all by himself, which makes things ever so tough. On the spiky go, he touches it. But with the rest of them nearby, it's getting difficult, man. Boom are really not giving him an inch. Nano Swarm onto the spike to get him off of it as well. Berserks with a marvelous shot to start the half off well with Boom's win.
Remember, both our chambers were bottom fragging going into this half. Both of them bottom of their team. The fact that Berserk was able to wake it up with a 3K, join the rest of his team towards the center of the scoreboard, is going to be a huge confidence booster, particularly because Chamber on the attack is just a much harder beast. You have to take more of a lurking role, which means your tour de forces are usually when you're trapped in a corner, and the fact that he's able to sort of open the pistol round with confidence bodes well for the rest of the half. Over to ONIC, though. Now that they've down to Sheriffs, let's see if we're going to see another Thrifty to add to the tally chart, Pavlos.
Let's see if we do indeed.
Look how aggressive ONIC are being.
Yeah, it's very aggressive, but I mean, it's a very far forwards hold, but not a fast push. Severine does get caught. But the rest of Boom is fancying this mid play, and it kind of is in anticipation of what ONIC is about to do. No. Just build the suspense for nothing. Because the fight isn't there, it's going to come out elsewhere. I mean, yeah.
He's only got a classic as well.
Difficult for him for sure. Arjorin will not be clearing it out, so opportunity for a kill too. Very simple. They're not going to check this, are they? They're so not going to check this. The waiting game. Oh, the last one does! Oh, 3 of them pass by, but of course it's going to be the 4th one to not check it. To check it, actually. Famous doesn't let anything fly past him. Doesn't let any player survive. Flipshitter steals the ace. How dare you, Flipshitter?
8-6. ONIC, yes, they have a lead, but that cushion is slowly getting warmer. And for ONIC now, a buy comes out. Guardian onto the Viper. A couple of Vandals to wield here, but that's got to be... I worry that's a tilter for NC Slasher, actually. That definitely can be.
Yeah.
Over to Boom as well. It's a huge confidence boost, particularly for Famous, who's just had an incredible round off the back of a fairly successful pistol rounds. And once again, I'm a big fan of these early ult usages. So we'll see what he can do as we enter the battle of what's essentially fragmented by versus Vandals. Berserk's the battle of his own means that Boom's buy actually does have a fair bit of teeth to it. And once again, ONIC being aggressive. This is a completely different way of playing their defense.
Yeah, quite different indeed. Now Boom. Looks like they're going to split this B site. Shiro gives the info that he has no passage in mid. No viewing capabilities. Throws down an Aljo and spots out 3. All important information. Trademark will be broken, but they're walled off from the spawn side. NC Slasher trying to run away, but he's dealing with other players. Finds a headshot. Oh. So does Elmimore. ONIC, as soon as they get guns, they look pretty darn good. And now the fight ensues in mid. Moniet may be in trouble, but they know of his positioning. Boom are repositioning and entering onto the A site.
They're able to try to get there, but Severin's putting his foot down. The flanks are perfect. Yeah,
there are no smokes for them either to find the cross. It's Moniet now onto the other end. Just trying to hold back the attacking side of Boom, and he's succeeding. He doesn't need to over-aggress. It's Boom that are in trouble. It's Boom that need to get themselves out of this issue.
30 seconds left.
And it seems they may have gotten them close to that. Still a couple of kills away from leveling the playing field, but they at least have room onto the A side to get that spike down.
20 seconds left. ONIC, they were trapped in no man's land for so long there. They finally get it down, but where do they go for the afterplan? ONIC have so much control around this map. Berserk's could be caught off.
Oh, the timing! Oh, the timing! Well, Berserk survives. He looks to run away, but it's still a 2v4, replenished a bit. That's going to help him. Help him take more fights, maybe win more duels. That's the first. Could have been the lineup, would have been impressive. Plays King at 60, but it's just too tough with Shiro on that far out corner. And it's ONIC to find their first round of this half.
9-6, the scoreline as ONIC, once they have their Vandals, once they have their weapons, they can be pretty damn good, Pavlos. And what I really like from ONIC, actually, is the instant reaction. Once they see that there's a push through mid, look how the Viper on the stage, the split second they get that kill, they gun it through B main to try and outflank the players of mid. When they can't do that, they just go outflank A. Really, really smart players on both teams right now, and it's really starting to bleed in game as we see Vandals on either side. The one thing to watch out for, though, is that we do have a fair few ults on the horizon.
Yeah, with the ults now coming through, you know, you start to see that orbs may be of higher contention.
Yeah, sort of round 17, round 18, we're going to see these huge kind of elaborate dumpages of these abilities.
Severine, that's aggressive, ends up with 1, but means that Moniet will also lose his life. So, Who wins that fight, Kremer?
I honestly think that it's Boom who come out on top there. Munyet can have some serious presence on that jet, the ability to sort of kill full back, regardless of whether or not your abilities are on cooldown, is much stronger in my opinion.
And it's also the defenders that lose one player, right? So now they have to split their efforts to multiple sides, but they only have Elmimore on that B side. The rest of them can focus towards A. But that's not too bad. Severini finds an opportunity to find a kill. Tabletop on the higher ground also gets one. And ONIC on the back foot here, maybe in trouble, but the spike not going down yet. Builds time for the rotations to come in.
That they do. 3 versus 2. Right now, Boom, they need to make sure they don't lose a player. This plant needs to go down, and they need to find a way to get off this site as quick as possible.
That wall is nearly broken. If the spike gets touched there again, they're bound to spray it down and make it tough for them to approach this site.
It has been.
Orb is touched. 35 seconds on the clock, and they are actually getting back out of there, double backing, pivoting towards B pass.
If ONIC read this quickly, they're going to be able to shut down this attack. I think they're right now, Boom are rotating with very little time.
And it's such a slow rotate as well. They're looking to take the fight in mid.
ONIC haven't read it.
They haven't read it, which gives them a perfect scenario of the clear B site and a spike plant with numbers advantage.
Do we see ONIC save here, potentially? I think once the spike goes down, there's
no way, right?
Yeah, it's just a save. No intentions trying to take that fight. They back off, they wait for but a moment, and for Boom, that'll be 7 rounds, but they haven't been able to destroy the ONIC economy as much as they may want.
That's so anticlimactic. We wanted more, but no, of course, you have to save. You have to be serious about this, knowing that you're dealing with 3, where you don't know where they've placed. For all you know, they could be out in mid and stopping you there. And, you know, you take a long time to get there. You'll probably get caught off anyway. You don't have any utility. It's a tough world to be ONIC in this round.
It really is. It really is. And something I think is quite interesting is that Flipshitter, now with a lockdown, could very well use that to fake next round. Because ONIC, they have been rotating pretty quickly because Boom don't play the same attack as ONIC do. They're much faster paced, at least in their initial fights, which means that if Boom can get a lockdown in place, get it to the next site, ONIC may very well fall for it. And you look at the kill separation on Boom, only 5 kills in it. They're actually the same for ONIC. Both teams are winning as a team. They're losing as a team. And I think that's absolutely perfect to see.
Yeah, I'm actually glad we're seeing this. Like I said, it's quite different than what we've seen so far in this tournament. So how does this one work out? How explosive will this round be for Boom?
I think pretty explosive. All 5 players set up to hit this ace site. We hear the tour de force come out for Severin. Every player gets pinged, which may mean a warning sign. Either Boom double down, commit the lockdown and go for this push, or we're going to see a stagnation and potentially a fake.
Well, the tour de force is towards mid, so they don't need to fear it for now, especially with ONIC falling
they're
quite
doubling
back out
down.
of it. It means that ONIC are feeling good to leave the site to be taken over by Boom. Lockdown will be initialized to at least get that spike down safely.
Look how aggressive a lockdown it is as well. There's going to be no way for ONIC to trade this or ONIC to punish this. Instead, they're going to be able to go into a 5 versus 5 after plant with no flankers.
Blaziken is taking a lot of damage in the commitment of planting that spike.
Yeah.
A lot of damage. Down to 16 points of health already. That has got to hurt. Now ONIC do retaliate. As soon as the lockdown is no more there, they are starting to push. They're with the first blood though, but so many Boom players are low. Blaziken on the Battleman, not yet to be challenged. Gets a double kill as ONIC players drop. One by one, they fall in the arms of Boom as they are waiting for them to dismantle them one by one. Severin with the tour de force is all ONIC have left, but it is not long-lasting as Boom close up the gap substantially.
9-8 to the scoreline, and for Boom, they are really closing the distance now, not just on ONIC, not just on their economy, their ult management, but on their title of the VCT APAC LCQ Champions. ONIC, realizing the pressure may start to get to them, call for the timeouts. 1 round is not a comfortable distance. They need to talk strategy. They need to talk about how do you break Boom's attack.
Wow. Yeah, how do you break Boom's attack? I don't think it's a matter of how you break Boom's attack, but more of their post-plant setups.
Yeah, I also think that for ONIC as well, they were doing really well when they were pushing to get the first advantage, when they were constantly fighting Boom so Boom couldn't set up these executions. Now that they've been a lot more passive, now that they've sort of been shaken, that's no longer the case.
And we're seeing a big change of pace here, right? 4 out of the 5 rounds have gone to Boom, and on attack, which just goes to show how more confident they are in it.
You're absolutely right. And for the members of ONIC, after the back of this timeout, let's see if there's going to be any follow-up. More importantly, let's see if there's the aggression, because you know I'm a man who likes that aggression, Pavlos. You know I am a man who likes it when the Sheriffs do well.
This is an opportunity for Boom to close up this gap, but also start to get away from ONIC, start to put them in the dirt where they feel most uncomfortable, where ONIC have got no way of coming back from this. Remember, Boom are on the verge of closing up this series. Boom have got 2 maps. I know it doesn't seem like it because ONIC have closed out the most recent one, but still, if Boom close this out, they're the ones that are closing out this tournament with a victory and representing APAC in Champions.
Look how aggressive both Severin and NC are. Yes, they're aggressive, but they're alone, Pavlos.
It's still a pistol round for ONIC, therefore not much to be expected, but we've seen crazy things from them before. Either way, it's Boom to gain themselves the first one, and it surely will be a safe plant for them. ONIC have a tough time to get back on this, as no one was close by.
They look like they're in a position for a retake. It's been fairly slow before that spike goes down. Munyet with the Blade Storm could be the difference maker here, Pavlos.
Yeah, no updrafts though, therefore only a dash will be available for him if he wants to go for a push. You can see how he wants to find upper ground to maybe nestle in a headshot or two, but it's just too tough out there. And you don't think Boom will make too many mistakes, but Munyet will give it a go. We'll give it a chance. Berserks with a first. Nothing going in favor of ONIC here, apart from Severin's shot, and it's Shiro to remain, but not for long. It's Boom to come out on top. It's Boom to equalize.
Their ability to be able to split crosshairs, to be able to make players have to alternate from angle to angle is so strong. An incredible afterplant from Boom. They're keeping so many players alive as well. We finally start seeing the birthing of a decent economy for the members of ONIC. Yes, a buy is going to come out. Yes, we are going to see weapons to wield, but will it be enough to break the tempo, the confidence of their Indonesian counterparts?
Now is the time to break away. Now is the time.
Truly is.
If Boom Esports get the victory, they put ONIC's Eco in the dirt.
They have the operator to fear. We have seen that for Severin. This is the make or break weapon as he looks to aggress on A with it.
If Boom get a win here, we may be seeing 11-9. A gift. And ONIC will be in trouble mentally.
In terms of ult management as well, Boom have a huge advantage here. Both teams with a Resurrection, but Boom also have a Tour de Force in their back pocket and that Hunter's Fury. And that Hunter's Fury is going to be crucial.
Ooh, baby. Expect chaos these rounds. A lot to be played out. Severin, patient, and stops Flipshitter in his tracks. A very important one. Elmimo as well. Tefbodo just walks out of the poison cloud into his open arms. There is a resurrection available to keep things a little bit more equal, but it's still very tough. Monet has to be spotted. Yes, he has. Dashes away to safety. It's a 4v5 with the rest coming out.
With that res out, there is also the option for Boom to just collapse onto this A side and just try and trade one another. Severin, though, he isn't going to bow without a fight, but it doesn't matter if you can't see anyone, Pavlos.
Now we're stabilized. Now it's a 4 versus 5. And now the rotations are coming in from ONIC. Elmimo's position has fully been telegraphed. He's got assistance now, but the Nanoswarm falls at his feet. Gets one before he dies. That's crucial, because now they're still contesting. Spike hasn't gone down just yet, but Blazer King takes the fight.
Oh, that's
he wants to take them all down. Berserk joins in. From an upper ground. Berserk's with a triple, and it's Boom on 10.
Boom, 10-9 in the lead. Welcome, it's Deja. They were back on Fracture. The same position Boom were in on our last map. The same position ONIC were able to grasp and grasp at the top of the cliff to pour themselves out of. Can they do it again on Icebox? A very different creature of a map and a very different change of momentum economy. ONIC need to be as versatile as humanly possible, because right now, doing damage, even winning with these Sheriffs would be paramount to their success.
Can they do it? Like we said, Boom getting this win surely gets them a lot closer to 2-round differential.
The last time these teams played against each other, Pavlos, Boom lost 3-1 in the last best of 5.
And it looks like ONIC wants to challenge this very early. Berserk catches the first one, and Elmimo may be in trouble, but he's trying to deny that space. Ends up with a kill. He's actually delayed the push, allowing his teammates to come in on time, but he ends up losing his life. Viper's Pit enabled, but quickly dismantled. The rest of them do fall into place for Boom, and ONIC are wondering, how do you approach this with Sheriffs?
Hunter's Fury to try and buy time here, to try and buy space, and it does work, but a bit of team damage from the Hunter's Fury as well.
Oh no. This definitely hinders their confidence. because Moniet cannot be more comfortable to take fights with lesser health. He needs to be as accurate as he's ever been in his life. The strongest shooting of his career has to be this round to keep ONIC in fight. You don't expect much from them, but if they don't, it's Boom too darn close to the end of the series, to the grand finale victory. It's simply traded. Shiro with a Phantom could be doable, but Famous repositions and it's Boom on 11.
Boom now really trying to craft their way to a victory. Just a mere hop and skip from hitting that 13th, from toppling ONIC, from joining the Titans, the gods of Paper X and Xerxia in Istanbul. The only thing standing between them and that victory is one happy head jog and a handful of rounds.
Boom want this. They're hungry. Hungry hounds on the chase. And on the attack, of course, you better know they'll be sniffing their way in attempt to unravel this victory in their favor.
A strong round from ONIC, but they're up against the tour de force of Berserks here, brought out to try and close this out as quick as possible.
A little bit of attack there in mid. A lot of pressure there as well. Cannot be at all confident. There's a lockdown and Viper Spit available for Boom. Crucial weapons on post plants, but it depends on entries if they can be influential on takes.
See Slasher, he has got to be the sole defender of this site. And who better for it to be the player who carried on it.
Oh, that was rough!
Fracture, and Moniet's the one to draw first blood.
You can't miss those flip shooter. That was an opportune situation for you to put your team on top, but no. Moniet has shown his ground. A little bit obsolete this game, but no, he wants to make himself relevant once again. A 4v5 and Boom on the back foot. ONIC want to stay in this game, cannot let this go too far, cannot let Boom get themselves on tournament points. Severine dies, Blaze King on top, but it's also NC Slasher that hangs around in that area. Boom have slipped up and given themselves the advantage. Viper's Pit, and this makes things even more difficult for ONIC.
Elwin's trying to find the Sage in the pit, but he just can't do it.
And Blaze King repositions. They think they've just cleared it, but they haven't,
That's
which makes things so important.
That's amazing!
Elwin with 3! Where did those come from? But Famous is here on the back for Recon Bolt thrown, which means he's given also the positioning of himself. Wall broken. Can he deny this? Spike touched twice so far. Famous cannot do it. It's Elmimore with the quadra and ONIC with the 10.
What a round from Elmimore to be able to go through that Viper Spit, to be able to identify each member of Boom, to then isolate Tebotal, the creator of that pit, was just incredible. Incredible positioning, then to alternate from player to player to player. One by one, the dominoes fall, and for Boom, that lead now just 1 round. ONIC, they are not going to roll over and die. They will not give up that easily. And so long as Moniet has an operator to wield, ONIC is still in this.
ONIC are still fighting. They will not give up until the last round.
Tour de Force comes out on Severin as well. The double op setup, the double sniper setup, you could call it.
Moniet, he's done it again, right? Second time running, he's found an opening, and he falls back into safety. The advantage is handed over, and now we're seeing the lockdown from Boom.
Lockdown deployed, will it be shut down? Looks like there's no utility to do so. Moniet through the wall here has to try and be accurate.
Well, the space is granted. Lockdown respected. And Boom take over the site with the spike going down. Damage at the feet of the repositioning ONIC players. But Moniet, how aggressive can you play with that operator? The rest of them have to start falling in, and Moniet has to take the back line standout. Oh! Blazer King, he misses a shot, but Flipshire is at the bottom end. Double kill for him. Oh, personal. Moniet with a short T. It's down to Tech Bottle. And it's so darn tough because he's so far away from the fight. It's already diffused halfway. The resurrection has come forth. This is near impossible. Interrupted. But it cannot happen. It cannot happen for Boom. It's ONIC on the 11th. We're going all the way. What?
So both all good for 2 at the end there. Suddenly, it looks like actually a bit of damage can be done. But ONIC with the last 2 rounds on the bounce, I think just might be able to reinvest. This could be actually cataclysmic to their resolve, especially if NC Slasher can't reinvest. It's LBMO who can't reinvest. One of the heaviest hitters just about gets the cash, but now ONIC don't have the safety net. They lose this round, and suddenly Boom win the game, and the map, and the series.
Oh dear.
The pressure is on, and Munyet repositions with Severin. They know Boom are going to try the A hit for the 3rd time in a row. They know that right now Boom needs something to go their way in terms of getting these early frags.
Boom have just slowed the pace to take a breather. Feel out the defenses of ONIC. They slipped on that A site, and it hurt them. They've bruised themselves, and now they're trying to replenish what was lost. Thankfully for them, they're in the lead in maps. This is not all means to an end, but it could be the last situation where they have the advantage of not being on the back foot, the advantage of not being in fear of losing this last chance qualifier.
Boomer made the right read. They're heading to this A site, the one position which only NC Slasher can defend, and they're playing the contact play. This same play for ONIC won them this half against Boom.
On the A site they go. Space granted, Spike going down. NC Slasher might have been too far out of his depth there and had no teammates to help out.
Munyet had the extra Phantom there to assist him, but there's still a man down.
Ooh, ONIC is on the back foot, and it seems like Bodo is wary of Severin's positioning, of the flank being taken over. Oh, it's who gets who!
Perfect.
And Elmimo and Severin both win on their entries, which means it's now ONIC on the front foot. Famous has his attention spanned backwards, and it's only Berserks that is looking forwards. It's Berserks on the wide swing. It's Berserks that's looking to cancel this defusal. It's Flipshitter winning out on his kill. Flipshitter again, down to Elmimo, but he's not got much health on him. Gets the kill! Elmimo, is this really doable? Is there much time? I don't think there is. Berserks picks him up, and it's Boom now on map and tournament points.
12-11, no survivors in rounds 23, and for good reason. The bloodbath emerges with Boom being the victors. ONIC without cash now, with only 1 round left. They can take us to overtime. They are in with a chance. If this fails, Pavlos, Boom emerge victorious.
They need to come out with madness. ONIC need to pull far more than they can hold. Just pull so much, and it's just going to be so difficult against the full buy of Boom.
ONIC have the Viper's Pit. This could be the difference maker.
Look at Severin aggressing so far forward. Viper's Pit will be enabled quickly, and he's got a judge in hand to deny any entries.
And look at that. Through the smoke! No!
Elmimo has just died. Viper's Pit is eliminated, and Boom are on the highway to success.
Lockdown goes down instantly. This is perfect for Boom. It couldn't get better. Severin already tagged. Has to be the defender to make it happen.
Has to do the heavy lifting here. Lift far more than he usually can handle. They need to come up huge. And Boom have got so much. Oh, Severin! Everybody's looking at your screens, ONIC. Can this happen? Can you deny it? Or is this where Boom ends it all? Moniet pushing up, so is NC Slasher. They're winging in and out of battle. That's a kill. Berserks is now fallen. Boom, they've got no space. NC Slasher denying it all, but the Spike is starting to be diffused. Can they get it? Can they get it? Diffuse up.
No, they can't!
Boom! They go to Istanbul!
Boom, they join the Titans of Xerxia. They join the Titans of Paper X in a monumental series in the Indonesian derby. They come out on top, 3-1.
They are the LCQ champions. They are the victors and 3rd representative of APAC in Champions. Holy moly, what a series.
I cannot think of a better team to represent APAC at Champions. This team, they can take on the very best from Europe, from North America, from CIS. It does not matter. This team can do it all. A hard-earned victory. Yes, ONIC make them work for it, but what an opponent to have. what a game.
It would have never been heartbreaking for Indonesians, right? They would always going to get a victor. They would always get representation in the international stage. But holy, was that a fight that ONIC were able to bring back at the end. But no, it was Boom to take it. It's time to let the Deaths break it all down, guys. It's time. What are your thoughts?
Pavlos, Kramer, great cast on the day. It is Boom going the distance and having to take all 24 rounds in regulation to get the dub. But they are your LCQ winners and will be your third representatives from APAC. And just immediate thoughts here. Just want to start there, Tash.
I am so sad. My broccoli moment's gone. That's number one. And number two, I have to say that Boom's change in pace was just, it was really good. I have to give it to them. It's more of like them. Remember how yesterday I just said that Boom was very one-dimensional how they played. They are very aggressive. The way they aggress is just, that's just it. That's all they had. But this time around, they saw a different change in how ONIC played, especially on how they aggressed on defense. What they did was just take it back, kind of bait out ONIC from their positions. And it was a trade back and forth. I want to say that ONIC, I thought that ONIC could bring it to map 5, but Boom was just very decisive with that win. And of course, that last round where the economy was gone is just too much for them to handle.
I mean, exactly. How many times have we seen it go to 13-11? Like, we had that statistic, average of 24 rounds per map across the entire series. I mean, not even just this series, lower bracket finals as well. This is truly a grand final. But when it comes down to it, you just have to give credit to Boom. I mean, ONIC tried so darn hard. NC Slasher, with that one push towards the other side of green, managed to kind of infiltrate behind yellow. It's a really good attempt, but Boom, excuse me. I almost said Bleed. Boom, they were using Bleed's composition. But the difference was these players stepped up. Flipsjetter as the Killjoy, the lockdowns managed to create so much space, not to mention Tebatol with the Viper picks, the Toxic Screen, blocking off so much. Famous, and I think, honestly, Berserk's, all of his opening picks, all of these different utilities coming into play with the Headhunter, the trademark to protect the flanks. It just worked so well.
Yeah, I think when you think about it, go back to the last round. I mean, random shooting through the wall as Elmi Moore, MVP of ONIC, just gets shot through smoke, right?
Painful.
And I think that's research that Boom have done because it was that same area in which NC Slasher stood up with the shorty yesterday and was able to get 2 kills and pull back a thrifty round. In that case, they know ONIC are hurting for a buy. They guess that is a spot where Elmi Moore can be, plus the Viper's Pit gets tagged through the wall. A 4v5 retake necessary and unable to be done by ONIC as Boom closed that one out. Berserk's, Flipshitter, Tebatol, Blaze King, and Famous. Those are your representatives. Say that name one more time, Indonesia. It's Boom Esports making it.
Look at that. I mean, second half, the graph, it shows it all.
I mean, if you look at the first half, it felt like Boom Esports was just hurting in terms of economy. But what really helped Boom Esports, that out of 4 thrifties, they won 3, which was just phenomenal when you think about it. And I think that is where their confidence came through, especially as they kind of felt, okay, you destroyed our economy in the first half. Let's bring it back for for the second half. And a lot of hero moments we talked about for both teams. Elmi Moore really stepped up to those moments, but we're seeing a more choreographed team play from both teams compared to hero moments.
Yeah, and here it is, your MVP of the finals. It's Berserk taking the victory. You could have picked out anybody's name because everyone had standout moments, whether it was consistent gunfire, whether it was ice in your veins, closing out some clutch rounds, or pulling back some 1v2s, 1v3s, post-plant protects. But Berserk is the guy.
He definitely is. Mind you, the second half started 4-8. Boom was behind, but how did they really take in that driver's seat? How did they command that steering wheel? It was Berserk's as Chamber, finding so many of those opening picks, creating those openings for the sites. The entire team took control of it because of Berserk's coming in to step up.
Berserks is one of those players that is not only great at the opening picks, the repositioning for him and immediately going back into aggression mode, it really gives the team so much space to work with. And on top of that, it really stops ONIC from taking up space as well. They had no choice but to just switch back to another site. And when that happened, you see the flanks coming in from Boom Esports, and it's just downhill from there.
Yeah, very difficult to play against, and that's what great Chambers do. Berserk's our MVP here of the LCQ Finals. It sounds like we're going to be getting an interview here with one of the teams very shortly. No, never mind. Right now, on the line, we've got Boom Esports' Flipsider making it here. Flipsider, congratulations. Tell me, how do you feel knowing that you guys have qualified?
I'm feeling really happy. And then I'm so proud of my team also.
Great. And
it's really good to win this.
Yeah, just want to know like how the rest of your team feels as well. I'm sure you're exhausted with how many rounds you had to play. Any tears of joy? Any personal anecdotes here?
Yeah, actually, I just now I crying so much, but I don't think for of my teammate. Yeah, but we're really happy. We're really proud of ourselves. Finally, we can do it.
If I have a question to ask, it's that, how did you guys turn things around? Again, second half, you guys started off 4-8, but then you just started to come back in. You started to command the sides. Was that your call as an IGL? How did you guys do it?
I don't know. I just call what I believe, and then my teammate believe me. And then it's working out. I'm really happy for that.
Okay. So how did you manage to reset yourself mentally, especially after ONIC Esports managed to just ruin your economy so many times?
Actually, we just told ourselves like, it's okay. It's not done yet. We still can do it. Even it's 11-1, we still can win, unless the game ended, right? So we just tell ourselves that, and then, yeah, we move on.
Flipsider, again, this is on the main VALORANT channel. You're going to be going to the main event champions as the representative for Indonesia. So I wanted to give you the floor to say anything you wanted to all of the Indonesian fans that have supported you and will support you as you go for the first time ever as a representative of Indonesia to the international event.
Can I speak in Indo?
Yes, of course, of course.
Buat fans-fans Boom yang di Indo, makasih banyak yang udah dukung kita. Walaupun kita kalah kemarin, kita menang hari ini. Makasih banyak udah dukung kita, makasih banyak udah doain. Makasih banyak juga buat orang tua gua, orang tua semuanya, David, Dustin, Rizky, Fikri, semuanya doain. Makasih banyak. Tanpa doa kalian kita kayaknya nggak bisa serezeki ini dan sebagus ini. Alhamdulillah. Makasih banyak semuanya.
Flipsider and the rest of Boom Esports joining Xerxia and, of course, Paper Rex as your representatives. Flipsider and the rest of Boom Esports, congratulations. Take care, guys, and go celebrate.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you.
And there you have it. You could just feel how much, like, I'm, like, covered in, like, goosebumps right now and good feels all the way up and down.
I feel like I was going to tear up.
He fought so hard, and honestly, he also earned this nickname, Flipsider. I think it's so well-deserved.
Well, there you have it, y'all. That is our tournament. Your LCQ winners are Boom Esports winning the Battle of Indonesia against ONIC G. And again, what a tournament it's been, y'all. I want to get your closing thoughts before we close things out here from the beginning of the tournament all the way back to the beginning of this VCT 2022 season for the APAC region. We'll start with you, Quack.
I mean, enough said. Like, we had such a journey. Honestly, a little bit painful when you see a team like Bleed place third for 3 stages. Stage 1, Stage 2, LCQ. But when it comes down to it, it shows that some of these teams worked hard. Some of these teams really studied their opponents, and Boom is one of them. I am a certified boomer.
Certified boomer? Yeah. I want to be called certified boomer too. But for me personally, this is one of the most the closest. It's one of the closest tournaments we've seen here in APAC. I have never seen any matches come this close so many times. I'm glad to have finally seen an Indonesian ending after 2 years of Valorant.
Well, there you have it, as not only did you get to see the ending of an Indonesian Valorant, but everyone around the world as we take a look at our watch parties one more time across the APAC region. And again, you could see how much this means to the whole region of Asia Pacific, knowing that Paper Rex have reached such high heights, that Xerxia are on the cusp of breaking through and making noise, and how dominant it was of a performance here by Boom Esports. They were challenged, but they found themselves and now are worthy of going to Champions. Again, thank you to all of our fans across the world as we now focus in on our play of the day highlight that comes from this series. Again, Boom Esports and ONIC G, they slugged it out for 4 maps, but it was Boom Esports coming out on top. Let's take a peek.
It's close. Oh, it's close. Peekaboo! He has to clear them both berserks! What a shot! 13-10. It's Boom to take home the first map of this grand final.
What a way to start.
Oh, what a swing! And it seems he expects it. Oh, Boom coming in like Boom Shakalaka. Oh no!
Last player standing.
A good crunch for them. Berserks goes insane! Oh! Boom putting them to the dirt. 14-12. 2 maps in front. Shooting prowess to do the work. Monia! It's all wow. What he was on 1 HP for every single one of those kills. The international stage, they deserve to be in Istanbul. No! Holy moly, was that a close one? But ONIC will do it. Take down Fraction. But it's time to enter the icy realm of Icebox. It's like a game of whack-a-mole, right? They can pre-fire it. Zero with a double kill. Oh, the timing. Oh, the timing. Viper Spear is eliminated, and Boom are on the highway to success. Can they get it? Can they get it? Defuse up. Oh my God! Boom! They go to Istanbul
In a monumental series in the Indonesian derby, they come out on top 3-1.